we done came from the bottom. Mad that we up, but I don't hear him talking. Started with knowledge inside of my noggin. We took a dream and then we started blogging. Put my city on the map now. I'ma say how it is and I don't back down. On the road to 100K, we finna act out. We gon' show them that we not just in the background. We the main event, we the main show. We the one that people always gon' pay for. FYF, we the best, no debate though. Number one sports channel, every angle. I'ma show them all how we ride. Best sports talk show, we not like them guys. We playing it safe while they feather the lines. We pushing the narrative all of the time. Like who to go in the game is not MJ. Kobe Bryant top 10, not what we say. Hakeem Olajuwon is very overrated. Keep it real, if it ain't fact, we don't say it. Now it's stable, we won't be ignored. We number one, especially when coming to sports. FYF bringing the heat here, of course. Where everything backed up with actual source. Everything backed up with actual source.
Nah, that's just passion. We love the game. You already know what it is. FYF. You don't got tough skin. You might as well not even come on in. Talk to 'em. FYF, blow the whistle, man, we too official. Better check the film, we not one of them. The greatest to ever ball above the rim. They wasn't with me shooting in the gym. Cut the small conversation, debate on major levels. This the playoffs, baby, bring that pressure, we never settle. Cross and spin, getting it in, I wanna win. That teamwork got us headed to the ship again. LeBron better than MJ, cut it out. Half these fans in the stands don't know what they talking about. Half court jumpers, crowd going wild. FYF ranked number one, you better say it loud. Intellectual talk, but fuck your feelings. Olajuwon too overrated, Kobe still a realist. Top 10 all time, now how they cut the line. Magic Johnson, Draymond Green, one in the same kind. Fuck your feelings, fast break, stop and pull a J. He got how many rings, nothing else to say. With the team, live streaming, play by play. It's the dream, full steam on the road to 100K. FYF, blow the whistle, man, we too official. Better check the film, we not one of them. The greatest to ever ball above the rim. They wasn't with me shooting in the gym. Cut the small conversation, debate on major levels. This the playoffs, baby, bring that pressure, we never settle. Cross and spin, getting it in, I wanna win. That teamwork got us headed to the ship again. Started small, then turned into big dogs. They treat me like the GM, I just make the call. No matter who my op is, I'ma stand tall. Then pull up to the game, fresh like I just left the mall. 100K, 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 check the score. We gon' bust the shot clock, fans running to the floor. All I hear is go this and go that. Man, your team suck, hang it up like a coke rack. I love the game, I admit it, I can't quit it. Step in front of me, man, your ankles gon' get the business. Been a legend like Moses Malone, way ahead of my time. This the greatest sports show ever, I just had to remind. FYF, FYF, blow the whistle, man, we too official. Better check the film, we not one of them. The greatest to ever ball above the rim. They wasn't with me shooting in the gym. Cut the small conversation, debate on major levels. This the playoffs, baby, bring that pressure, we never settle. Cross and spin, getting it in, I wanna win. That teamwork got us headed to the ship again.
FYF Sports, man. It's Lamont, man. We back, man. Salute, man. This is Go James Kingdom FYF Sports, man. It's gonna be a good one today. We got some good topics for y'all today, man. And you know, y'all gonna have to come up and address some of these things, man. And it was crazy because we were actually live yesterday on Go James Kingdom. And somebody said my audio's low. All right, hold on. All right, hold on. Let's see if I can fix it. Is that better? Hold on, y'all. Is the audio better? I mean, I can only turn it up so much. Let me see. I turned it up a little bit. All right, I just turned it up a little bit. All right, everybody said I'm good. Okay. Cool. All right, y'all. We go. This is a co-hosted show, man. The Go James Kingdom, FYF Sports, man. I'm gonna hold it. Let me see if we can try to get Go James Kingdom up here as a co-host, man. Get this thing popping, man. Hold on. Let's see how this works. Let me send the co-host invite to Go James Kingdom. I gotta search for him. Oh, it's not even working right, man. These new features, man. That's cool. That's cool. We're not worried about it. All right, hold on, y'all. Let me bring Go James Kingdom up. Go
Peace
James Kingdom was good.
What's good? Good. Peace and blessings, brother. What's good? You can hear me?
Yes, sir. I hear you.
All right. So we live and direct. What's good? What's good, man?
Man, oh man.
I'm about to put my camera on. Hold on. About to put my camera on.
All right.
Let's see. Yeah, there we go. Let me switch it up here. There we go. Yeah, man. So what's the topic for today?
Man, we got two topics, so I kind of opened it up so we can cover two different topics. Because I recently did a post that has a lot of the Jordan fans running amok, and I actually have a future post coming up that I haven't even dropped yet. But the first one topic is the 90s is the worst NBA era in NBA history. I have all the facts to support it. I mean, the facts are the facts. You just can't get around it. And then also with Hakeem Olajuwon, we watched some Hakeem Olajuwon film yesterday, and and this wasn't film that we selected. This was hand selected film from Hakeem Olajuwon fans. Said, go watch this. You're gonna see Hakeem Olajuwon be great. And we went and watched. And I mean, you could talk to him about what we saw, Go James Kingdom.
I mean, they always say something. Hold on, I'm trying to find a way to straighten out it. Let me just put this picture in and we can get in here. All right, what's good, man? So, they were trying to tell us how great Hakeem Olajuwon is, which we all know how great Hakeem Olajuwon is for his time. Like I said, when you go to the stats, the accolades, and achievements, yeah, Hakeem Olajuwon is that dude. But when they try to take players and try to make Hakeem Olajuwon somebody that can pluck in any air type of situation, it don't fall right. That's when the supposed eye test matters, right? That's when we're supposed to see what he does on the basketball court, right? Forget all the stats, throw that to the side. Because like I was saying in last night's live, I can't take Hakeem Olajuwon's 2 defensive players a year and put it in 2025. That's not how it works. I just got to put his skill, his ability, and see what he can do. So they was like, oh, he can do this, he can do that, he dominated this. So like usual, they think that he dominated David Robinson in the 95 playoffs. And it was like, go to the 95 playoffs. And we went to the game 6 of 95 playoffs. And what do we see instantly? Hakeem Olajuwon.
We saw Drazen Petrovic hit him with the playground okie doke. Had him jumping and spinning her. And it's just like, come on, man. We shouldn't be seeing this, especially like if we hand select a game, like if somebody told you to go get LeBron James' greatest game of all time, we should not be seeing LeBron James run around getting okie doke by player. Like don't give me this is how we know, Go James, though, that they don't watch. They don't watch.
They don't.
Because they want to get games and we start watching. First play of the game, Avery Johnson, easy layup. Second play of the game, Dennis Rodman, easy layup. It's just like, bro, why did you tell us to watch this game? This ain't looking too good, man. But
no, it's not looking too good. No,
I know you had some sentiments on Hakeem Olajuwon. I got my own sentiments on Hakeem Olajuwon. Why I feel he's overrated. What are your thoughts on it?
Well, I think, like I said, man, these TikTok dudes, they love praising certain players. They got to praise somebody from Michael Jordan, right? Because like I told you, every basketball discourse is predicated around the GOAT debate, and the talk has always been the '90s has been weak. So who else can you gravitate to uplift and overrate than Hakeem Olajuwon? You got to do that. He won the 2 championships. You got to do that. So you got to put him on the pedestal so that they make it seem like there was some true competition in the '90s.
Yeah, I'm along the same lines of that. I feel like they have to over glorify somebody from the '90s to make it to pretend as if Jordan actually had comp, but there was no real comp, and the person that they selected has one of the most flawed resumes ever. I mean, one of the most flawed. We got some people popping up in the chat, man. We got Jay Sports. Jay says vision will cook you again. I mean, just tell them to hit the link, or Jay, you could just hit the link. I mean, look, man, like. I don't run from conversations. I already been over there, you know. Yeah, y'all are fans of Vision. It don't matter what I say over there. I mean, y'all always gonna say Vision won. He, you know. Obviously, a lot of these guys end up looking dumb. Yeah, it don't matter how dumb we make them look. Y'all always gonna say. Just for example, the whole world watched Go James Kingdom cook Ticket TV. I mean, there was no ifs, ands, or but about it. You had the man stuttering, right? Ticket was asking him questions. He hit him with facts to follow it up. It was, and people, Ticket TV fans were still saying, "Yeah, Ticket cooked you." No, bro, did you watch? Like y'all, if you're a fan of somebody, y'all just gonna fanboy it up for him and just and try to pretend. So, you know, it is what it is, man. But y'all have the opportunity. Y'all are here right now. Y'all have the opportunity to pull up to speak to FYO Sports and GOAT James Kingdom. Man, we're going to be here every Saturday. Every Saturday. And, you know, for me, we're going to try to stay live as long as possible to beat the truth into y'all heads, man. Right? It's opportunities.
It's a wrap. It's a TikTok takeover. All that Zesty Jeffrey stuff is out the window, bro. They in trouble. They upset. But it's all right. It's all right.
I was saying they always want to send somebody else. Look, you are here. I don't know where. I don't go out. I saw Vision in my comments on the video. I don't go out seeking these dudes out, man. You know,
Vision's not live right now. Supposedly probably watching college football. But he get the message. They let him know when GOAT James Kingdom go live. They all know that. They know when GOAT James Kingdom go live. They know what's up. We here now. Like we told y'all, we here every Saturday night. So they don't come this Saturday night. They can come next Saturday night. We're not like these other dudes that just randomly go live. And you got to stop your life so you can join one of their lives while you're driving your vehicle.
Exactly. This is going to be the same time every Saturday, right? And you never know. We might add an extra day in. We just might. I don't know. I don't even know yet, man. But Saturday, if y'all like, you will always be able to find us on Saturday nights, man. 8 Eastern, just in case you're in a different time zone and you want to lie about the time zone. Look, 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific, all right? Right now, it's also 5 Mountain Time. Look, y'all get the time zones right, man. We're going to cook, man. I think it's time to go ahead and let a few people up.
I'm down.
We have King Money Fly. We got Jordan Washington in the back, man. Let's go ahead and bring up salute to King Money Fly, man, a content creator, and Jordan Washington. Make sure, if you want to come up, you got to follow both GOAT James Kingdom and FYF Sports, man. Follow the creators.
Oh, yeah, man. What's up, man? What's up, Go James? Hey, man, I'm going to tell you another dude I don't like. Carcino for life. He also a joke. I can't stand that guy. Him, man, too raw for TV.
Lamar, haven't you had Carcino for life on your channel before?
No.
No.
Carcino,
he ain't going to do it. He's scared.
No, Carcino won't ever come to FYF. I've addressed him in a few videos. He's the guy that says that there are magnets in the rims, and that's how LeBron scored his points. And because of magnet basketballs and magnet rims. And this is also the guy that says Isaiah Thomas is the GOAT. So again,
and which he's not. He's not.
No, we know it. I'm just saying this just goes to the credit. These are the people that we talking about, man. So I don't think the good thing about Carcino is I think Carcino knows that most people don't take him seriously. And most people know he knows his lane is he just hates LeBron. He's like he has a niche. I don't think people look at Carcino as like a real basketball mind. But I think
I'm telling you, man. You know what? Ticket TV. Not Ticket TV. FYI. I'm gonna tell you right now. Carcino has female tendencies. I'm telling you, man. The dude There's something wrong with him. He got an obsession with LeBron, and it's just sickening.
Look, we not up here. We not up here to talk about no Carcino, man. We up here to talk about the two topics of the day, man. We got Hakeem Olajuwon. I have him as the most overrated superstar in NBA history, and it's not even close. And then we also have the '90s. Now, if y'all see my list for the '90s, I have the '90s as the worst era in NBA history. The diluted talent pool, historically weak teams, weak draft classes, the abuse of the legal defense, so on and so forth. There were so many things wrong with this era, but because NBA on NBC did such a good job of selling it, painting some picture as if it was a movie every time you watch the game, it tricked a lot of people. A lot of y'all got tricked into believing some of these games. What are your thoughts on any one of those topics?
Look, as far as I'm concerned, man, I was born in '94. But I will tell you this, like Hakeem Olajuwon and Michael Jordan, all these players, bro, you couldn't touch these players, bro. I mean, they played in a sorry era. You couldn't really do much. You know, that the hand checking was okay. But at the end of the day, the '90s was is a joke, man. And they push it so much because it's Jordan.
That's facts.
Juan boy, what you got? I know you've been cooking. I know you've been cooking a lot on TikTok lately, man. What you got on these topics, man?
Do you want to tell them how we got to this point today, or do you you want me to do it?
I mean, I don't think we got here any certain way. I have videos dating back almost 2-3 years where I've always said that I believe Hakeem Olajuwon's the most overrated superstar in NBA history, and in a sense, I don't really even believe he was ever a superstar. Because I think that the thing, like a lot of the elements that it takes to be a superstar, which a lot of it is your popularity and fandom. Nobody was out there looking for Hakeem's shoes. He didn't have anything. He couldn't sell anything, right? Hakeem Olajuwon.
Nobody wanted no LA gears.
Hakeem Olajuwon had
gears.
Spalding sneakers that were sold in Payless. And if y'all don't know what Payless is, ladies and gentlemen, nobody wanted shoes from Payless unless you was 5 years old, 6 years old. They were and they were definitely not looking for no Hakeem Olajuwon shoes if you were 5 or 6.
Yeah, but as far as he goes, you know, I always, you know what I mean, like, you know, I'm never objective. I'd rather be subjective because I know when I speak on basketball, I'm going to be telling the truth. I ain't got no lies to go to. I watch enough film to make valid points, and that's hard to argue. Now, as far as Olajuwon goes, like nobody really wants to talk about him outside of 1994 and 1995 when the Rockets won the championship. They don't want to talk about the what was it, 6 to 8 first round losses in the in the playoffs. Like that's the stuff they don't want to talk about. But we also have guys on record talking about, oh, he played with bums, and then when you ask him who he played with, the guys they give you like Sleepy Floyd. No, Sleepy Floyd wasn't a bum, so you're wrong right there. And like all of these people always talk about the players. They can't talk about the team because they don't know the teams. They just know names when it comes to the 80s and 90s because of how small the talent pool was. So now that we're going back to watch the film, when it really started with Jordan, but we started doing a little bit more across, these guys in the 90s. Now Olajuwon is there, and it's long overdue because now you get to see how overrated his defense was, especially getting laid up by Avery Johnson on the first play of the game.
He let Avery dunk on him. That was embarrassing. I'm like, ugh.
Yeah, that was KJ.
Well, no, the thing about it is that what these guys don't understand is that being an elite rim protector was all you needed to be in the 90s and the 80s. You didn't have to be really necessarily a great defender. You just had to be able to be tall enough or athletic enough to block shots and protect the rim. Like, that's why I say a lot of these guys who are defenders today, if that's all they had to do back then, they would be the greatest defenders of all time. Easily. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I'm telling you, Go James, if you put Tracy McGrady back in the day, he scored 60 points. I'm telling you. It's that easy.
I mean, that's a whole nother subject. It doesn't matter. But we just talking about what how they praised the great big men of that time defensively. They're all just great shot blockers.
Now
right?
look,
You can
speaking of
test.
shot blocker, I
Yeah,
just watched Pau Gasol block Luis Scola jump shot on the perimeter, and you don't always have to be you could be a good rim protector by blocking shots, but you don't just get blocked shots by blocking shots at the rim.
well, no,
You
in
know what I
today's
mean?
NBA, just being
You
a rim
gotta
protector is not
be able to
enough.
cover out in space.
No, but in today's
Cause
NBA, being a rim protector is not enough. You have to do
it's
more.
not enough
You have to do
because
more.
because too many dudes can shoot. Too many. That's why they get the '90s confused with good basketball. Because why do I have to go to the basket and they want the physicality. I don't know why they just want guys just backing each other down and just brawling into each other when there's guys that have skill to do little floaters or create space with step back jump shots and ball handling ability. You know, I've seen
No,
guys create so
I
much
don't even
space
think that's
off
what
of.
it is. I think with Hakeem Olajuwon, y'all look, yeah, the man was a good player. I think the man's career was filled with everything that Jordan fans supposedly say that they hate. They supposedly say that they hate people that quit. Hakeem Olajuwon got suspended for quitting. They supposedly hate people that flop and fell in the playoffs. Hakeem Olajuwon flopped and fell in the playoff more than anybody you can think of. First round exit after first round exit after first round exit after first round exit, even many times as the higher seed. These are the things that a lot of 90s fans say that they stand on, not being soft, right? Right? He did literally
I tell you,
everything.
man, the 90s
He,
was
lit,
so
he
soft.
literally did everything that they supposedly are against. But what happens is they spent so much time hiding these facts and then just trying to, like as Johnny said, telling us about 2 years. And then this is all their fault because what do they always tell us?
Go back and watch.
We go back and watch. We go back and do our research, and we go to find out. Hold on, this man was choking. This man was beating up his teammates, bad teammate. This man was demanding trades. This man was quitting, faking injuries because of contractual issues. Ain't that's everything that they complain and call every player today soft about? And that's what I mean. And I try to just kind of level set these things because I want to show people, look, all the things that y'all cry about and say that you don't like about what players might potentially do today, they were doing it 10 times worse back in the 90s. It just wasn't as widely reported on. And when we start exposing the stars that they were sitting on, it's just like, man, they don't like it. And then they don't really like it when me and Johnny did what we did yesterday. When we actually start talking basketball and then we show them it not only character-wise did they not live up to those expectations, but basketball-wise, when we show you the film, they not as great as you were pretending they were this whole time. If we watched that film, none of us would have guessed that Drazen Petrovic would hit Hakeem Olajuwon with the most basic up fake okey doke, tap the back of his leg with the ball. Hakeem Olajuwon literally spinning circles. Then he just shoots a casual
Hold
jumper.
up. First
He didn't even
been on
try.
the
Hold
pump
on, go
fake.
James
He been
Kennedy.
on the
Did he look
pump
like he
fake
was even
first.
trying?
He been on the pump fake first.
Oh, that was hilarious to see that happen. That's hilarious, bro. That's hilarious. That was funny. That was funny. I wasn't expecting that. Like I wasn't expecting that. Like I tell people, man, your eye test can only see what your eye, what your mind can comprehend. And
Yeah.
when,
And
when
the
you
first
start,
play,
when you
the
start
first
looking
play of
back
the
at
game, he got
it's
scored on.
hilarious.
My fault. The first play of the game, pick and roll situation, he gets scored on by A.V. Johnson. Out of all people. Then here comes Sean Elliott down the lane. No, there was Dennis Rodman first. Dennis Rodman. Listen, y'all. A.V. Johnson and Dennis Rodman was the first Spurs to score in the game. And they both scored on Hakeem
Hold on, look, we
Olajuwon.
got somebody in the chat. CH34 says Petrovic used to do Jordan dirty. And let me key you in on something. Everybody that Jordan defended did him dirty.
Exactly.
Like, I don't know where y'all get this myth that he was clamped down, locked up defender. When I was I'm gonna tell y'all right now, I was just as surprised as y'all when I went through 1988 game by game. And when I saw game by game that every player that he defended for the entire year, outside of 2 players, he had one good defensive game versus Joe Dumars. He had another good defensive game versus Terry Teagle. For the entire season, those were the only 2 games where he actually played good defense. And this is in an era where when you have illegal defense, defending your man is at a premium, right? It's not all as scattered like today where you could find yourself switching 3 and 4 times in the possession in the 80s and 90s, you were guarding your man the majority of the time. It was you and him. And when I see all these matchups, game after game, player after player, Doc Rivers, 29-point triple-double. Jeff Malone consistently gave him 27 to 28 points. I mean, literally everybody was giving him buckets. He tried to guard Dominique Wilkins 2 games before they said, no, Pippen, you got to come off this bench. You got to guard him. He tried to guard Magic that year. What did Magic do? Give him a little baby triple-double. Anybody he tried to guard went ballistic.
Don't forget about World Be Free. You let World Be Free have a 30
World Be
point
Free. Otis Bird.
What about Doc Rivers with the triple doubles?
I mean, I give y'all, and then when I pull up, and then when I start showing y'all the games, like when we show him that game, like I had a game that was so nasty, Go James Kingdom, when he was playing Denver, and Alex English and Fat Lever were going.
Oh, Fat
ballistic
Lever
on this
was.
man.
I seen that.
Oh,
Fat
my
Lever
God.
was going to work, offense and defense.
He ain't play defense like that. Like, hold on, when Rasheed Wallace said it, everybody calling Rasheed Wallace crazy, but Rasheed Wallace said it like he ain't play defense like that. Like Rasheed Wallace said, and I'm saying, look, I made my statement about Jordan's defense years before Rasheed Wallace said it. Everybody calling me crazy. I said the only thing I did was I just started watching. I just really started, but I didn't watch like Go James Kingdom said. I wasn't watching like a fan. I was really watching to key in on certain things. Like, let me make sure I'm watching for the right things now, and I'm not just watching the game as a fan. And when you start watching like that, you start picking up on things that you never started to see before. That's why Johnny had his take on Anthony Davis, because he's watching in a different way now, right?
Yeah,
and just people get mad.
I think that's what separates us as fans too, because we don't just look at the offside, or we look at both sides. We look at the personnel, and we can see who's in the right spots and who's in the wrong spots, and we can see this differently because of the style of play. When it was 90s basketball, it was just one person with the ball majority of the time, so you're not watching nobody else.
We'll talk about. Hold on, we got Big Assassin up here. Big Assassin, what's good? What you got on the top?
I think most of the people create things in their own head, because when we talk about Jordan and his defense, and I'm talking about me personally, when I think about Jordan, his greatest asset on defense was in the passing lanes, playing off ball. And at times he can lock down as a defender, but ain't nobody out here saying he's the greatest guard defender. But in them passing lanes and playing off ball, a master at it. So that's what we be talking about. You feel me? Like, nobody said he's this lockdown defender, but he's a great defender, and he's crazy in the passing lanes, and can't nobody deny that.
You the first Jordan fan I heard say that, though. To be honest with you, Big Assassin.
Well, hold on, Big Assassin.
Yeah.
If we're talking, like, for example, if I had a guard in today's game, with the way the game is spaced out and the way teams zone up and playing into the gaps is more important than it ever was in NBA history. If you told me that today, I would be like, you know what? That might be a great defender. But when we take it back to the 80s and the 90s, this is a different style of game. The game is more cramped in because teams and players were not shooting threes, right? Playing the passing lanes wasn't as it wasn't as impactful because
Says who?
Because when you watch the games.
No, because
when we look at the impact.
Anytime you get a turnover,
hold on one second, Big Assassin. I heard what you had to say. Hold on one second.
It's impactful.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
So hold on.
Anytime you get a steal,
no, it's not.
impactful.
No, it's not. Because
I don't know
steals,
what kind of
and I'm gonna tell you like
basketball
this,
you like.
because I had a player, y'all. My best player last year. His biggest issue was he jumped passing lanes, and a lot of times it put him out of position. And what I would have to tell him was this. I said, look, you gamble 15, 20 times a game. You put yourself out of position. You have us playing 4-on-5 on 20 different plays. You might get the steal 2 or 3 times, but you're putting us at a disadvantage 17 times. So is it worth it to gamble and put yourself out of position just to get those 3 steals when there are 17 other possessions where it's not resulting in a steal and it's just resulting in us being unbalanced defensively. This is
But
why
that
I
ain't
always
Jordan. You talking
said
about your
this is
player.
why I've always said gambling is not a great defender. And remember, I played that clip in Go James Kingdom. You also saw the clip. The announcer literally said it in the game. I played it on one of my shorts. He said Jordan is a gambling type defender. And then he also followed it up by saying those types of defenders typically are really not that good of defenders. He even said it mid-game, and this was back then. So they even
Yeah, you
understood
talking
that
about, but bro,
gambling
you talking
is
about
not
it. You talking about
gambling on defense is never good.
He's an
You're not
ex-Laker too,
gonna,
Lamar.
bro. When you good at it, I don't care. When
There's
you
no such
good
thing
at
as
it,
being a good
Jordan was
gambler.
good at it.
There's no such thing
Listen,
as on
it's
defense.
a reason why.
There's no
Bro,
such thing as
you can't tell
that.
me this man.
No such
You
thing.
can't tell me this man. You can't tell me this man.
Great
Go ahead so
defenders
I can
don't
talk.
gamble.
I just want to say what I gotta say.
That's never been true. I mean, just
Okay.
stick to real.
This man played.
Stick
Go
to
ahead.
what
Go
has
ahead.
actually been real in basketball.
No, I'm sticking to what's
Yeah,
real
if y'all
because
were,
you
if
won't
y'all
let me
gonna
speak.
stand on fundamentals, if y'all gonna stand on playing the game the right way, gambling and jumping for steals is not playing the game the right way.
Yes, it
That
is.
is playing the game.
No, it's
If you
not.
playing the
It ain't
passing
never
lane,
been.
yes,
But
it
see,
is.
y'all try to make
Yes,
it
it
playing
is.
it the right way
No,
because
no,
Jordan
no,
was
Yes, it
running
is.
around doing it.
Yes, it is.
Here's why, and here's why. We do our homework. We watch film, like you, coach, as you know. We do our homework and we watch film. In the process of us watching film, we study. And now what we're doing, more times than not, I'm guessing when you do something. I'm anticipating that you're doing something. So I'm anticipating that that's why I'm jumping the passing lane. I'm anticipating, that's why I'm blocking shots, because I'm anticipating that you're gonna do something. That is gambling, because sometimes it works out, sometimes it doesn't. But more times than not, if I'm doing my homework, I am thinking this is gonna go this way. But I am on some level gambling. That's just not fair to say that I'm not gambling at all. That's just not fair. And you know that that's not fair, coach.
I never. But the thing is,
Chill
the
town.
thing
What I'm
I'm
saying is
saying
this right
is,
here. I've watched enough of Jordan's defense to comfortably say that his version of gambling, turning his back to his man, it was most times, especially in 1988, it was even worse in 1989, it was resulting in his man getting a bucket. When you have below average marginal guys consistently being able to score over 20 points because of you always losing sight of man and ball, because you are always turning your back to your man, you're always diving down, running into the paint, chasing blocks, you're always putting yourself out of position, chasing steals, and more times than not, it resulted in his man scoring. When we go to his 1988 season, go look at what his man on a game-to-game basis was doing. For example, in the game versus the Pacers, John Long was the starting guard. Reggie Miller was coming off the bench. John Long in 12 minutes had 14 points. He rose his ankle. Reggie Miller comes in off the bench, guarding Michael Jordan. Reggie Miller finishes that game playing 22 minutes. You know what he had? 20 points in 22 minutes. Don't matter if you go to literally every game that season, I don't care what caliber of shooting guard it was, they all found a way to get off on Michael Jordan. How is everybody getting off on you? And I have to start looking to you. Everybody just can't get off on you. It's just not superstars. Otis Birdsong is not a superstar. Terry Teagle is not a superstar. Jeff Malone is
Terry
not a
Teagle was a
superstar.
great
These
player.
are all
Jeff
these are all
Malone was a
marginal
great
guys.
player.
And I'm not just talking about great games. Highly efficient scoring games in an era where man-to-man, mano-a-mano defense was more important than jumping and playing in the passing lanes. That's all I'm
Chill
saying.
Town. Hey,
Are
Chill
we
Town.
saying,
Can I
coach?
ask you a question?
But
Hey, Chill Town.
let Big Assassin get in right quick. Go ahead, Big Assassin.
Was Jeff Malone some type of average player, bro?
No, he wasn't. Jeff Malone.
Jeff Malone was. Hold on. I just gave you. I didn't say when I say these names. I'm giving you a broad spectrum of names. If you want, I can pull up the list of every game that he played that year, and we can run down the list of everybody. And I will. I promise you, because I already have it separated. The All-Stars average 25 a game on them. The non-All-Stars average 19.8 points per game. Both category of player shot over 50% a game when Michael Jordan was the primary defender, guarding that player over 25 minutes. I can pull the numbers up.
Are we, coach? Are we doing it? Are we saying that Jordan was categorically a perfect player? Because he wasn't. Jordan
No.
struggled a lot with shooters, especially off the ball guys.
But this is not just shooters, Chilltown. This is literally everybody.
No, we're
And the
talking
reason why I'm
about
asking,
watching film.
go ahead, I'm sorry, Jay.
Chilltown, we're talking about watching film. We're talking about how they tell us these things about these players like Hakeem Olajuwon, like certain players, and then when we go watch the film, we don't see what they be telling us. So, as an example, Big Assassin brought up a great point. As a weak side defender, as a help defender, especially in the passing lane, Michael Jordan was phenomenal. He got a lot of steals that way. But like Lamont said, that came at a risk. And where you're ball watching, so at the end of the day, what ends up happening is your man gets lost, especially in that era where most guards or shooting guards like Michael Jordan's guarding are not scoring off the dribble. They're scoring off the ball. They're running around screens. They're
Catch
moving.
and shoot guys, sure.
Exactly, just like a Jeff Malone. You know how good Jeff Malone is. You know what I'm saying? The guys that we're mentioning that Michael Jordan had to guard at that time. So again, it was great to see Michael Jordan get those blocks because he got a lot of blocks, coming from the weak side help. But he did a lot of gambling, a lot of ball watching, which is fine. Like, again, that was a part of the game, but that's what we saw. We're not knocking Jordan for saying this. But it hurts them hearing this because they believe the myth that Jordan was this perfect defender, that he was elite at everything.
Well, you got to remember, too, Jay, that, okay, it's 2025, right? It's 2020, so we have a lot more access to what we didn't have access to in 1988. So in 1988, I'm seeing Jordan get 5 steals, and I'm only seeing the steals. I don't have access to the entire.
Technically, he didn't have 5 steals. He had 2.
Well,
Technically, he did.
what I'm saying is that what I'm watching is as I see him get steals, I see him get blocks, and I only see what's going on the news, right? And I only see Jordan in the 82 game season. I'm lucky if I see him in addition to the playoffs. I'm lucky if I see him 10 times that year. So in 10 times, I can't really decipher what type of defender he is. What I can decipher, however, is he's a good defender off the ball because he's in the passing lane. He's a good defender in shot blocking because he is gambling and he's catching Patrick Ewing because Patrick Ewing can't see him on the weak side. I can see that. However, what I don't see is I don't see him closing out low when he's supposed to be closing out high, and Jeff Malone is beating him on his top foot. And he does that 2 or 3 trips in a row. And now they got to call timeout because now this team is going on a run. I don't see that. And the reason why I don't see that is because I don't have access to these games on the regular. I do think, however, it's unfair, Coach, that you talk about Olajuwon the way you do because I don't think that you tell a full spectrum of the story. Like, for example, so in 1986 when he went to the NBA championship, I think that you leave out some really important factors. I think you leave out the fact that Lewis Lloyd, he ended up getting suspended because he had a drug problem. John Lucas, who was also on that team, he had a drug problem. He ended up losing Ralph Sampson to injury.
In the 80s.
Yeah, it was a big time problem, Jay. It was a huge problem. I mean, Roy Topley ended up getting kicked out the league. I'm trying to think about Roy Topley. That's Julius Randle today.
Yeah,
I don't mean Julius Randle as Julius Randle is a drug addict. I mean Julius Randle in the aspect of the type of player. That's the kind of player he was. He was almost a 20-10 guy, like something similar to that. But he had a drug problem, right? And it was running rampant. So when Olajuwon loses these guys, to your point, when you talk about, Coach, when you're talking about complaining about guys not being able, complaining about making trades and such, well, now we got to start this whole thing over. And they don't get Kenny Smith until 1990. They don't get Vernon Maxwell until 1989, right? He had Otis Thorpe in 87, but they got to basically start this thing all over. Meanwhile, Olajuwon is still making first-team All-NBA. Meanwhile, Olajuwon is still making first-team All-Defense. Meanwhile, he's still doing all of these things while all of this stuff is going on. I just don't think that if we're going to talk about it, we have to talk about it in totality, just like you talk about, Jay, with the film.
I mean, again, we always said this: stats, accolades, and achievement-wise, Hakeem Olajuwon is definitely one of the greatest players ever played the game. But we're always talking about it's always the outside stuff with him. It's always the footwork, his ability on defense. And like we always tell these guys in the 90s and in that era, you know what I'm saying? The big man protecting the rim was all they really had to do. And we went and watched film and to show him that's all he really had to do was stay close to the rim. And he would actually relinquish his jobs or his duties to come outside of the paint or to go out 15, 20 feet to do something because at the end of the day, that's how the game was played back then. So you just got to see it for what it is. We're not diminishing Hakeem Olajuwon. We're just telling people, like, at the end of the day, there's a lot of great centers that we see today. Like we was mentioning Dwight Howard. They were getting mad at us because we were saying Dwight Howard legitimately will go into the 90s and be one of the greatest defensive centers of all time, even though he's already that without even being in the 90s. So, like, they just get upset at the things that we say about the 90s and We're 30 years removed from Hakeem Olajuwon winning a championship, man. It's like there's no way we haven't seen better as far as the aesthetics of the game. You know what I'm saying? That's why the stats accolades matter, because that's what cements Hakeem Olajuwon's legacy and his greatness, not the quote unquote skill or ability that they love to throw at us.
And to be and Chilltown, just so you understand the context of the conversation, right? And I told Go James Kingdom this yesterday on his panel, and I told the guy that we were talking to this. I said, how about this? Leave Olajuwon great in his era. Just let him be in the 90s and let us remember him as a great center of the 90s. Because when we start to have these conversations, like we were talking about Dwight Howard, we get to having these conversations where now they all of a sudden want to compare Dwight Howard as a defender to Hakeem, and they want to give us all these reasons why Hakeem was so much better and why he would come into this era and do things so much better and different. And it's just like, okay, well, we can go watch his defense. We can go see what will translate. We can go watch him in the pick and roll. And that's literally what we did yesterday. I said, it was a Hakeem fan. We said, you pick the game. Pick his greatest defensive game. First 2 plays of the game, Hakeem Olajuwon's getting burned in the pick and roll. That's not good if you're telling me that he can come into this era and just completely dominate. I mean, when we literally watched Drazen Petrovic stop at the free throw line, up fake, Hakeem Olajuwon jumps, he goes under, ball fakes, taps him on the back of the leg, Hakeem Olajuwon spins around in circles, running around all over the place, shoot the jump. What are you going to do with Kyrie Irving if you cannot handle Drazen Petrovic? What are you going to do with Damian Lillard? What are you going to do with Jokic? Like, so all I'm saying is, like, come on,
what
man,
big
stop.
man can handle these guys you're talking about?
Go ahead, Chilltown.
That's my question.
I'm not saying that guys aren't going to get fried, because just like guys got fried back then, guys are going to get fried today. You brought up a great point about how Jordan struggled. I mean, we got guys who struggle today with the kind of players that they deal with today. So I do think that guys' games translate to the next era, no question about that. But that doesn't mean that they were just completely dominating and they weren't getting their ass kicked. Because, yes, Olajuwon had his troubles. So up until 1994, 95, there was a real conversation between him, Ewing, and David Robinson. It wasn't a clear cut that Olajuwon was just better than them. That wasn't the case.
I agree. That is true.
He separated himself after those 2 championships against those 2 specific guys.
And Chilltown, let me say this. Look, y'all might get mad at me for this, but I watched that Jordan documentary. You know that Pistons defense from the 80s? That wasn't defense, man. That was football tactics. I said, this ain't defense. This is not defense.
Huh?
No.
Let's let Big Assassin in right quick. Go ahead. Big Assassin, get your take in, and we can let Black James in because he's been patient as well. But go ahead, Big Assassin. I know you want to respond to all this. Go ahead, brother.
I'm gonna let y'all, man. I had so much to say. I done forgot, bro. I've been trying to talk for the last 10 minutes, man. I just wait my turn.
Yeah, listen, we're trying our best, man. Appreciate you showing up, man. We always like your perspective. You definitely got some knowledge of the game. So, but Black James, you got anything you want to add to this?
Excuse me. Oh yeah. First of all, I want to say, Wine Boy and Johnny, y'all know me well. I'm gonna tell you how from your Facebook page.
Who's talking? Who's talking? I can't even see who's talking.
I said I'm one of the #1 contributors on your Facebook page.
I'm saying, but who's talking? I can't even see who's talking. Who's talking?
That's
right
Black
now?
James Bond.
Oh, that's Black. Okay, no, I can't see him talking.
I'm letting you know. Hold on, I'm letting you know that you and Wine Boy know me well.
Okay, no, I can't. No, I just wanted to make sure that was you talking because I can't see.
Okay,
it's not. It's like lagging for some reason. It's not showing that you talking. It shows that you muted on my end, so that's why I didn't know it was you talking.
Oh,
yeah.
Can you hear me now?
You know, I can hear you. You good? You good?
Okay. No, I was just gonna tell you who I was on your Facebook page, so you and Wine Boy can know who I am.
No, I appreciate you, man. Thank you for sure. You know, whatever, showing support, whether you on the other side or on our side.
And Chilltown, when I talk about Hakeem, I just don't believe he had, like, I'm real big on resume. I am real big on your talent. To me is not your resume. Your talent and skills are completely separate from your resume. And I think what a lot of people do with Hakeem is they try to blend his skills and talent with his resume. And I think that's also happens with Kobe as well. So they try to take what you love about his skill. Because I said, if we start incorporating skill, you're going to introduce a lot of players into this conversation that you're not going to like. right? We're gonna bring a lot of new players in there. I said it's your resume, and when I look at Hakeem, when I say he's the most overrated superstar, I mean when I look at his resume, and then for the volume of people that have him top 10, I don't know where it's coming from because I don't see top 10 resume. I don't see a career resume that mirrors that of, like, I don't see anything in his career that is as impressive as Bird's 3 MVPs, as the run that Magic Johnson had, as the dominance that Shaquille O'Neal, as the longevity of LeBron, right? I just don't see it. He didn't have the dominance of his decade like Jordan did. Jordan dominated his decade, so he couldn't have, the dominance wasn't there. Like you said, Chill, it was arguable at the time if he was even the greatest big man of the 90s between David Robinson and Patrick Ewing and him. So it wasn't even that clear cut. I think the 2 championships helped separate them. But I just don't see this clear cut top 10 resume.
The longevity, though, Coach. I mean, he did play 17 years? Yeah, he did play 17 years, and when he retired, he was in the top 10 all time in points, blocks, and steals. Nobody else did that since he did it. Before he did it, since he did it, nobody's done that. Nobody.
So let me ask you this, Lamont.
I just don't think it's enough.
Is it more about the dream being aesthetically pleasing, like his style of play, the way that he goes?
The NBA championship
is that what it's about?
Seasons. He's the only.
There's a lot of players that went back to back. I mean,
they needed another. They need a compliment star to Jordan.
Well, since you said that, Coach, the guys that went back to back, because from 1986-87 to 1997-98, that's an 11-year stretch. We had a back-to-back champion every year. And Jordan had the majority of those back-to-back championships. Yep. Olajuwon had the majority of those back-to-back championships. When you think about guys going back-to-back, okay, Russell went back-to-back. Magic went back-to-back. Curry went back-to-back. James went back-to-back. Isaiah Thomas and the Pistons went back-to-back. So when you're talking about going back-to-back, I mean, it's a difficult thing to do. Not a lot of guys have gone back-to-back. That's just not true at all.
If there are a lot of people that weigh championships way heavy, for everybody knows my criteria. Championships is not heavy. It does not give you significant boost. I feel like there's too much of a team aspect involved for me to use it as a way to bump a player up my list. I don't think the 2 championships are enough. I don't think he did enough outside of that.
Even in the fashion that he did it, I mean, because
I have to, this is the reason why, Chill. I can't hand select the portions of his career that I think I like, because I have to stick to an even criteria that I apply to everybody. If I weigh his defensive teams or defensive prowess, and I try to give it a little boost for him, I feel like I have to give everybody with defensive prowess or defensive awards or defensive attributes. I also have to give those a boost. And the things that I value that put you in the top 10, when I look at it, he just, to me, does not check enough boxes.
So to your point.
So Chilltown, so when we say he's overrated, that's basically meaning putting him in the top 10, because both Lamar and I do not have a team.
That doesn't say he's whack. That just means that where people have him. Like I've heard somebody say he's a top 5 player all the time. I got him 9. That's where I got him at.
I don't mind 9.
I got him 11 and some days 12, depending on how I feel.
I got him at 9, and I'm comfortable with you having him anywhere between.
I got him 14.
Like I am with Brian. I'm comfortable with you having him anywhere between 8 and 11. I'm comfortable with that.
But what are y'all winning on? Is it about his accolades? Is it about the championships? What are y'all winning on?
Everything in totality.
For Go James Kingdom, it's always stats, accolades, and achievements. Now, remember, the achievements is your milestones and your records, and that's where Hakeem Olajuwon falls short to me for some players like Magic, Bird, Kobe, Dr. J. You know what I'm saying? Like, those are the guys that I have ahead of him. So I have him and Shaq. It depends on how I feel between number 11. Him and Shaq always fall between 11 and 12.
And he does have another finals appearance. They lost to Boston, but that still counts, right?
Yes,
yeah,
sir.
of course. No, that's an achievement. That's
if they would have won, it would have counted. So if they lost, it's the same logic.
No, it definitely. Listen, making the finals count. You get a banner, a trophy.
Yeah, because we say that for LeBron, we got to be consistent. It got to work.
We are very consistent here in Go James Kingdom. Yes, his accomplishment, his 3 finals appearances do matter on his resume for sure.
The fact to your point, hey, when you about what he did over.
You breaking in and out, Chill.
To Coach's point, we have to take some of that into context. I mean,
Yeah, no, for me, what takes him out of context is the records and the achievements that go along. I think some other players just have better achievements and records than him. But for Lamont, it's the dominance era. Lamont values dominating your era. And in reality, being that he fit in the era between Jordan and only dominated while Jordan was gone for a year and a half is what takes him out of the top 10 for Lamont as well.
He couldn't get out the
He
West.
did.
Only at one time he got
Nah.
out the West.
That's why I don't got him top 10.
It was very difficult to get out the West. Number one. Number two.
Yeah.
I mean, he did dominate. I mean, don't leave out, because I know how you feel about accolades, Jay. I mean, don't leave out. You know, in '88, no, not '80. I'm sorry, '89. You know, he finished second in Defensive Player of the Year that year. He didn't make the All-League defensive team. That's never happened in NBA history.
No,
ever.
I know that. No, we know that. But what he
Right.
do in '89? Didn't he lose in the first round?
In '89, so in 1989, they lost to I want to say that they lost to let's see, in '89, I think they lost to Phoenix. Yes, sir. They lost to Phoenix in '90. They lost to the Lakers, who was in the NBA championship in '91. And then in '92, they missed the playoffs because he got hurt that year. In '93, they ended up losing to Phoenix to go to the Western Conference Championship. In '94, this is what we talk about when we're talking about being, like, not just being good, being fortunate. Because I don't know if y'all know this, but every team had a team that owned them, whether you guys want to believe it or not. Houston had a really good record against the Bulls. Only problem is Seattle owned them. So it's not a coincidence that the year that they won the NBA championship, Jay, who gets bounced in round one that year?
Seattle.
And it's not a coincidence that the next year in '95, when they win the NBA championship, who gets bounced again in round one? And then it's not a coincidence that the next year in 1995, '96, who swept them out of the playoffs?
Seattle.
There you go. So that's 6 times in 8 years that Seattle saw them. Now, with that being said, when we're talking about dominance, I mean, Hakeem Olajuwon and Lamont, Coach, if I'm not mistaken, you and I had this conversation about Olajuwon maybe a year ago. How I felt about. I mean, I felt like I gave you my argument on why I thought he was the best defensive player in the game in terms of him transition, in terms of him being able to step out and play on the perimeter, him being able to slow down guards, him being able to rebound. You know how I feel about.
I don't think he could defend on the perimeter.
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you what.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what I don't want, and I stand on this,
Yeah.
and I still stand on it today. When I saw Luka switched on to Rudy Gobert, I felt the same way. I don't want Olajuwon 25 feet away from the basket on Kevin Johnson. No, I don't. I do not want Olajuwon 25 feet away from the basket on Kevin Johnson. I do not want Olajuwon.
Hold on, Chill. Let me ask Lamont a question, Chill. Let me ask Lamont a question. So, Lamont, let me ask you a question. So, for the guys you got in your top 10, okay, we know most likely in the top 5, but the bottom 5, are they resumes that overwhelming over Hakeem Olajuwon? The guys in your bottom 5?
I have 5 pieces of criteria, and they all weigh equally. You just have to check a box. And so for Hakeem Olajuwon, he only checks 2 boxes. That puts him outside of my top 10.
What's that criteria, Coach?
Number 1. So I have
one.
winning. So when I say winning, it's not
Okay,
championships. Winning, I just mean significant winning. Did you get to a lot of championships? Did you have a lot of great regular seasons? For example, with Steph Curry, I count the 73-9 because that's winning, even though they didn't win the title. Like significant winning to any degree, however you want to put it. Bill Russell's winning, just a lot of winning. I have MVPs, just a category by itself. I feel like the MVP award is the most difficult award to win in NBA history. Only one player gets it a year. It's hard. And to check that box, you got to have at least 2 MVPs, right? So 2 MVPs to me checks that box for you. My other categories are stats, statistical. Let me think. I got them written down, but it's 5 sets of criteria. They're all kind of based around things that aren't really too subjective. I only have one category that is subjective, which is impact on the game. Did you change the way the game of basketball was played? And I believe that every player in the top 10 that I have in the top 10 significantly changed the way the game of basketball was played, from Jordan to LeBron to Steph Curry to Bird and Magic to Shaq and his dominance. They all had a significant impact on the way the game was played. Not cultural impact like Iverson, but on the court impact, influence on changing how defenses did things, changing rules because of your dominance, like we saw with Wilt and Bill Russell. But out of those 5 elements of criteria, like I said, I don't want to misquote them, but it's just about checking boxes. And
Okay,
for
I
me,
get
Hakeem only
according to
checks
your
2 boxes.
criteria.
So I don't really
According,
pick where he falls. My criteria picks where he falls. He just don't check enough boxes.
Hey, host, I got a question. Why do not you necessarily, but why do winning when we speak of winning championship is a team thing, but when we speak of just winning or losing, it's a me thing. Ain't it all considered a team thing, whether you lose, win, or whatever?
Because
It's still a
I've always
team
said
thing.
that, unfortunately for the top 10, we have to consider some element of winning. Is unfair because I know that not all players are put in the situation to win. But the unfair part about these rankings is that we have to consider winning to any degree. Now, some people say it's just championships. I widen it, and I understand. I don't confine it to you just winning championships. Jerry West, I count all 10 of his finals trips. That to me, that's significant winning. So even if you get there and lose, if you have a whole bunch of great regular seasons, I'm going to count that as significant winning. So at least I broaden what winning can look like for you, and I'm not confining it to just doing it one way, like 6-0 like Jordan or winning a whole bunch like Bill Russell. I'm broadening that category so it gives more players an opportunity to check that box. So for me, Hakeem checked that box. So it gave him opportunity to check that box.
let me ask you this, Lamont. So what will make him overrated? Is it just the fact that people have him in the
I
top
believe
10?
that too many people put him in the top 10. I don't think he's a top 10 player. I don't think his, like, a lot of people even glorify his dream shake. It's not, to me, it's not a very impressive move. It's just not. It's just not. It's not very impressive to me.
We definitely gonna disagree with that.
He's a wicked man, boy.
It's not. It's not. Like, for example, and I'm just looking at it from how I see the game. If you're a post player and I got, if all you have is a dream shake, I'm looking at a coach like, I can defend that. I'm
That's
saying
not all
too.
he got, though.
Go ahead.
Dream do
Like the fact
everything
that
on the court.
the fact that centers,
Up
the
and
fact
under.
that the fact that he has centers bouncing, jumping up and
Jump
down,
hooks.
stay down. Like, I'm not. Like,
It's a lot easier said than done,
It's
brother.
not like that, Lamar. Why they gonna stay
I'm
down?
sending too, but I know the illegal defense rules helped him because when you got Chris, like we saw yesterday, Chris Dudley can only do so much, and when Chris Dudley's down there by himself, that dream shake gonna look a little spicier. Well, hold on, we saw Mark West. When Mark
So to
West
your
is down there
point-
defending that hook, when defending the dream shake gonna look a little spicier.
So,
Right,
so
but if
point,
I'm dropping 2 to the ball and I'm
Come on,
going
Lamont. The
full
dream
out
had
zone
all-around
on you,
game, man.
no,
Come on,
if he-
Lamont. We saw the
Hakeem
dream.
Olajuwon's
play. He
not
wasn't
getting
just
off on me if I'm
dream
coaching.
shake. Chill town. You hear this, man?
Yeah, he
Dream
wild.
had game in the post. Come on
yeah,
now,
yeah,
let's not do that,
100%.
man.
I didn't say he. Hold on, I have him in my top 15. I'm not saying he don't have game. I'm saying that some of the reasons why people say he's in the top 10. I hear people say the dream shake. I'm not impressed by the dream shake. It's not impressive. to me.
Footwork. This is game. It ain't the
Young
dream
Miami
shake.
love to talk about that.
Everybody in my top 10 has some kind of elite footwork.
Hey Lamar, Young Miami asked me one time. He said, "Who had the better move?" He asked me, "Does Giannis have a move like the dream shake, like Hakeem?" I said, "Yeah, Giannis has the Euro step. It's a wrap for you. You gonna get dunked on."
So
I just wanted to say
to your
this. The
point,
way.
Coach. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Hold on, go ahead, Chill. Go ahead, Chill. Go ahead, Chill.
Coach, to your point, I mean, like you talked about. So we'll start the conversation with winning, like, and it's not necessarily championships, because I know how you feel about going deep into having legit seasons, and being awesome. Well, like I told you, he ended up losing 3 of his best players.
Did we lose Chill?
Making it easy, Chill.
100% it did. So the year that they went to the NBA championship, I think they won 50 games that year, 51 games in 86. I think and then in 87, I think they ended up dropping down. 86, 87, they ended up winning 42 games that year. So now we're building this whole thing back up. The year that they won the NBA championship.
Hold on, but go back
they
to
won
that
58
87
games.
series.
Year,
Go back to the 87 series, Chilltown. What was one of the biggest reasons
Sure.
why? If we want to just put a little bit of accountability on Hakeem Olajuwon, him averaging almost 6 turnovers a game in that series, you don't think it had played a role in them
I'm
getting
sure
swept?
that I'm sure that has something to do with it. And I can, if we're doing that, then I can do the same thing with some of the other guys who are in the top 10 all time. That they've had stinkers where they've been absolutely terrible in playoff series, where we've seen them turn the ball over 4 or 5 times. We've seen them shoot poorly, right? We've seen them do things like that. So I mean, I feel like that's splitting hairs. But when we're talking about Olajuwon, I mean, they did win 55 games in I mean, you guys, Jay, you're the fact checker. I think they won 55 games in 92, 90, and 93 when they lost when they lost to Phoenix. I think they won 55 games that year when they lost to Phoenix.
I mean, he was always making the playoffs. That without a doubt. He always making the playoffs.
It's the first round losses that look ugly on him.
But the problem with those first round losses is, again, who we're losing to, right? So they end up losing in 91 to the Lakers, they lose to the Lakers in 91. We're starting to build this thing over. They just got Vernon Maxwell. They just got Kenny Smith, right? So
another cokehead.
Oh, Jay, we cannot. Here's the thing that needs to be. We can't overstate that, Jay.
That's got to be a better leader. He got to get him off drugs, chill.
No, that's a Jay. We can't overstate that. That is a big deal. When you lose, if you think about what's going on with Joker today, imagine Joker losing KCP, Michael Porter Jr., and Jamal Murray to drugs, and now they start over. What's going on with them?
No, I got you. I'm just joking, chill. I just find it funny, bro. Like I just find it funny
over again. I think that's a significant thing. But
chill, you breaking in and out, brother.
I do understand that point, but am I?
Yeah. You good? Go ahead. We can hear you now. You good?
Can you hear me now?
You good? You good now?
I'm sorry. So, Lamont, I feel like when we're talking about dominance, I mean, he retired. He was top 10 all time in rebounds. He was top 10 all time in steals. He was top 10 all time in
checks
points.
The boxing stats.
Nobody
I
did
give
that.
Him that. He checks the boxing stats.
Nobody did that, right? Yeah. I can appreciate losing early in the playoffs, but that also goes back to, like I said, we built the team, we had to rebuild the team, and we had some fortune because we avoided some teams. Just like Jordan said, it's a good thing that they can't ever get out of the West. Because I don't know if we got an answer for that monster. He was talking about Olajuwon.
Hey, did Otis Thorpe make an all-star team, chill? Otis Thorpe?
Yes, he did.
But I think he made that after Hakeem. I can't remember.
It was right before Olajuwon that he made the all-star team.
Yeah, he didn't do it with Hakeem.
I think that was his most consistent guy. So what James had with Varejao, that's what Olajuwon had with Otis Thorpe. He had him the longest. And don't forget, too, that team that in 95 when they won it, when they trade for Drexler, and I don't know if you know this, Jay, because I know you're also the historian. When they trade for Drex, they're in fourth place in the West, right? They're in fourth place in the West. When they trade for Drex, they end up going under 500 for the rest of the season. It's not going well. It is not going well. They were fortunate enough that, I mean, don't forget they end up falling 3-1 in the hole to the Suns, and they ended up choking again. But with that being said, this is the kind of stuff that's going on. Team continuity. You move off of Vernon Maxwell. You do get a better player in Clyde Drexler, but I'm pretty confident that you guys can agree that just because you get a better player does not mean that this guy's a better fit. You know how I feel about Mark Aguirre and Adrian Dantley. I think Adrian Dantley is a better player than Mark Aguirre. I just think Mark Aguirre fit better with the bad boys.
Okay, so Chilltown, right? I found my criteria, right, Chilltown?
Sure.
So I want you to tell me if Hakeem checks a box in these, right? So my first criteria is dominance over the decade. The player must have clearly been the best among their generation. I think we both agree, Chilltown, he gets a check there, correct?
Check.
Okay. Significant winning, titles, finals appearances, sustained winning at the highest level. Check mark. Check. I give him a check there. That's 2 check marks. Now, this is where it gets dicey. Impact on the game. Changed the way the game of basketball was played. Influence strategies, rules, or the direction of the league.
Check.
I don't give him a check there.
The reason why I do is one, he demanded a double team. 2, I know how you feel about footwork. When I see the all-time greats go to him to recognize how awesome he was on the box, and not only how awesome he was on the box, how awesome he was in the mid-range and the big man being able to step out and knock down mid-range shots. I think that's very important, and I think that he enhanced that as a big because not a lot of bigs were doing that. I'm not saying no bigs were doing that because Ewing was doing that too. David Robinson was doing that. But the fact that he was able to step out and the fact that he was able to knock down a mid-range shot, you can run your offense through.
So are you saying
in that aspect also?
But you would have to but to give him that, you would have to was commanding a double team unique to him? Because he would have to influence something new that we've never seen.
Yes.
Only thing is the footwork.
Yes. And to answer your question, Coach,
how did he change? Like, for example, when we talk about Steph Curry, he completely rewired how you defend. He completely
because of the long ball. Yes, sir.
Yeah. And then he also changed how every high schooler in America, college player approaches the game. He completely changed the game. Like
100%.
You feel like Hakeem had an impact on the game like that?
And here's why I say that is because you couldn't defend him one-on-one on the box. Now your defensive strategy now has to change where I got to send double teams. And Olajuwon wasn't exactly the best passer. So the fact that he became a better passer as his career went on, but before then he wasn't a great passer. So to your point, when you talk about one-on-one and you talk about that dream shake wasn't all of that. Actually, it was. In fact, that's why we had to send a double team, because he was frying guys one-on-one. And now when you send a double team, what I got to do now is I got to shift the defense, and we got to learn how to play in a double team when there's two guys playing. We got to learn how to drop.
Was that the first time we ever saw a double team on a big man?
Well, it's not that we didn't see a double team on a big man. It was that Olajuwon was splitting double teams. Not only was Olajuwon splitting double teams, he was scoring on double teams pretty regularly. That was going on. So I feel like he enhanced your defense and how you double team, how you attack the double team.
No, I think we both agree he enhanced the team.
Sure.
But I'm thinking, I want you to think a little bit beyond how he impacted his team. When this category,
you're talking about the game. Let's take Houston off the table.
Like I don't think double teams were unique to Hakeem. I would, if I had to give double teams to anybody, I would give it to Wilt or Kareem before I gave it to Hakeem Olajuwon. If it's about impacting the game, like how the game was played, like double teams were not unique to Hakeem. Like Jordan got double teamed. I'm sure Patrick saw him. Like it was just a strategy that they threw at him, but it wasn't nothing new. Like.
And it didn't work.
No, double teams don't always work. Yeah, that's true.
And the reason why they don't work is because I got to learn how to play out of a double team. And Olajuwon was able to do that off the strength of his footwork and how he was able to see the game. That's why guys went to him and tried to understand his footwork, not just because of the dream shake, but also splitting double teams, open pivot, playing out of double teams and things like that. Jabbar wasn't doing that. Jabbar was catching the ball in the box in a double team. He was just skyhooking you to death, and there's really nothing to do about it.
But he impacted the game. But his impact on the game with Sky, that's looked at as the most unstoppable move in NBA history.
Sure, and so was the dream shake.
No,
I'm not putting it up there with the skyhook, but I'm putting it up there. I ain't putting it up there with the sky. I ain't saying that, Jay.
Okay.
I ain't saying that, Coach.
Okay, so let's give you. Okay, you check there. So you give him 3 check marks. Now, my next category is unique. I don't know if you've ever heard this criteria yet. You have to be the GOAT of something, right? You have to be the best at something, the best defender, the all-time leading scorer. Like, what is he the GOAT of to you?
So when he retired, to your point, when you talked about winning, and when you talked about winning, and you talked about doing that at a high level. So when he retired, he was the all-time shot block leader in NBA history. So he was the best rim protector in NBA history when he retired. So in addition to him being in the top 10 in scoring, in addition to him being a great defender with his hands, he was the best rim protector that the NBA had seen.
Okay, so is he the greatest shot blocker in NBA history?
I think he's the best defensive player in NBA history. I'm not just going to stop with shot blocking. I think he's the best defensive player in NBA history.
Okay, so I gave that label to Bill Russell, so I couldn't give it to Hakeem.
And I can make an argument for Bill Russell. I can make a solid argument, but I think
so. I mean, if you give him so far, that's 4 check marks. So by my criteria, just those 4 check marks alone would put him probably 5 to 9, right? Depending on where other things, because the last criteria is just MVPs. You have to have at least 2.
Yep.
And so for me, he didn't check enough boxes to crack it, but again, I see how you can say that he did check more boxes. But that's just like I say. I mean, look. I'm not gonna act like Hakeem couldn't play. I
don't think that's what you're saying at all. That's not what I hear at all. No, not at all. But I think that there's a certain, if we're being honest, and we're talking about being one of the 10 best players in NBA history, like there's certain things that have to be absolute in order for me to say you are that. It can't be, well, you were kind of this, and well, you were really good at that. No, there has to be things that are absolute. I can get with that. I can definitely get with that.
No.
All right,
I get you on the King. Now, I'm gonna let Go James Kingdom chime in on some of this stuff, because there are a lot of people also asking about the '90s. I feel the '90s was the worst era of NBA basketball in NBA history.
Me and Jake fight about this all the time. I'm sick of Jay.
I don't call it the worst era. It's not the worst era to me. It's the weakest era. There's a difference.
Me and Jay fight about this all the time.
The 50s is obviously the worst era in NBA history. If you're a true novice of the NBA.
Well, I just got the job, Jay. I don't really know what I'm doing yet.
Yeah.
So
I know. But if that's the case, if we don't count the 50s.
No, we counting it. I just got the job, though.
No, but I'm just saying. At the end of the day, the '90s is definitely overrated. A lot of guys like to boost the '90s up because of Jordan, and that's the era people. A lot of us watched because again, like I told people, I was born '81. I know watching as a teenager the '90s and eventually the 2000s. A lot of us didn't watch the '80s. A lot of us didn't watch the '70s. Damn near none of us watched the '60s. So, you know, the '90s though is completely overrated due to the fact that there was just never that many great teams. That's just the way I see it. Every era had great teams, great eras. If we go back to the '60s, you got Bill Russell and Wilt Chamberlain going at it. Duos, greatest of all time, right? Then in the '70s it's Dr. J, and it's in the '80s it's Bird, it's Magic. In the '90s it's just Jordan. That's why they got to throw Hakeem in there. And then you get to the 2000s, it goes crazy. You get Shaq, Kobe, Duncan, LeBron. Then you get the 2010s, it's LeBron, KD, Stephen Curry, right? And now we're in the 2020s, and we got SGA, Giannis, Joker. You know what I mean? So like
James, are you talking about
era had
all
great
time
players,
great
great teams. The 90s was just lacking.
Wait, so James, are you talking about all-time great teams, or are you just talking about like great teams in general?
Yeah, I'm talking about all-time great teams.
Oh, all-time. Okay.
All-time great teams. It's just the Bulls in the 90s. Every other era has multiple teams.
So you wouldn't
that
say
Rockets team in '95 was what they did was pretty significant. I don't know.
Not what they did, but as far as being a team, they're not a great team. We're talking about the greatest teams of all time. You're not going to bring up nobody outside of the Bulls in the '90s.
Why would I bring up the Rockets when they every team that '95 team, every team that they beat, number one, no team in NBA history beat these amount of 50 and 60 win teams. No team did that.
That's because the '90s was filled with 50 and 60 win teams because they had a lot of 15 and 20 win teams.
Well, that's because of expansion, sure.
That's why I make that.
Well, they had the most. I'm gonna tell y'all some facts about how bad, like competition wise. So for that 10-year span, over that course of that 10-year span, 17 teams finished that 10-year span with below 500 records. Also, the 90s had the most 60 lost teams in NBA history over that 10-year span. And then there were 7 years over that 10-year span where 20% of the league lost 60-plus games. So when you look at some of the teams that were able to get to 50 and 60 wins, a lot of that was a byproduct of them being able to beat up on some very bad teams. Literally, every 1 in 5 teams in the 90s was unwatchable.
I mean, I can counter that right there, Coach. I watched the Knicks. I watched the Knicks lose 50 games 5 straight years. I watched the Charlotte Hornets go 9 and 72. Not 9. I'm sorry, 9 and 67 during that. They were awful, right? So I mean, we've had some bad teams in the 2010. From 2010 to 2019, we've had some really bad teams during that time. The Knicks losing 50 straight games, losing 50 games 5 straight years. That Charlotte team. I mean, we've had some bad teams. That's definitely been going on.
Yeah, but Jordan was running Charlotte.
They don't want to hear that.
I mean, they did make
Hold on. Are you talking about this
They don't want to hear
era?
that.
Hold on. You talking about this era? Hold on. Go, Chilltown.
I just said from 2010 to 2019.
I know, but even from 2010 to 2019, the sheer volume of teams that finish that, like, you won't ever find another 10-year span in NBA history where that many teams finished a 10-year span with a below 500 record. You won't find a 10-year span with that many 60 lost teams, or you won't find so many individual years where you had where 20% of the league lost 60 plus games. Yes,
I think that has a lot to do
the
with
expansion
it.
is also plays a role in that era being absolutely watered down and a little bit weaker as well. And I also think there's an element to the 90s that nobody talks about. I think it lacked competition, right? Because when you have almost the entirety of your league telling the world how scared they were of a 6'6" shooting guard. We feared him. They called him Black. It was so weird that as soon as Kobe Bryant caught wind of it, they said, yeah, you're supposed to call him Black Jesus. He said, Black Jesus? It took Kobe Bryant, a 18-year-old rookie, coming out of Italy, coming out of high school, to have to put some reality check to some of these guys saying, what have y'all been doing the entire 90s running around being scared of this man? I'm not calling him no Black Jesus.
Wait, so
I'm
Shaq
calling
and Kevin
him
Garnett
Mike.
said it too. Shaq and Kevin Garnett.
How
we
can
want
you
him
be a
afraid,
true
they won't
competitor to somebody if you fear him? You've already sold out to the loss. You've already sold out.
Real quick, LeBron, I got a question. Like when you're talking about the 60 lost teams in that era, I had two questions. So was it how was it? Was it a lot of teams that made the playoffs under 500 in that 90s era? Was it many teams that made the playoffs under 500?
I don't know. I don't have those numbers in front of me. I'm sure you could tell.
What you think, Johnny?
There was
Well,
a good amount.
the Miami Heat were like 39 and like.
There was a good amount. There was a good amount.
Yeah, I
Okay.
think it was a
We just
few.
want to make sure we're on the record.
Yes, plenty of teams making the playoffs going, being
I
under.
got to make it
But
seem
you
like
gotta-
that's only in LeBron's era.
But and you go also look at the draft classes. You
No,
got
and another thing, it's not even just the draft classes too. Another thing too, you guys got to remember the collective bargaining agreement that was signed after the NBC deal and how the league changed, how stars can be moved, the bird rights, holding on to players for 7-8 years. So it was hard to move players. So a lot of the talent that was coming in the late 80s, early 90s, you had them under contract for 7-8. You had them for the decade. Unless you was ready to relinquish them. That's why people like Charles Barkley had to force their way out of Philadelphia. Clyde Drexler had to force his way out of Portland. Players have to force themselves out of these situations. Scottie Pippen tried to force himself out of Chicago, but it didn't work. So that was another thing that messed up the 90s was that there was rules that allowed teams to hold on to the best players. So it was hard to add the secondary sidekick player, quote unquote sidekick player. So a lot of teams just had one superstar because the league wanted to make sure all these expansion teams, all 20-something teams in the league, everyone had at least one star. That
Only
was
except
what we were
everyone
trying to
didn't.
accomplish.
Only
And the
except-
follow-up is that an indication that the league is weak or that means that it's parity because teams are making the playoffs under 500? Which one is it? Is it parity or the conference of the league is weak?
There's no parity because what ends up happening is that like it got so bad for the NBA that they had to tell the Toronto Raptors and the Grizzlies they couldn't have a number one overall pick for the first 3 drafts. They had a crazy rule like that because teams like the Hornets, the Magic, the Heat, and the Timberwolves were just racking up all the best players on the team and they were still losing.
Jay, real quick before you move any further, this dude I seen him on your Goat James Kingdom Live. Willie, this dude is incredible. This dude is talking about Pippen signed a bad contract. Nobody forced Pippen to sign that bullshit deal.
First of all, it wasn't a bullshit deal. That's what people forget. It wasn't. Scottie Pippen outplayed the contract.
Well, and the problem was that Scottie didn't have the foresight to see where the NBA was going.
Yep.
That's why. He didn't have the foresight to see that, in 2 years, in 3 years, this contract is going to be outdated. He didn't see that. He was just looking at $13, $14 million in 1991. That's a big deal. Not realizing that, after these dudes come back from the Olympics, this thing is going to be even bigger than what it already is. Way bigger.
Right. The league was on the come up.
Yes, but he didn't see that. He's just thinking about what's going on right now. But
again, $18 million in 1992 is a lot of money.
That's a lot of dough. $18 million is a lot of bread. But he did. In fact, the general manager told him this contract is going to be outdated. He still signed it though because he needed the bread. He said he needed the money. So I've seen this guy on your live, and to be honest with you, I think it's funny as hell when you roast him. I think it's so funny. I do.
But the thing about this though, chill. Nobody brought up Scottie Pippen when I mentioned these contracts. I brought up guys like Barkley, Drexler, other players. They signed Magic Johnson to a 20-year contract, ladies and gentlemen. A 20-year contract.
Yeah, $25 million for 25 years.
Come on, ladies and gentlemen. Like, think about and Magic. Magic signed it. He was like, "Oh, I'm worth $1 million for the next 25 years." So we're gonna call Magic dumb? Magic's not a dumb businessman. That's just how the game was back then. It's just understanding. But these guys don't have an understanding because, again, they believe in myth. Remember, Willie believed in Santa Claus, and he never had a chimney. Never.
Hey, Coach, I'm gonna leave y'all to it, man. It was good to talk to you.
Chill, appreciate you pulling up, man.
No doubt, chill.
Yes, sir.
No doubt, chill.
Hey, so host, if I may cut into the conversation, man. Trying to get up here for a minute, man.
Yes, sir.
So
I saw
just
you in there. I
wanna-
got you in though. Appreciate you.
Yeah. I just want to know, like, how is the '90s watered down or like diluted?
Mhm.
That's what I want to know.
The 90s is watered down for a number of reasons. And so what I always tell people is this. When I say the 90s is trash, I always preface it by saying, I'm not saying that the players were trash. The players can only play in the situation that the league puts them in. The league just put them in a screwed up situation. And so when they expanded the league, like a lot of people make it seem like it was just the expansion teams that were bad. It had a whole bunch of ramifications. There were a lot of ramifications that also impacted the middling teams that were trying to get better. There were ramifications for playoff teams that were trying to get better. Because with the expansion drafts, you have to replace those guys. A lot of those guys were replaced with role players from the CBA or overseas guys, right? These are not true NBA guys. So you thin out the good teams, right? At least the back end of their benches. You have very weak and poorly ran expansion teams. Then you already have your below average to average teams that are just trying to get better. And so there were also other implications. So it's called draft compensation. They didn't just give the expansion teams the expansion draft and said, go try to be champs. They gave them something called draft compensation. So, for example, when we look back on those years when Charlotte Hornets, when they drafted Kobe, they also had a draft compensation draft pick as well. So who else did they draft? They had two shots at this thing. They got Tony Delk, who was a really good player. Everybody remembers him out of Kentucky. Really good player. And they drafted Kobe Bryant. They were really, but they drafted Kobe Bryant with the thought process of, oh, we could trade him. We could parlay him for Vlade Divac. We got Tony Delk. We got all these other, we can just, and they thought they were making a really good move. But imagine if they didn't have that draft compensation. And maybe Kobe goes to, let's say, the Pacers or another team that was actually already established in the league trying to get better. Jerry Salone talked about the fact that he said, look, y'all giving all these expansion teams draft compensation, we can't make our team better. Jerry Salone even complained about it. I mean, if you think about it, when they were battling the Bulls those years, who was the best draft pick that they had? Howard Eisley out of the second round? That was probably the best draft pick they got. There was no room for them to really get any better, even via the draft. And so this is why you saw a lot of teams literally stay pat with the same team for a long period of time. The Celtics were irrelevant for almost the entire decade. Same with the Clippers, same with the Mavericks. I mean, you just saw teams stagnant, right? We saw the expansion teams get really good really fast, but then they got bad really fast because they were poorly ran organizations. And so it was a mess all over the place. And that's just the expansion. It goes farther than that. I mean, obviously the players coming in from college.
Before we move on to that, right? So like, listen, I agree with you. There was expansion going on, you know, like in the '80s and in the '80s, like, you know, the Charlotte Hornets and the Orlando Magic came in, so that affected the '90s for sure. And like, but this is my problem with you saying it's watered down. The year before LeBron James got drafted, expansion happened. So I'm confused because if you look at every NBA era outside of the 2010s, and mind you, expansion is literally about to happen in the next few years. They're literally about to add 2 new teams. So expansion happens in almost every era. So how can we say that the 90s is watered down when expansion happened in the 80s? It happened in the 90s. It happened in the 2000s. It's about to happen in
The expansion that affected the 90s was this. From 1988 to 1985, they added 6 new teams. When you add that many teams in such a condensed amount of time, it has an overall impact on the quality of the league. And remember, this is just not me, right? Larry Bird talked about this. Dennis Rodman even came out in 96 And what did he say publicly on TV?
Yeah, that there
He
was.
said publicly on TV. He said he literally said on TV. He said we are cakewalking through the league. He said we're playing a whole bunch of guys that don't know what they're doing. He even said this is the year they went 72-10. He said we're actually playing bad, and we just walking through teams. This is when they went 72-10. This is not me saying it. Like
No, hold
so
on,
when
another thing.
Hold on, real quick. Hey, host. Now, respectfully, you're not answering my question though, because
okay, what's your question?
You're not answering my question. So you're saying that Jordan, like the '90s, was watered down because of expansion, but
It's the volume of expansion teams that made it watered down.
The year before LeBron James got drafted, it was an expansion team.
Were there 6 teams? Were there 6 new teams when LeBron got drafted?
Todd, I can answer the question, Lamont.
It wasn't 6. It wasn't 6 new teams when Jordan got drafted.
It was 6.
It wasn't
That's what I said. I said the 90s was impacted by the volume of new teams that came in the league because it wasn't just the teams came in; they also got draft compensation, which took from other teams to give to the expansion teams.
Okay,
and that happened over a period of years. Well, go ahead, Johnny.
What are the 6 teams? What are the 6 teams?
Todd, the difference is between the expansion of the late 60s and the 70s compared to the 90s, or the one team that was added in the 2010s. I don't know what expansion happened during LeBron's draft that you're talking about, but
the Charlotte Bobcats.
That team just moved.
They just moved.
No. It didn't move.
Again, Todd, listen, Todd.
But you're not going to spread a lot.
Charlotte Hornets went to being the Pelicans in New Orleans.
No, that's not what.
Listen, Todd. I'm
you're
not
spreading
done.
false information, bro. That's not what happened.
Todd, listen. I was a Charlotte Hornets fan. They left the Charlotte Hornets and became the New Orleans team. Then in 2003, the Bobcats.
They added the Bobcats.
Exactly.
That's an expansion.
2013. And 2013 was when that was in the 2010s. That wasn't in the 2000s. That's one team. So that was just one team that was added to the league. It went from 29 to 30 teams, which is what we have right now. But the expansion that happened during the 60s, and you gotta let me explain this. During the 60s, there were only 8 to 10 teams. There was an excess of extra players that never made the NBA. There was so much excess of players that they were able to create another league called the ABA. So the talent pool in the 60s was larger than the actual teams that were in the NBA. So when the NBA was expanding in the late 60s, it was in competition to try to add the players that the ABA was stealing from them. Because now the ABA is taking good talent as well. So now what you have is in the 70s, you have a growth of the NBA expansion team, but also the growth of the ABA team, because there's a lot of talent out there. And back then they used to have like a 12-round draft. They used to pick almost like a whole team in the draft, and only like 1 or 2 players would stay on the team. So and that didn't change to the mid 80s, right?
So question. So I'm confused. If it was less team in the 90s and y'all are saying that the competition was watered down, now that there's 30 teams, wouldn't that mean that it's more watered down now?
No, because you didn't let me get to the point, sir. So as I was explaining,
I'm confused.
when the NBA eventually gets to the 16 teams by 1975, before they do the merger with the ABA, they had expanded like 7 teams in like the last 7 to 8 years. Between like 68 and 75, they added like 7 or 8 teams to the NBA, right? But there was already a pool of talent that the NBA could get those players to pull in, so it didn't dilute the talent in the league, because there was already a group of players that could join the league that were professional players, talented players that actually belong in the league. They just wasn't enough teams for it. And then when they merged, they took all the best players from the ABA and put them to the NBA. So when you get the adding of all the 20 teams after the merger, you just add more talent to the league. There's no dilution of talent. Then you get the one team that was added before 1980. I think it was the Cleveland Cavaliers. If I'm correct, so you get the 21 teams, and eventually you get the 23 teams before the 80s, right from the beginning of the 80s. Because I think they added Dallas Mavericks, the Cavaliers, or something like that. You can add that as another dilution of the league if you really want to go.
Okay, but I'm confused. You didn't answer my question. So
I'm getting to that, sir. You have to be patient. So you have anything else to do on a Saturday night? You got a date or something?
I mean, bro, y'all are kind of walking around my question.
Okay, hold on.
No, because you're not
Let me
understanding
hear
because
what
you
his
don't know the
question is,
history
because
of the
I
sport.
feel like we asked you a
can't.
question.
First of
What
all,
is your
you
question?
can't ask us a question, then tell us how to answer the question. If you
Yeah,
want to
that's
know
what
the
I think
answer,
he
you gotta
wants.
sit and be patient to get the answer.
So y'all are using the expansion argument and the watered down league
No, that's
argument.
not the only argument. That's the only one thing you've heard so far.
You didn't even let me get to it. You didn't let me explain to you why it was watered down. You don't even want to hear the truth.
My question is if there are more teams now than there were in the '90s, how is the league not more watered down now? If it's
So
more
no,
teams,
No. What they're trying to say is, so basically, is it like, so if you're adding 6 teams, which is 90 new players, which the league at that time only had, what, in the '90s, what, like 25 teams, 26 teams, right?
Yep.
If I'm not wrong, so 25, 26 teams, and then they're adding 90
I
new
was
players.
getting to that.
Yeah.
Listen, Black James, I was getting to that.
Yeah.
By the time you get to 1988, there's only 23 teams in the NBA. That's it. They add 4 teams in a 2-year span. In 1989, they add 2 teams. In 1990, they add 2 more teams. That was a part of the expansion from the 80s. They knew that was going to happen. They knew there was going to be 4 teams added by the time the 90s started. So you get the Miami Heat, you get the Charlotte Hornets, you get the Minnesota Timberwolves, and you get the Orlando Magic.
Yep.
That's
All right, Todd. These guys answer you in detail, Todd. Let's keep it moving on, man. They answer you in detail.
So now, when
Y'all
you
gotta
when you
let
get
go
to the
James finish,
80s,
and then we're gonna
though,
come back to
when
you,
you
Todd.
get to the 80s and you get to late 80s and the early 90s, there is no pool of talented professional players sitting around waiting for a job. Then you add, wait a minute. Then you add 2 more teams in 95.
Yep.
The league got so bad as far as finding talent that they started looking for international players. That's where you get the Pepovic. That's where you get the Def Left Shrimps. That's where you go get the Vlade Divacs. That's where you go get the Sabonises. Guys who were trying to get the Oscar Schmidts to play in the NBA who was old. Because there was no talented players to go get. Because you wanted to get real talented players. They even said, you know what? We'll let guys who are I don't know how you call it, underclassmen in the NBA. That's where you get the Kevin Garnetts. That's when you get the Kobe Bryant. Because there was no pool of talent to go grab players from. It was so bad that players like Muggsy Bogues and Dale Curry, who are prominent bench players, became starters because the Charlotte Hornets. Guys like Greg Anthony.
You're saying Kobe Bryant and Kevin Garnett isn't
Guys
talent?
like Greg Anthony was on the bench for 5
Tracy
years.
McGrady isn't
or 4
talent?
years before the Van Grizzlies come around, and now he has a starting position for the next 2 years. So the NBA was diluted by the fact that there was no pool of talent that you could insert to fill in all of these spots that you're bringing in. And the league suffered from that. Jordan noticed it. That's one of the reasons why Jordan returned, because he realized other teams cannot actually equip themselves so that if he adds himself to any team like the Knicks, which he was thinking about going to the Knicks, or the Bulls, and make sure the Bulls don't get rid of Pippen, because he's not coming back if they don't have Pippen, that he can still win a couple more championships, because the pool was diluted by adding 6 teams to a profession that didn't have
The
all of
talent
these
pool.
extra players ready to join the league.
Hold on, Todd. We've been talking since
Hold
you've been
on,
up here,
it's on
Todd.
Todd. We're
Hold
gonna
on,
come to
Todd.
you,
You've been
Black
talking since
James.
you've been
Hold
up
on,
here.
Black James.
Hold
We're
on.
gonna come to you next. Let Ty respond. Or at least I want to hear his question, because if that didn't answer your question, what is your question?
So I have 2 statements. I'm gonna make it real quick. So like this is my thing. So he said that like pulling high school players have been a thing before the expansion even started. Moses Malone was really drafted out of high school, and then the fact that you would come up here and say that Kobe Bryant and Kevin Garnett isn't talent when they're Hall of Famers is fucking crazy, bro. And then on top of that,
Sir, Moses Malone was drafted to the ABA.
Let me
He was
finish.
not drafted to the NBA. Continue.
Let me finish. Hold on. So basically, let's not act like LeBron didn't benefit off of that. He came out of high school, so was LeBron.
What does
James
LeBron
not-
have to do with this, sir? What are you
No,
talking
but,
about?
but LeBron, hold on, wait. LeBron James, hold on, wait.
We always
LeBron
find
James,
Always go back to LeBron.
I don't know
Wait,
what this has to do with anything. I don't know what you're talking about. Because when Kevin Garnett came in the league, nobody was saying he was going to change the NBA. Kobe was drafted 13.
I'll let you finish.
What are you talking about?
I'll let you finish, bro. I'll let you finish. LeBron James was literally drafted 3 years after the 90s ended. So how did the LeBron James not benefit off of that?
What are you talking about? LeBron James was drafted 8 years after Kevin Garnett got his first hardship from the
No,
NBA.
I said after
that
the
nobody
90s
got
ended.
since the
I said after the
70s.
90s ended. 3 years after
Again,
the 90s ended.
Kevin Garnett got an NBA hardship that no one got since the 70s. What are you talking about?
Why is he bringing up LeBron anyway?
What are you talking about?
Why
That's
can't
what
I
they
bring
all
up?
do.
I mean, y'all are
Okay, so
using
hold
it
on,
to-
Todd. You
y'all
brought
are
up
using
you
it to
brought up
bash
the
Jordan. Why can't I
Bobcats.
bring up LeBron? What's wrong
Okay,
with
so
that?
Todd, you brought up the Bobcats, right?
Mhm.
How did that one team dilute the league enough to make it weak like the 6 expansion teams that came in and impacted the 90s?
Expansion draft. Like
Okay,
you said
so
earlier.
so talk about it. How did it
No,
dilute the other teams?
host. I agree with you. Like it didn't dilute it to the point where like in the 80s and 90s,
No,
but it still diluted it.
okay, and so
You
all
gotta
I'm
keep
asking
it
you, Todd,
consistent.
is if it diluted it to any degree, I want you to explain to us how the Charlotte Bobcats, that one team, diluted the league to give LeBron James a better opportunity. Explain it to us.
I mean that's 15 players taken away
Who?
from
What
29
players?
seasons,
Talk to
right?
us about it.
I mean, I don't know exactly what players were on that team, bro, but like that's still 15. That's still a 15-man roster constructed
Okay, do
out
you
of
remember?
29.
Okay, so also, as I talked about, the draft compensation. How did the draft compensation given to the Charlotte Bobcats interfere with the other teams in the league?
Bro, I don't know that at the top of my head. I'm gonna be
So
honest.
no,
Off the top of my head.
Todd. This is 90 players compared to 15 players. So it's going to dilute the league if it's 90
Yeah, we're talking
players.
about a larger
And
pool of
also,
Yo,
players.
Johnny,
Yeah,
what's
it's
going on with
90.
this man?
may I touch on the point about the high school thing? Like, I don't think he's getting to the point. I don't think he's understanding how that weak dilution of talent was so bad that they had to get high school players. And no, nobody's
Kevin
just
Garnett and Kobe
nobody.
Bryant are Hall of
Bro, we
Famers,
let
bro.
you
What are you
talk.
talking
We
No,
let you
about? That's
talk.
talent.
No,
Tracy McGrady is
listen, no.
talent. He's a Hall of
Yeah,
Famer.
they had to go get the high school talent.
Yeah, but you're
Nobody
not
thought
They're
all
mentioning
these
Hall of
high school.
Famers,
Hold
though.
on,
What
You're
are you
not
man.
acting
mentioning
like these
Laquan
guys are Hall
McDonald
of
Hold
Famers?
on.
and the other high
Can I
school guys
finish?
that didn't do nothing. There's a bunch of other guys that they drafted too in the 90s that couldn't do nothing as well.
Yeah,
These guys,
Guys
the
that came up
guys
some of
y'all are
from
these,
naming,
some of these.
they're Hall of
Listen.
Fame players. What are you
All
talking
right,
about?
but
That's
listen,
talent.
can I
Right,
talk?
Jonathan Bender.
Why
We
is
could
being
get
so?
technical. It's other high school players that
What?
flamed out.
Yo, hold on,
Yes, and
y'all. Can I
other
finish?
underclassmen
Okay, you
too.
can say the
Not
same
just
thing for
that, other
college
guys
drafted
that was
players.
freshmen and
There's college draft.
But yeah, but there was players that were
It doesn't matter if it's
getting
high school or
drafted. There were
college.
players from
There's busts from
the
college.
'90s
Like,
that
what are
were
we
getting
talking about?
drafted out of.
Okay, so
There
Todd,
was
hold on.
players out
I
of the
think to
'90s
help Todd
from
out. Hold on one second, one boy. I think to help Todd out, I think you really need to understand that the expansion was just one of the issues. That it's one of many issues. I think we all can agree that every single era of basketball has an issue. But when we look to the 90s, there was a plethora of significant issues that impacted that league, right? I think one of the biggest things that made the 90s weak was it was a league that was solely hinged on the dominance of one player. And when Jordan retired, as we saw, ratings plummeted, the league plummeted. It was really an unwatchable league when Jordan retired. It was a league that was solely hinged on the dominance of one man. It was built around that. And I think it all stemmed from them just pushing one player. We didn't see all the talent. And we couldn't see a lot of talent shine because a lot of the talent was stuck on a singular team without that team having a realistic ability to get better, right? So we can see that team battle and have actually a fair battle with Jordan in the playoffs or even in the finals. We never were able to see that. So guys like Mitch Richmond at Jordan's position, he's stuck on the Sacramento Kings. What Sacramento, with all the expansion teams coming in, never had a realistic shot to get better. Wayman Tisdale and Mitch Richmond, it just wasn't a strong enough combination for him to be able to make it to the finals. And so we saw the Sacramento Kings. It took them an entire decade. It wasn't until the 2000s where they got a little bit of relevance and got a little bit better. Right?
Let me say this real quick.
Those are the issues that we were having.
No, can I finish my point now?
And secondly, Todd, I think
Kevin Garnett made multiple
Secondly,
All-Star
Todd,
teams
I
in
want
the
you to
90s. What are you
remember
talking
that.
about? He made multiple
Secondly,
All-Star
hold on
teams.
one second, Todd. I just need you to remember that I don't blame the weakness of the 90s on the players. It was systematically this is something that even David Stearns alluded to. Like, we can read the quotes from the people. Like, it's not just me. Like, when we look at what Larry Bird said, he said, I think the expansion really hurt the league. I think it's depleted the talent of our league. And he went on a long. Rod Thorne talked about it, and he was the executive GM of the league, right? Jerry Salone even said, he said the way the league is right now, he says you can get by with just 3 good players, and your team can have a chance to win it all. He says before that, you would have to have at least 4, 5, or 6 great players and then some good talent around them to win. He understood that the talent got so diluted, all you needed was 2, 3 good players and you could make a run. And so that's an issue when your coaches and your players of your league are even saying the same thing, not just me. And there's a reason why when the 90s completed, 17 teams finished the 90s with a record below 500. For 7 years in the 90s, 60% of the league lost 60-plus games. That in and of itself should tell you there's something imbalanced with this league. Why do we have so many teams losing 60 games?
No, can I finish my point now? Can I finish my point?
I don't think
that's not.
No, can I finish my point? Let me finish my point.
I mean, that just means there's more parity in the league, bro. So that makes
no, parity is what we saw. Parity is what we saw last year when the Lakers, who were what were they, a 3 seed or something? And the separation between the 3 seed and like the 7 or 8 seed was like 1 or 2 games. We only use parity with good teams, with winning records. We never look at a whole bunch of teams. Yeah, the only thing that was parity was the losers. It was a whole bunch of bad teams. So the only thing that you could consider parity was, yeah, we have a league full of a whole bunch of bad teams. We don't look at bad teams and say that's parity. We look at good teams. And we see there's a whole bunch of 45 to 50 win teams grouped together, and we like, dang, okay, the West has a lot of parity because a lot of teams have an opportunity to make the playoffs. You don't look at a whole bunch of 60 win teams and say, damn, we got a whole bunch of 60 lost teams. That's good parity. Nobody says that.
Now, also,
that's not parity.
Lamont, now remember as Kevin Garnett was drafted, there was a lot of guys that were coming out of college that were big names. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of them weren't one and dones. A lot of them guys stayed at college from 2 to 4 years, so they had already hit their ceiling. As the game started to change, these guys faded. These guys faded. Look at John Wallace from what's the name? Syracuse. Some of these guys coming into the NBA were not going to get any better than what they were. The high school kids had time to grow into their game. Guys like KG, guys like Amari Stoudemire, LeBron, Monte Ellis, Lou Williams, J.R. Smith, Andrew Bynum.
Jermaine O'Neal.
These guys, that's what I'm saying.
Bro, why are you trying to cherry pick like NBA busts don't exist in every era? Like, bro, Greg Oden.
They do.
Greg
Even
Oden,
Kwame Brown. Kwame Brown was a bust.
Hakeem to be. Like, what are we talking about?
I consider Eddie Curry to be a bust.
In every era, bro. What are you talking about? Darko Milicic. Like, what the fuck?
Hold on, wait. What y'all gotta understand is that even Kevin Garnett explained this. He was saying when he entered the league, it was a man's league. It was a league full of grown men. And bringing in these high school kids because of their talent,
it got younger.
Was diluting the league. That's why the league is so young now. That's why they said the league is completely young now. That's what, like Todd said, it gave the opportunities for the Kwame Browns and the LeBron James later on because the league started looking at younger talent to bring into the NBA. And at the end of the day, it was a change of the guarding, but it was because the expansion era that allowed that. So again, because there wasn't a large pool of players that you could just go get. They were going overseas. They were going to go get Kukoc. When Jerry Krause was drafting Kukoc, and people were telling me, "You're crazy for that," he was like, "This is the future of the NBA. You gotta go find talent wherever you could find it at. And if I gotta go all the way to Croatia, I'm gonna go to Croatia." And I'm gonna waste years. I'm gonna shortchange Jordan. I'm gonna shortchange Scottie Pippen so I can get this one guy because he's gonna help us for the next decade. And another thing, like I said, the fact that the league, the bird rights was so important because again, nobody was making money like the '90s players compared to players before. So I'm really gonna lose $4 or $5 million so I can go play for a team to win a championship, or I'm gonna actually go get my little $20 million because that's what I want. But to get the $20 million, I gotta sign a 7-year deal, an 8-year deal. Who's gonna turn that down? Like Horace Grant did that, but that was a risk. He risked a lot, and he did something illegal to get his money from Orlando.
Yep. They got caught.
So the league, not only was the league diluted due to the expansion, but the fact that the league was creating new collective bargaining agreement deals to where teams could keep their quote unquote stars, which they were drafting, like Larry Johnson. Like again, these guys all had to be on their teams for 7-8 years before they could even think about going anywhere else, so they can get their money.
So like y'all act like all these teams all these expansion teams that didn't come into the league at the same year. Like obviously, you had the Raptors in '95 and the Grizzlies in '95, and then you had the Hornets and the Timberwolves in the late '80s. I don't know the exact year, but like these expansion teams are coming almost a decade apart, bro. I'm confused on what.
But you're not understanding things like Muggsy Bogues and Del Curry played for who? Charlotte. What team did they go play for? The Toronto Raptors. You're taking guys from an expansion team to put on another expansion team. And these guys are not superstars.
That's a good point.
If there's no Charlotte Hornets, Del Curry and Muggsy Bogues ride the pine in Washington. That's it. But
same thing with Orlando.
Expansion draft, they get drafted to the Charlotte Hornets because that's how the draft works. They get to pick one player off every team. That's basically how they did it. So like it's a draft. I get to add 2 players from my team out of all the teams in the league. That's how the Detroit Pistons lost Rick Mahorn. He got drafted to another team. They traded him to
the wonder you just lied. Muggsy Bogues didn't join the Raptors until '99. So why are you lying?
But he still went to an expansion team.
It was through free agency.
Bro, we only can have one person talk at a time now. Gold James Kingdom is talking. Y'all gotta. I don't want to have to mute y'all.
It wasn't through the expansion draft.
Y'all gotta stop acting like he said through the expansion draft. He just said eventually he was playing on the Charlotte Hornets and he ended up on the Toronto Raptors. Listen though,
he was alluding to that he got it was through the expansion
all
draft.
This is recorded.
Don't move the goalposts.
Need to learn this.
You know what he meant.
You know what he meant, sir. When we go back and watch the film, we're gonna see that you're the one line, not Juan Boy. So here we go again. Check this out. It's a perfect example. Greg Anthony. Greg Anthony was riding the pine in New York for years until the expansion draft of '95. Now he becomes a full-fledged starter. This team is a scrub team. They're not real competition. Why you think the 1997 had like 7 teams win 60 games? Because they had a bunch of teams like the Grizzlies winning 15 games, Boston Celtics winning 17 games. Because there's you can't build a good roster across the board, so there's no parity. There's no parity. That's really it.
Hey Johnny, real quick to ask you this now, Boston. Remember, Boston
James, the young niggas not gonna accept you, bro. They not gonna accept
the Boston wasn't good in the '90s. Do you think that was because of the bird rights?
A part of it is because of the bird rights, because they can't remember. What happened with Boston was they lost 2 of the drafted players that they drafted, right? They lost Reggie Lewis, right? And I think they lost another player.
Len Bias.
Len Bias.
Yeah,
so they would have had those 2 guys, right? And Bird retiring early, they probably would have been good. But again, they suffered because of that. Because again, they can't make moves. You can't go get players. How am I going to get a free agent if I can't pay him more than the team he's already on? That's why they created this sign and trade deal. So that now you can sign and trade a player.
They was lucky to get Antoine Walker when they did. And him and Paul Pierce.
And keep this in mind too. Orlando got
to turn Boston around.
And keep this in mind too. Orlando benefited big time when they won the #1 pick in back-to-back years, especially in '93 when they won the ping pong ball out of 1 out of 66. I mean, come on, man.
No, and again, like I said, when the Grizzlies and the Raptors joined the league, the NBA implemented a rule that they were not allowed to have the #1 pick for a couple of years.
Exactly.
Just because of that, because those teams were going to be so garbage that they were going to have the highest odds to get the next best player coming into the league.
And what helped dilute, like I'm saying, these guys coming out of college, 2, 3, 4 years, they already hit their ceiling. You go from you can look at the draft patterns. You had Derek Coleman, he fell off. Larry Johnson, who fell
Yeah,
off.
but
Some of you
the
guys
one
know
boy,
Bro,
I
the
think
you
you.
names
got
and
asked,
they
bro. Come
draft.
on, bro.
Hold on,
Don't act
one boy.
conflict, bro.
Hold on one second, Todd and
Larry
one boy.
Johnson got injured, bro. We not
Todd,
gonna
hold on 1 second, please.
That's a part
When
of
I
it.
ask y'all to hold on, just hold on, please. Look, don't. It's not about the players, y'all. I don't like. It's not about the players. It's just not. It's just systematically. Even David Stern admitted it. We brought too many teams in. He says, yeah, it definitely paid off. But when you bring that many teams in such a short amount of time, there is a price to pay. And the quality of the game. This is why I say NBC did a hell of a job selling the product during that time, because during that time they still sold and made us believe that it was a hell of a product, even though compared to all other eras, it just was not a great product. This is why there was only one great team in the 90s, which was the Bulls, right? We didn't see a lot of great teams. It was hard for teams to be consistently great. It was hard for teams to build around what they had. It was just a difficult era to be a good team. And unless you went into that era with your guys, there was just no way.
The Pistons don't exist. The Rockets and the Pistons.
Hold on. Tell me about what the Pistons did in the 90s.
Bro, they went back to back, bro.
I said, tell me about what the Pistons did in the 90s.
They went back to back. And then they went to the conference finals. Bro, did the Pistons not win back-to-back championships and go to the conference finals?
My God, I said, what did the Pistons do in the 90s?
They went back-to-back.
They didn't win those in the 90s, dummy.
He's talking about the Grant Hill, Allen Houston era, not the back-to-back championships.
The Bad Boy Pistons were part of the 90s. What are you talking about?
No,
they were, bro. You're lying.
Late
You're not.
80s, early 90s.
They were part of the 80s.
Bro, the Bad Boy Pistons are the late 80s, early 90s.
God be Chad, boy. He be Chad 10.
Wow.
Bro, hold on. Todd,
No,
Todd,
he's talking about the Grant Hill
Hold
Pistons.
on. Hurry. Hold on. First of all.
So the Pistons didn't go
Todd,
back.
please, y'all just stop blurting stuff out. I'm recording this. I'm trying to keep the audio clean. If you want to run amok, there's other places on TikTok where you can be wild and run amok. This ain't one of them places. Please chill. Y'all know. Let's stop playing stupid. When I'm talking about the 90s, I'm literally talking from 1990 to 1999. The Pistons were in the garbage can for a 10-year stretch. Right? The Sacramento Kings were in a garbage can during that same stretch. The Boston Celtics were in the garbage can during that stretch. The Dallas Mavericks and the LA Clippers were in the garbage can during that stretch. We're not talking about what a team did on the last leg of a dynastic run in the 80s. That ain't the 80s. It's not the 80s we talking about the 90s. The 90s is the era that faced all the repercussions of the expansion. That's it. They faced the repercussions. It's not the players. Okay, the players are good. I know these guys can play. They were just in bad situations. I know if you pair Mitch Richmond up, maybe throw him on the Knicks, Ewing might get one. Ewing might not choke so much. But unfortunately, the way the league was designed. Hold on 1 second, Todd. Todd, please hold on. Y'all just got to face the fact.
Up here lying,
90s was ass. Hold on, Todd. How about you? We'll move on. I want you to answer this question. You seem to be very knowledgeable about the 90s. Especially since you said the Pistons went back-to-back in the 90s. So you seem to be very knowledgeable about the 90s. Tell me about the greatness of 90s basketball. Don't mention Michael Jordan.
I mean, you came up here and lied, which I did fact check.
Can you please tell me about the greatness? Okay, hold on. My question is this right here, so we can move on to the next topic.
Did you let me talk? Did you let me talk?
Hold on, Todd. The question once again is this. You said you gave us a lot of knowledge about the 90s. You said the Pistons went back-to-back in the 90s. You said a lot of great things that we never knew. Tell us about the greatness of the 90s. Tell us how. Talk about the greatness. Talk about the greatness of the 90s. Don't mention Michael Jordan.
You keep muting. You kept muting me. I was trying to explain, but I'll explain.
Talk to us.
So I will admit I was partially wrong. The Pistons didn't go back-to-back in the 90s, but they did win.
We all know that. You can just move on.
They won one championship in the 90s.
Okay. Tell us about the greatness of the 90s. Don't mention Michael Jordan.
But you keep talking over me. I'm trying to get to it, buddy. Like, you can't keep muting me and talking over me, bro. All right. Hakeem went back-to-back in the 90s. The Jazz went to multiple finals in the 90s. When we talk, I mean, y'all glazed LeBron James for going to multiple finals.
Bro, why are you talking about LeBron?
No, because you're using this to
I got Jordan as the GOAT. Why are you talking to me about Bron?
Y'all are LeBron fans, bro.
I got Jordan as the GOAT, Todd.
Y'all not slick. Y'all are trying to prop up LeBron.
Todd, I got Jordan as the GOAT.
No, but when LeBron makes finals and lose them,
bro, why you talking about LeBron? You're supposed to be telling us about the greatness of the 90s.
Rose lead to LeBron.
But y'all, but the point is, y'all are laughing at the Jazz, but y'all hype up LeBron.
Okay, then tell us how great the Jazz was.
Oh, we laughing. Trust me, we laughing. Go ahead, continue though.
Oh gosh,
definitely laughing.
Oh, you ain't used to people laughing at your silly takes, huh? Because you go to Jesse Jeffrey channels and they sound smart. But
Hey, Johnny, LeBron got drafted.
Hold on, can y'all let Todd finish? Hold on, let Todd finish. Todd, tell us. Look, Todd, telling us about the teams that made the finals ain't telling us about the greatness of the era. Tell us about the greatness of that era, the dynasties, the memorable moments.
The memorable, but bro. I mean, y'all are laughing at the Jazz. Like the Jazz weren't consistent.
Okay, you already told us that they made the finals. What made it memorable?
Wait.
Talk about it.
Wait, host. Because you're going against your own logic right now. You said earlier when you were talking about. Hold on, wait, no, don't stop. Because I'm about to expose you. When you were talking about Hakeem Olajuwon, when you were talking about
just
Hakeem
tell
Olajuwon,
us about how great the 90s
hold on,
were.
no. You're going against your own logic. Hold on. Because you said earlier that it's about consistent great seasons. Because you just said that you count the 73.
We're talking about an era of basketball, not a player.
No, don't try to talk. No,
we're not talking about a player. Can hold on.
Oh, he muting me.
Todd, please, Todd. Because look, I'm not gonna allow y'all to run off.
Moving the goalpost. You're going against your own logic.
Okay, Todd. Just hold on one second. I'm trying to give you the microphone. I want the 90s aficionado to tell the people what was. Don't tell us what teams made the finals. We all know who made the finals. None of us are dumb. We know the Jazz made the finals. That we don't consider it that great. Tell us about what made the 90s great. Don't mention Michael Jordan.
I'm not, bro. You said you're gonna give me the mic, but you keep muting me. You're muting me. And you were wrong about the Pistons in the 90s. You won't admit it. You won't admit it. You keep muting me, bro. Every time I try to explain, you keep muting me and cut me off.
Why can't? Because you can't answer the question.
No. But every time I start talking, you mute me. You mute me.
Hey, everybody, just give him a moment of silence, y'all. Give him another moment of silence.
Because you're getting cooked.
Bro, can you just tell us, please? Can you please tell us?
Answer this shit. Bro, you're asking me to explain the 90s. It's not a yes or no question I can explain in 5 seconds. That's gonna take a second, bro. Like, let me fucking talk. All right. Host, you just said that you give the 73-9 Warriors credit for losing. So how come y'all laughed at the Utah Jazz? Y'all said earlier that you give the 73-9 Warriors credit for losing.
Tell us why they're great.
No.
Just tell us.
Why did the Jazz get laughed at? I'm confused. Why did the Jazz get laughed at?
I'm sorry for laughing at the Jazz. Tell us why the Jazz were great.
The Jazz made back-to-back finals.
Did the Jazz have a record of 73-9? Yes or no?
They won 60+ games multiple seasons.
How many decades have we had 60+ wins?
No. The Jazz were consistently winning 60 games. So how is that not a great? Is that not a great record? Is that not a great record?
How many times did they win 60 games? How many times did they win?
Is that not a great record?
How many times did they win it?
How many times did they win it?
How many times did they win 60 games in that decade?
I don't know the exact number, bro, but I know it was multiple times, bro.
Okay, they won multiple times. So are they the only team in any decade to have multiple 60-win games? In that
okay, but they made back-to-back finals, though. That's what I'm.
No, we know that. We accepted that. So continue. But
you just said no. But the whole said out of his own mouth that he counts. No, but the whole said out of his own mouth that he counts 73-9 Warriors. But when the Jazz get brought up, it don't matter.
Can you just tell us about why the 90s was great?
73-9 is something. You just said the Jazz making the finals. Every year somebody makes the finals. He said not every year somebody wins 73 games. That's obviously a precedent that we got to establish. 73 wins is great, sir. It's the most wins in NBA history. The Jazz making the finals happened 75 times in NBA history.
Cool. All right, so the reason the '90s was great without Michael Jordan, I thought the reason that the '90s
Don't mention Michael Jordan.
I just said without Michael Jordan.
Okay.
I didn't.
Okay.
I just said so. You got you got to listen, brother.
Okay, got you.
You're
My bad.
All right. The reason that the '90s was great without MJ per se, Hakeem Olajuwon, obviously one of the greatest championship runs of all time, went back to back. '94, biggest carry job in NBA history, behind probably Dirk Nowitzki in 2011. Then we talk about the players on the uprise. Shaquille O'Neal on the uprise. Karl Malone, multiple MVPs in the '90s. Probably the greatest power forward before Tim Duncan came along. Probably, right? Then we talk about, I know you tried to downplay the Pistons, but the Pistons did win a championship in the '90s, and they did make the playoffs 60% of the time in the '90s. Then on top of that, you got great players like Clyde Drexler. You've had great playoff moments.
What were the best rivalries you remember from the '90s?
Knicks and the Bulls.
No, that's Jordan.
No, the Bulls is a Michael Jordan.
Yeah, it is.
Don't
talk. I don't want to hear nothing that got to do with Jordan. What were the other rivalries? What were the other rivalries?
I mean, you could say probably. You could probably say I'd say the Magic and the Rockets.
That was a rivalry.
Before the Knicks and Pacers.
The Knicks and you had the Knicks and Pacers.
Hold on. You said Magic and the Rockets were a rivalry.
Yeah, you had the Rockets and the Suns matched up a lot in the playoffs.
They're in the Western Conference.
Okay, hold on. All I'm asking for is the I'm talking about, like, for example, when for the 2000s.
What does the Western Conference got to do with anything?
No, hold on. Don't ignore that. I'm talking about when we look at just crazy rivalries, right? So we remember them through basketball history.
Not the Magic and Rockets. It was more so the Hakeem and Shaq rivalry. More so.
There was a Hakeem and Shaq rivalry?
Yeah, 100%.
Okay, let me ask you something. There was something that happened. There was also something that happened very odd during the 1995 NBA Finals, because the ratings were plummeted into the garbage can. Nobody was watching. And then I remember vividly just sitting there watching the game, boring game. They cut away from the game to the O.J. Simpson car chase. Why they do that?
I mean, because the O.J. Simpson case is probably the biggest thing.
Was it more exciting than the game? So a man driving on the highway in a white Bronco is more exciting than the NBA Finals.
Wait. Hold up. No. Host, don't cherry pick. Wait. No, you're not going to cherry pick like that, because let's not act like the O.J. Simpson trial wasn't one of the biggest things in human history. Like, we're not going to act like that, bro. Like, come on, man.
A retired football player took over the NBA Finals.
The 1994 Finals was a rating disaster. Even David Stern admitted it in the halftime show of Game 7 of the 94 Finals. He admitted that the ratings were trash of that whole 94 series. Stop lying, man.
Exactly. They're moving the goalpost. Like, bro, why are we talking about
moving the goalpost? Like, no, I'm not. You're the one that's moving the goalpost because you don't have an argument right now. All you've been doing is just moving the goalposts all over the dang place because you don't have an argument to explain that the 90s was not
that wasn't even 95. That wasn't even 95.
Was trash.
That was during the Knicks finals. That wasn't even 95.
Right, it was 94.
94, 95 was trash.
All right, so you just lied again.
Stop lying. Stop lying. Stop
Hold on,
lying.
Hold on, Mahart.
You didn't even have the right year.
Todd. It's not to, like, for me. It's not if I said the wrong year. It's like when that happens, it's not that big a deal. I said the wrong year. Okay, look, it's not that big a deal. Like, yeah, hold on, Todd. Like, y'all, like, I don't know why y'all on TikTok. I feel like y'all just like to play tit for tat basketball talk. Look, at the end of the day, Todd, you're struggling to tell us about what was so great about the 90s.
I'm struggling, but you've been wrong multiple times.
Okay, so you can say that, Todd. What was so great about the 90s? And when I asked you, hold on, Todd, when I asked you this question,
I named you like
hold on,
five.
Todd, when I asked you this question, I'm just trying to educate you.
You keep muting me because
Todd, I want you to listen. That's why I'm muting you. When I asked you this question, Todd, we all know who the players were. You don't have to tell us Hakeem Olajuwon played. We know he played, and we still think it was trash. When we reflect on an era, we can reflect on crazy finals matchups. We can reflect on crazy streaks like Kobe Bryant going on that streak of dropping all these 40-point games, going ballistic. When we think of the 2000s, we talk about, for a period of time, the Detroit Pistons looked like they had one of the greatest defenses of all time, took down the Kobe and Shaq Lakers with just almost pure defense. When we look at Sacramento Kings and what they was doing at Arco Arena, how they had the loudest arena in the NBA. It was just fun watching them play. They different style of play, battling the Lakers. We look at them Portland Trailblazer teams and how they was going toe-to-toe with some of the Laker teams. Right? When we look at some of them Pacer teams, we look at Allen Iverson, what he single-handedly did with the 76ers. See, that's talking about the era, right? I want you to do the same thing for the 90s. I want you to get people hyped up and energized, right? When I think back on Arco Arena and some of them matchups with the Kings and Lakers, I get hyped. When I look at what Iverson did with Mutombo and that run to the finals, getting that one game, stepping over Tyronn Lue, I get hyped up. When I remember Kobe throwing that lob to Shaq over my Portland Trail Blazers, I get pissed off. I want you to get the people galvanized and motivated about the 90s by reliving and telling the people what got you going about the 90s. Just like I helped some people relive some things about the 2000s. Talk to the people, Todd. Talk to the people, Todd.
I named you like 5 different
Talk
things.
to again. I want you to hit the reset button and try it again, Todd.
You just don't want to accept them.
Todd,
I named you
just
5
tell us.
things
Okay,
about
Todd.
the-
Just
you
one more
don't-
time.
I've
Todd,
named
please.
you rivalries.
Todd.
No, but I've named you
the
everything.
way I just did it for the 2000s. I want you to do that for the 90s.
Answer. You just don't want to accept the answer.
Okay, so Todd, do it one more time for us.
Okay, I got you. You had
go
the
ahead.
Pacers and Knicks rivalry. You had the Shaq and Hakeem rivalry. And no, Shaq and Hakeem did not just meet up in the finals. They met up in the Western Conference playoffs as well. When Shaq went to the Lakers, they met up a couple times. Then on
What
top
made
of
it
that,
exciting?
oh my gosh, bro! You're moving the goalpost, bro. Why do you keep moving the goalpost, bro? The Utah Jazz went to back-to-back finals, bro. Jordan was not the only great
you
thing
guys
about the 90s,
dumb
bro.
on TikTok? Like, I think
You
y'all
just
got
don't want to accept
literally.
the answers.
I think
Hey,
you guys
you're
are
just
dumb.
Todd. You're just dumb. You're dumb.
Hey, Lamar.
Hey, well, shut your dumb ass up, nigga. Don't call
And
me
what are you
dumb,
going?
nigga. Who
What
the
you,
fuck is...
man, stop, man, stop.
Bro, I think
See right
bro,
there.
what is y'all doing over here, man?
Let's
I
see,
want
Lamar.
moments.
I told you, Lamar.
This is why it's so
only
easy
Hakeem
to talk.
Olajuwon
This
and
is why it's easy
Jordan.
to debunk.
That's it. That's all they got.
Bro, this man for 30 minutes just kept saying, yeah, Hakeem Olajuwon
Now,
went to the
Lamont,
finals.
Lamont, if you would have asked me that question, you know what I'd have said? I'd have said the drafts of Shaquille O'Neal.
Hey,
Hold on, fam. Hold on, fam. I ain't talking to you. I'm talking to the host. I'm talking to the host. I'm talking to the
You
host.
can talk basketball. I can get the flame.
I'm talking to the host.
All right, he trying to cuss
If
now.
you
He's
want to
trying to
get
mess the line.
bro,
Keep him out, bro. He's trying to
know
cuss
what I
at
mean?
this point.
Go ahead, Dewan.
So can I finish
Just
now?
keep him out, bro.
This
Kobe
man said, yeah,
Bryant.
they matched up in the regular season too.
Hey,
Shaq
down
and
one
Hakeem.
boy. Go ahead, brother. Go ahead. Go ahead, coach.
Don't
man.
nobody up here
Yeah,
remember
they-
no Shaq and Hakeem regular
Jason
season.
Kidd got drafted into the 90s. Kevin Garnett, Dirk Nowitzki, Tim
There's
Duncan, Allen Iverson.
There's
the
still
96
nothing
draft.
exciting about that one boy.
That's what I would have said. That's probably the most exciting thing about the 90s if you don't mention Jordan.
Because it ain't exciting if you can't tell me anything that player did. Jason Kidd, I could tell you about how they had the first good trio of players and they let it flop because Dallas didn't know how to
they
run
did.
a team.
Mm-hmm. When him
Jim
and
Jackson,
Grant Hill were
Jamal
both
Mashburn,
co-rookie
and
of the year.
Jason Kidd, and they let it flop. I can tell you how Charlotte had one of the best duos ever and how they let it flop because they was a trash organization and they let it go into the garbage can. I could tell you how Chris Webber and the Warriors had one of the best starting fives that we've ever
Yes,
seen in
they
NBA
did.
history, and they allowed that Chris Webber allowed ego and stupidity to take his ass to Washington because he didn't want to be the first center that could stretch the floor because Don Nelson was trying to get him to be one of the first stretch bigs, change the game.
Yeah.
That would have been a crazy contender to the Bulls if they'd have kept that one going. But we got stupid players. We got stupid teams. We got stupid coaches. They had one of the craziest starting fives I've ever seen. But we got a lot of stupidity in the 90s. No, Majesty's dad. I didn't say the Pistons didn't win in the 90s. I said the Pistons did not go back-to-back in the 90s. They did not go back-to-back in the 90s. The only team to go back-to-back in the 90s was the Bulls and the Rockets. And also, when we think of the 90s, no one thinks about the Pistons. No one says, no one in their right mind, the first thing that pops in your head is Isaiah Thomas. We all correlate those Piston teams to the 80s. Let's not play dumb. That's just y'all pretending and playing dumb. Maybe some of y'all can hit the link and maybe explain this. Tell us about what made the 90s great. Right?
Hey, Lamont, they're probably still thinking about those Grant Hill teams, but even then, they never even made past the first round.
Todd, we're gonna let you back up, Todd. You know cussing though, Todd, man. Quit trying to get the live taken down with all the crazy cussing, man. Not my fault. Y'all don't know nothing about the 90s. I mean, he could have if he would have came to me and talked about the Reggie Miller and Spike Lee beef on the sideline, the choke. That I would have rocked with that. That was a memorable moment. Right, we all remember that. Like I would have Reggie Miller pushing, but see, you can't even talk about Reggie Miller pushing off on Jordan because you got to talk about Jordan. So you can't even really talk about that.
We got Willie in the building.
Yeah. I got you on the 90s. I got you on the 90s.
Talk to us, Willie. Talk to us, Willie.
I got you. Scottie Pippen was the greatest thing. He took that team to 55 wins.
Wow.
Overcame everything.
Damn.
Scottie Pippen was a monster in the 90s. All NBA first team.
Pippen?
Yeah, Scottie Pippen was the man in the 90s. Remember? Scottie Pippen ran that. He was the best small forward in the 90s. Scottie Pippen took after Jordan retired. Scottie Pippen won 55 games. Remember that?
Yeah.
Without Jordan.
Damn, 55?
Yeah, and then the next season he won. And then the next season he won 34 games and had on Jordans and saying, "Yo, Jordan, can you?"
You can't mention Jordan, Willie. Can't mention Jordan.
You know what I'm saying?
Can't
How
mention
you
Jordan,
not
Willie.
mention Jordan in the 90s. What kind of conversation is that?
Because I want y'all to tell me how good the 90s was without Jordan.
That's like saying take Curry and LeBron out of the 2010.
So talk to us, Willie.
Talking about the 90s, the highest rating NBA
Nielsen ratings?
Ever.
Nielsen ratings?
Football. NFL numbers. And mind you, Hakeem drew like 13 million. Don't forget that.
He has a low-rated finals. The 94 finals was the lowest.
That was the lowest rated finals of the 90s.
No. I think probably the 2020 finals was. Stop lying.
I said of the 90s.
Stop lying.
Oh my
Your
God.
boy don't have higher rating finals. Except
he said
Curry
the 90s.
Finals.
I think one thing more people saw my
You see how Willie couldn't wait to mention LeBron. He had your boy LeBron.
Oh yeah.
Willie just trying to find a way to wiggle in.
You got Jordan on the thumbnail.
That was an accident. You see the prompt on the screen, Hakeem in the 90s. Talk about the topic.
What you talking about?
Quit crying about LeBron,
Hakeem
Willie.
was balling. Hakeem was balling. Your boy went to go get taught by Hakeem.
Tell me why tell me about 92 Hakeem. Talk about that year.
92 Hakeem.
Yeah.
Why I gotta talk about 92 Hakeem? I'm a
He was
Jordan
defensive
fan.
player of the year. He was defensive player of the year. You can't even say that.
You don't know.
Yeah, 92 Hakeem. Well, Dennis Rodman was defensive player of the year in 1990 and got sweat. 91 and got sweat.
Because Scottie Pippen, like you said, because Scottie Pippen was out there balling. Like you said, Scottie Pippen.
Okay.
Because Scottie Pippen.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
You remember what I told you that Willie don't know basketball?
Hey, but Willie, you can tell us about some Jordan in the 90s, right?
Praise Pippen. Yeah, we like that.
Hold on, Willie, what you just on the stream the other day talking down on Pippen?
I never in my life talked
Willie,
down on
I remember vividly. You was just we was propping up Scottie Pippen, and you was up there trying to tear Pippen down.
No.
You said we was overrating Pippen. Willie, you literally said we was overrating Pippen.
You said that. You said in the chat, Willie, that Scottie Pippen was overrated. You said that. Don't contradict yourself, sir.
Yo. I don't know who you talking to, little boy.
Yeah.
Hey, little boy.
Hey, what's up, man?
I ain't never in my life.
Never in my life never said Scottie Pippen
overrated. Never.
Hey, Willie, hey, tell us.
You can have them games. We talking basketball.
Hold on, Willie, you know I
Your
want to
little
talk.
theatrics don't bother me. 4 and 6, nigga.
Wait, look, Willie, I want to talk to you. You know I want to talk to you seriously. Tell us about the best rivalries of the '90s outside of Chicago.
Miami and New York.
Tell us about it. Come on, but tell us about it though. Come on,
Miami, New York, when they was fighting and Jeff Van Gundy was pulling on Alonzo Mourning leg. Yeah, that was a rivalry. What?
That was the best part. Was the fight and the coach being on somebody's
What?
leg. Nothing else?
Yo! You just asked me a question and I told you.
No, that's what I'm saying. You don't got nothing more than that. That's it. Just the fight.
What rivalries you got now today?
Oh, what you mean about rivalries got today? We got Denver and LA, right? You know
They
we
ain't
got
no rivalry. They beat them like 13 straight times. They ain't no rivalry, bro.
LA beat them in 2020. You forget about that?
Man, you
Hey,
going
I
back
like how Trey Young walked into Madison Square Garden and wiped it down on the Knick logo.
2020
Yo, the problem is you don't even know what a rivalry is.
It's this decade, Willie. It is a rivalry, Willie.
LeBron stole rivalries. You know, it was supposed to be him and KD battling out. Now he want to join them. And like these jokers all.
Why are you mentioning LeBron James? This is not about LeBron James.
Why is you mentioning me? Shut up.
Why are you mentioning LeBron James? This is not a LeBron James discussion. We're talking about the 90s. Stay on topic, sir.
Man, sit your ass down somewhere. You act like you got a voice.
Oh, I do got a bigger voice than you, and I got more knowledge than you.
Over here, bro.
Oh, man.
You really try. Yo, old is essence and gratitude. Do you know that?
Please.
You better hope you get
Say that
this
again,
age.
Willie. Drop that knowledge again, Willie. What that mean again? Old is what?
You better hope you get this age, boy.
That's true.
What?
That is true.
What? Did you just keep smoking Black and Miles every single day?
I don't smoke Black and Miles, bro. I don't smoke Black and Miles. You don't even know me. Why would you even attack my character? Talk basketball.
Man, that's okay. That's okay.
Talk basketball.
That's okay.
I'm not accusing you of what you do. Why are you going into my life?
Why are you mentioning LeBron James? Why are you mentioning LeBron James?
Okay, hold on. Willie, I just searched.
James is a
hold on, y'all,
player,
Willie. Please
boy.
hold on 1 second. Y'all. So Willie, I just searched your. You know, so go James. You know how you go to YouTube Studio, correct? And you can go to the comments, right? And you can filter the comments. You can search, right?
Yes.
Okay. I'm gonna read some of Willie's comments. All right.
Oh, Willie.
All right. So here's one comment from Willie.
Try me.
Pippin a sidekick. Pippin a sidekick. He said Brian boys trying to make him Batman. Hold on. Here's another comment. It says Pippin wasn't
say overrated.
Hold on. You said Pippin wasn't no savior. He the backpack Jordan carried. Brian stands sound goofy. Why would you say that about Scottie Pippen after you just glorified him right now?
Hold on. You see how they move the goalposts? Find me something where I say he overrated.
Okay. Hold on. Let me see. I gotta type in Willie and overrated.
Yep.
Oh, we got some.
I can't wait to hear this.
Really? You know you got like over 500 comments on my channel?
Oh yeah, he does. Of course he does. Shout out to Willie, man. Willie,
okay, hold on. Pippin, Willie, man. Hold on. Here's a comment from Willie. I'm gonna read them all in order. This time you just put PIP, so I'm assuming you're talking about Pippin. Pip was a role player. Why would you call that man a role player? Hold on. Here's another.
Man, find me overrated, bro.
Okay, Pip. Hold on. Here's another. This is a comment from just a month ago. Pip overrated. He was a Robin. Hold on. Y'all, and I'm gonna screenshot these and put them on my community. Phone. All right.
Damn, Willie.
Hold on. It says right here. Hold on. Let me search it again. Hold on. My screen went away.
Y'all lie so much y'all don't remember what y'all say.
Yep.
Over basketball.
Dumb thumbs be reckless. Dumb thumbs.
No, this is really over LeBron because he don't like LeBron.
I'm saying.
Hell, wait. Hey,
okay, so here we got some more right here. Okay, let me read them out. It's 10 comments. I've already categorized them. And yeah, if y'all want to see these, I'm going to screenshot them and put them on my community wall on YouTube. All right. So right here, he says Scottie Pippen was never a number one option. He said he collapsed every time Jordan wasn't there. Hold on. So he tearing down Pippen. Pippen, here's another comment from Willie. This is from 6 months ago. Pip couldn't carry a team. The 1 year without MJ, he got exposed in the playoffs. Hold on, you was just telling us about how great he did that year without Jordan, 55 wins, but you in my comments here saying he got exposed in the playoffs. Hold on, here's another comment from Willie. Here's another comment from Willie. He says y'all Bron fans hype Pippen up like he was the superstar, but he never won or led anything on his own. It says right here. Here's another comment from Willie 3 months ago. Without Jordan, Pippen resume is empty. No MVPs, no finals MVPs, no scoring titles with what you Jordan fans love so much. You just tearing this man down. Here's another comment from Willie. Pippen's entire reputation comes from riding Jordan. Because, you know, we've been trying to give Pippen his props, y'all. We try to give him his props in these Kobe conversations. Here you come just tearing Pippen down. Right? And another comment from Willie. He disappeared when it mattered most. I'm assuming you're talking about in 94. The year that you said he won 55 games. Right? Hold on. Here's the 8th comment from Willie. If Pippen played in today's league without Jordan, nobody wouldn't even mention his name as top 50. Dang, Willie. Willie, why is you going in on Scottie Pippen like this? And you trying to sell him to
Well, it ain't the pot that holds the kettle black.
Used to make the 90s great. That was the first.
Willie, you gotta stay. You know these comments that you put on here is they like literally locked in forever. I got access to them at any time. Right?
Hey, I told you, Willie, this ain't. I told y'all this is a takeover at TikTok. Y'all in trouble, boy. Y'all done messed up.
Willie, you can unmute your mic and you can explain yourself.
No,
Yeah, nobody got you
You had background noise.
Nobody's muting you, Willie. You muted yourself.
No, I muted him because but I can't unmute you. Unmute yourself. I had to mute because he had some background noise while Lamar was talking.
Okay.
He had work. You see,
Yeah.
unmute
yourself, Willie.
Hold on. This comment right here, this is how we know this comment is Willie. I found another comment from Willie because I searched Willie and LeBron in my comments. LeBron turns role.
Here we go.
He says
Here I am.
He says Jordan had to drag Pippen into relevance. So Jordan made Pippen relevant, Willie?
Yes. I sent you a clip earlier.
So you saying Pippen's greatness is because of Jordan?
No,
of the 90s?
I was being sarcastic because y'all trashed the 90s, but y'all praised Pippen.
No.
There you go. See what happens.
Keep the same energy, Willie. Keep the same energy. Keep the same energy.
Y'all praised Pippen when Cartwright was on the bench with that boy, like, yo, go in the game, Pippen.
Hold on.
Pippen,
hold on.
I ain't going in the
Now,
game.
why did you say this, Willie? You said Pippen never made anyone better.
Who does that?
Why would you say that?
Bro, you're not going to get me. I don't know what kind of game you. How old is you, bro?
You did it to yourself, Willie. You're the one who
shut
made
up.
the comment.
Yo,
Hey,
I don't like role players. I don't like role players. Delavadova, sit your ass on the bench.
Hold on. So
I don't even want to talk to you, bro. I don't even recognize you. I don't even talk to you, bro.
Hold on. Hey, hold on, Willie. I found another comment, Willie. Willie said, now, this ties into 1994 because Willie just told us how great 94 was. Willie says, without MJ, Pip was nothing.
Yo, I think I think he making shit up.
No, Willie, I'm going to put these all on the community wall on YouTube so you can see them.
Oh, damn, Willie.
I think he making shit up, be honest.
Because and we know this is Willie, y'all, because look how he finishes the comment. Because he finishes the comment. I'm going to tell you the full comment. It says, without MJ, Pip is nothing. Without Wade, Kyrie, and AD, Bron is exposed every single time. Who that sound like?
That sound like Willie. Sound like you, Willie. Did he say try me? Did he say try me? How many times he say try me in the comments? Go ahead.
Every time, bro. He always can say try me.
How many times he say try me in the comments? Go ahead. How many times he
Hold on. This comment right here, this is how we know this comment is Willie. Jordan could win with Pip as a sidekick. Yeah. LeBron was a sidekick on half his teams. Who say stuff like that?
Why does LeBron James get tied into everything?
And the TikTok Zesty Jeffries? Willie, where the TikTok Zesty Jeffries? Why they never want to step up?
Hold on. LeBron wasn't a sidekick in 2011?
Wow.
Now he was a sidekick?
LeBron wasn't a role player in 2011?
Was it his fault?
That's how we
Was
know
it-
it's Willie. That's how we know it's Willie.
This is how you know it's Willie.
Jordan ain't never been no role player on no championship
Why
team.
is LeBron?
Hey, look, it's
not
coming out now. He wanted to talk about LeBron. It's coming out now.
There it is, coming
Exactly,
out right
LeBron.
now. Oh yeah, oh yeah.
Jordan's role was to sell tickets.
Jordan's
he
role
did
was to sell Nikes.
And
Jordan's
he
role
did
was
it.
So
Jordan's
Willie, why
role
did you
was
just
to-
try to sell us Scottie Pippen in the '90s? But you really don't like him like that.
No,
Oh, I
bro.
was big. No, 'cause y'all big him up like he was Kyrie dropping 40.
Huh?
Hold on, but I
Wait,
thought he
what?
was great in '94. I
Picking
thought you
up like
just
he was Kyrie dropping 40.
you just said he was
What?
awesome in '94 though. Wasn't he awesome?
Right? He just said that.
Wasn't that one of the
No,
reasons
not
why the
really.
'90s was great?
Yeah, he
His
just
numbers
said
didn't change. His stats didn't change.
that. Wow.
So essentially, Willie, Pippen really wasn't that great, and the '90s really wasn't that great because of Pippen.
Oh,
right?
okay. I'm glad you said that. So don't you ever bring up Pippen again, bro.
So you're admitting. So you are admitting Willie. So you are admitting Willie's that the '90s wasn't that great without Michael Jordan.
The setup is beautiful.
So Willie, are you admitting that the '90s? Are you admitting that the '90s wasn't that great without Michael Jordan?
The 90s was great with Michael Jordan and without Michael Jordan.
Okay,
All
then tell me about the
basketball was
'90s
great.
without Michael Jordan.
All right, this I want to hear.
You've already killed Pippen. You can't talk about Pippen no more. You tore him
Wait.
down.
Why would I talk about the 90s without Michael Jordan?
How good do you think '99 was?
Right.
With Duncan and them beating the Knicks with Spreewell after he choked his coach.
Wow.
Why you always talking about fighting and stuff, Willie? Why you going to the fights?
Because
you
that's
thought
what
that was a great
happened.
year.
That's what happened.
Because that's
Why?
You
real.
don't know that. You don't know
Explain how
history.
good the 90s was in 94 and 95 without Michael.
Yes.
Wait, this is also '99 where the Utah
Yes.
Jazz are struggling to get past the Sacramento Kings in the first round.
Yes.
Thank you.
The Jazz,
and just came back from a
the
lot.
Jazz in the
lockout.
'90s. The Jazz in the '90s is nothing but the San Antonio Spurs in the 2000s. Same type of team.
Wait, what? No,
You see this, man? You see this, man?
Nah, that's crazy.
How'd that come to your head?
Wasn't nothing
TV
special
logic
on
right
that.
here, coming out
Wasn't
right now.
nothing special on that Spurs team. Nothing.
Nothing
they
special
won.
on the
Basic-
Spurs team.
They was
had
a
an
basic
MVP.
That's that
fundamental
TV logic
team.
right there.
So
That's
Tim
that
Duncan
TV
wasn't
logic
special,
right
Willie?
there.
Was Tim Duncan?
Was Tim Duncan special in the 2007 finals?
Now I'm just talking about 2000 totality.
Was
Defensively,
Tim
he was
Duncan
great.
special?
90s,
Was Tim
Was he-
Duncan special in the 2014 finals?
Was he
That's
special
not
in
the- that's not the
2003 finals?
2000s.
Man,
Was he special in
Okay,
2003 finals?
I'm telling you, bro.
All right.
What about 2003?
Was
Yeah,
he
you're
special in
limited.
2003, Willie?
You're
Huh?
limited. You're limited.
So was he
Acting
awesome
like,
in
oh, the
2003?
Spurs, they was this great team. Tony Parker and Ginobili averaged 13 points.
You said the
for
Spurs
career-
weren't a great team?
They won 3 titles.
Okay,
in
so
the
hold on,
2000s. Yeah,
Willie.
that's-
Who was the better team?
So nasty.
The Spurs or the Utah Jazz of the '90s?
He about to lie.
from 2000 from 2007 on.
Don't lie,
Or
Willie.
what?
Don't lie.
No,
Don't lie.
from 2000s. We
The
talking about
2000
in
Spurs
totality.
or the '90s Jazz?
Well, Tim Duncan ain't never put up numbers like Karl Malone.
Oh my
so,
God.
Oh my God!
Yeah,
Wait, hold on. I got a question. Do you think the
I
98
told you.
Jazz are better
What?
than the
Crackhead.
2003
Wait, let him finish.
Spurs?
Let him finish. Go ahead, Willie.
Prove
Go
me
ahead.
wrong.
Logic coming out.
Prove me wrong.
Wait,
I got
wait,
Google
wait,
on
wait.
me.
already proved you wrong.
Actually,
You don't
do you
need
think
to.
Karl Malone played better in '98 than Tim Duncan did in 2003?
Hold on. How many finals does Tim Duncan got?
Willie don't answer
In the
questions. I
2000s?
see.
Willie,
Don't
Willie,
answer
you're not
questions.
answering the
Willie,
question.
finish your
Because y'all,
You're not answering the question.
what y'all trying to do is
How
Karl
many
Malone
times
You
did
do
Tim Duncan
know-
play the NBA Finals, sir?
statistically kills fucking Duncan. Okay.
You do know in '98.
So you
that
like
they
stats
scored
now?
54
Hold on.
points.
Let Willie finish out. Let Willie finish this. Go ahead, talk to us. Tell us why Karl Malone is better
No,
than Tim
y'all
Duncan.
like stats.
No, you do.
For
You
15
just said the
years straight,
stats make Karl Malone better than
Malone
Duncan.
ran shit.
Do
Wait,
the
hold
stats
on.
make Karl Malone better than Duncan?
Oh,
Does the stats make Karl Malone better than Duncan? Duncan
just-
is only good because he beat LeBron.
So Tim Duncan is only good because he beat LeBron.
Wait,
Well, how does it-
wait.
He only great because he beat your boy.
See, See?
What?
See?
Hold on.
Told
How do
Yeah,
you.
you
Jordan
how do you
lights
feel
down
about
bad.
I
Jordan
told
how do you
lights
you.
feel
down
about
Blew
how
bad.
do
that
you feel about
nigga out by a record margin.
Man,
Hold on, but Willie, hold on, Willie,
you really don't
hold on,
know
Willie.
basketball.
If LeBron ain't that great to you, then why is it special that he
Duncan
beat
never put
LeBron?
up Charles Barkley numbers, 1993.
So the numbers
That's
make
In a
Charles
bad.
fight.
Barkley better. So it's the numbers for you, right?
Well, he was the MVP.
So is it the numbers?
LeBron ain't never faced no monster like that.
So is it the stats? Like what we talking about, Willie? Like
What are you
Shit.
talking about, Willie?
he
Go
faced
look
Steph
it
You
Curry?
up.
know,
I don't want to
he
argue.
just
Go look
trolling.
it up. Google is
You don't
free.
know what you're using your Tiki TV logic right now. What are you talking
Okay,
about?
Google free.
Nah,
Google
the
free.
ticket.
That's worse than Ticket
Nah,
TV.
Willie. Nah, Willie. Come
Yeah,
on, be serious,
but
Willie.
that's where he's from. He's from Ticket TV.
I don't listen.
That
I'm
makes
older
sense.
than him. The fuck
He
I
said
look
that
like
makes sense.
following
It's
the.
crazy.
I'm older than Ticket. Fuck you think I am?
Come on with the language. Come on,
It won't
come on.
work.
Trying to keep it clean, man.
Hey, that's
Talking
one
about
thing about Willie. Willie is not a ticket guy. Shout out to Willie, man. Willie, keep cooking, Willie. We listening, Willie. Keep cool. Come on, Willie.
What he
so
talking
far
about?
what we got out of Willie is that the '90s is great because Karl Malone is way better than Tim Duncan.
Yo, you're
Wait,
not
hold
gonna
on.
clown me. You're not gonna
No,
Willie,
that's
clown
what
me
I'm
on
just.
the
I'm trying to
90s
summarize what you've been saying.
because first of all, the players today got everything they got from the 90s. Remember that.
Okay. Now talk to us about the '90s.
Remember
Then tell
that.
us what
They
they
will
got from.
always tell you who they got their game from.
Who they get it from? Kobe.
Please tell us, sir.
Kobe was drafted in 96. Yes.
Kobe a
Now
2000
keep
player,
trying.
We know. Go ahead.
but Kobe's a 2000
Keep trying. Keep trying. No, he was drafted
Oh,
in
so
96.
by that logic, hold on, by logic, Willie. By that logic, that means Jordan is an '80s player. So we can't even talk about Jordan in the '90s no more.
Yes, he is. Yo, you could talk about Jordan in the 80s. He was the greatest player you
So
ever
if
saw
we
in the
remove
80s.
Jordan
my
from the,
God.
if Jordan is now an
Christ.
'80s player just because he was drafted in the '80s, now tell us
84,
about the
to be
'90s since
exact.
Jordan is no longer a '90s player.
Why would you want me even to talk about? Why is you trying to take away Jordan from the 90s? Answer that.
Because I'm
Wait.
saying if only one player makes your era great, then it's a completely garbage era.
Okay,
Wait.
so take away Curry and LeBron from the 2010s.
That's
Go
two
ahead.
players. He
Talk,
said
Curry.
talk to
I
us
mean,
about it.
Yeah, because Curry was busting
KD,
his, beating them.
James Harden,
Yeah,
Russell
but what?
Westbrook,
What happened?
Giannis,
Oh
Joker.
my God. Oh my
Wait,
God.
Willie,
SG.
why is Karl Malone struggling in
All
'98?
losing.
Right. And why is it
All
that Karl
losing.
Malone lost in the
Oh,
first round multiple times?
Willie,
Joker has the title. Giannis has the title.
Why is Karl Malone going 9
In
of
the
25?
2020s. Karl
Willie,
Malone
can I
is
ask you a
nice.
question, sir? Can I ask you a question? If you say that Malone's better than Tim Duncan, then why is it that Karl Malone lost multiple times in the first round? 89, 90, 91, 93, 94, 95.
Nah,
All
first one
right,
I
come
asked.
on, bro. You got to make sense.
Okay, yeah,
Explain
you
that
call
one.
Shaq the most dominant. He got swept 5 times. Shut up.
This
You're
is Karl
lying.
Malone.
He
We're not
got
talking about
swept
I'm not
Shaq.
asking
Hold
you
on,
about
hold on,
Shaq.
Willie.
I'm asking
Hold
you
on, y'all.
about
Hold on, y'all.
Malone.
We getting off tangent. We getting off tangent.
Shut
I don't
up.
want to get. I don't want to get too far off topic. Willie,
Yeah, go
Willie
ahead,
did
go
ask a
ahead.
good question. Willie said talk about what era was it? Was it 2010s?
Yes.
And you want us to
Matter
because
of fact,
we
go
only
2020.
and we
Go
only
go
excluded
this
one
era.
player. So what player do you want me to exclude and not talk about?
Go this era.
No, hold on.
Because I don't see nothing
You
in the
said
2020s.
hold on. The 2020s
That's
isn't over.
box office.
Hold on. The 2020s isn't over yet. So let's talk about the 2010s.
I don't see nothing. It was what? What was in
Okay,
the East?
so what? So first, we excluded Jordan from the '90s. What player do you want me to exclude from the 2010s?
Take Curry out.
Okay, so wasn't okay. So we take Curry out. We could just start early in the 2010s, right?
Yeah.
Dirk had one of the
Go ahead.
greatest NBA Finals runs in NBA history, right? In 2011.
Dirk is a 90s
Hold,
player.
hold on. You said talk about the 2010s without mentioning who y'all?
Dirk
Steph Curry.
90s.
So
Dirk 90s.
hold on.
Wasn't he
Hold on. Hold
drafted in
on.
98?
He said talk about the 2010s and what was great about the 2010s without mentioning Steph Curry. I'm about to mention it. This is what you guys don't know how to do. So we can start early into the 2010s. Dirk Nowitzki had literally one of the greatest singular playoff runs in NBA history with the teams that he beat. He swept the defending champs, Kobe Bryant and the boys. He went in and he beat the big three Miami Heat, something that nobody thought he could do. All right. He also beat other great teams on that run, including my Portland Trailblazers, right? All with him being the solo star. Might be the single greatest playoff run in NBA history. That's arguable, but it's up there. So we can start the 2010s off just by talking about that run with Dirk Nowitzki. You could talk about the Spurs dynasty, that 2014 year, what they was able to do. You can even talk about Kobe Bryant finally retiring in the 2010s, right? That was a big deal. His farewell game is something that we all gonna remember. The way he went out, everybody remembers that farewell game. You got Westbrook, triple-double season, historic. Nobody thought it could be done again. He helped remold what a point guard could be. Nobody thought anybody could duplicate what Oscar did. Russell Westbrook actually did it multiple times, right? You had the rise of Derrick Rose. And even though it was short, we watched Derrick Rose be great in a short amount of time. And we don't even have to go through all that. Even towards the end of that, one of the best games that I even remember watching was Kawhi Leonard's shot versus the 76ers. And wasn't that 2019 or was that 20? That was 2019.
2019. Yeah,
that was 2019. So I remember that shot like it was no other because that was a stacked 76ers team where they added Jimmy Butler, right? They had stars all over the place. Ben Simmons was actually playing like Ben Simmons, right? Joel Embiid was at his prime. I mean, you're talking about that was a team loaded with 4 stars. Kawhi Leonard goes to the Toronto Raptors with not nearly as much talent. And he knocks one of the craziest shots down that everybody remembers, that memorable pose he had when he was ducking down, just looking at the ball, sit on the rim, and it goes in. Joel Embiid walking to the locker room crying. It's a whole bunch of, this is all happening, and we ain't even talked about what Steph Curry did. We ain't even got to Steph Curry. Now, imagine if we add in Steph Curry.
He amped up.
And don't forget the Ray.
Now, hold on. Now, Willie, how about this,
Willie?
Now, Willie, how about this? Hold on, Willie.
Give us
Do
the
this.
rating.
Now, Willie, you
Give
get
us the
amped
rating.
up about the 90s and tell us about the 90s without mentioning Jordan.
You didn't even mention Westbrook and Harden seasons. Oh my God.
No, I didn't even mention that's what I'm saying. I can
Ray
go down the
Hold on,
list.
hold on.
This is
And
how we
also
know these
Ray
guys.
Allen. Before you go on?
This is how we know, hey Johnny, they don't know basketball in the 90s. They only
Hold
care
up.
to know about Michael Jordan. They can't even tell us about
You know
their
what,
era.
y'all?
Tell us.
Even-
Can
you can
somebody
even-
please tell me about the 90s? Please.
We
Michael
can even
Jordan
go
was
to
the
the
era.
we can even go to the dunk contest between Zach LaVine and Aaron Gordon.
Greatest dunk contest in NBA history.
Well, go to the dunk
Dang
contest with LeBron versus somebody. Shut up.
Well, why you talking about LeBron?
He can't talk about anything without mentioning LeBron. Hey, can I have a
LeBron-
try at the
and
90s
LeBron-
thing?
Yeah,
Mention LeBron James.
he beat Shannon.
I didn't even
Brown
mention
in the high
LeBron.
school
Thank
dunk
you. I
contest.
didn't even get to mention
Yeah,
LeBron.
you didn't mention LeBron one time. Not one time.
That's how
That was
many
pretty
great
impressive.
players. That's how
You
much
might
great
as well
stuff happened
you might
outside
as
of
well
LeBron.
don't mention him.
Well, Willie, talk about what.
This
talk
is
about
how we know
great
they
the
don't
90s
even
was
know
without Michael
90s
Jordan.
basketball.
We're waiting for
y'all.
you.
They can't remember a
Willie,
game.
Willie, go do us a
They don't.
favor,
The
Willie.
only
Go
thing
get-
they remember from the 90s is the fights.
Go get.
I remember
go
when
get Young
I
Miami.
remember when
Go get
David
your
Robinson
boys, man.
and Shaquille O'Neal was battling it out.
How you gonna
be the
explain?
highest scoring-
How you gonna explain this when I put this up on YouTube
why,
to
why
you
do you
guys?
always interrupt? Yo, cut your hair or something. Like, chill out. Yo, why,
Talk to
why-
us, Willie.
yo, I remember
Willie
David
said that.
Robinson and Shaquille O'Neal battling down to the last game of the season to see who's going to lead the league in scoring.
Wait,
Everybody
you
watched
mean
that.
you
David
mean
Oh, you
Robinson
mean the
and
last game
Shaquille
where
O'Neal.
the league literally called the Clippers and told them to bench their starters so he can get to 70 points?
Clippers. I'm talking about David
71.
Robinson and Shaquille O'Neal. What are you talking?
No, we're talking about. Hold on.
That's who he played
When
to
he
get the
when he
that's who
scored
played
when
to
he
get the
scored
point.
70 points to win the scoring title, the Clippers players talked about it. The league called the Clippers and said bench the starters the second half. We want to make sure that
There
David
you
Robinson
go.
gets to 70.
See, when I say something, he want to bring up some
How
context.
we know about the league better than you?
You don't
So
know.
hold
Like
on. You
Kawhi
want us to
Leonard
respect the
game,
Fugazi
the whole
scoring
world
title?
was watching.
You want us
Everything
to
he
respect the
talked about,
Fugazi
nobody
scoring
was
title?
watching.
And they didn't even score 30 points per game.
Wait, Willie, I got a question. Do you think the 98 Jazz are better than the 2016 Warriors?
The 98 Jazz? No, I think
Yes.
the 93. I think the 93 Suns is.
What?
Better than the Warriors?
Yes, they had a better
Wow,
offensive
you're
rating. They had a better offensive
Oh,
rating.
they had a better offensive rating.
What type of
Yes.
offensive rating? Do you even know what that
Yes.
is?
Yes.
Then explain it.
Shit.
I ain't got to explain nothing to you, kid.
Exactly. You don't know that, so shut up.
Hey,
Gotta
hold on.
explain
Hey,
nothing.
hold
You
on,
had a
Willie.
better
You know
offense.
Mahari's a ESPY award winner. You know he got more clout in the sports game than you, man.
Man, he a 4-6 person. I don't care
Well, what are you
what
gonna
he
do?
is.
Well, what are you
He said
gonna
Oh
do?
four
You
and
no,
just
six.
fucked with me on the
He got
hardwood.
Jordan as his GOAT.
Hey,
Bro,
Willie.
Willie
Hey, Willie.
cannot.
Who's the
Willie is.
Willie?
I'm telling y'all right now. Willie
I don't respect
has a
no
very
4-6
strong
person.
addiction to LeBron James. We're gonna have us
Very
live to
strong.
really
No, I have
address
a
this
very
issue.
strong
I talked
addiction
You
about
to
could have
that
stayed in the
plenty of
James.
times
comments for this,
before,
Willie.
LeBron.
Willie, you
I
could have
talked about
stayed in the
that.
comments,
Very
bro. You
strong
could have stayed in
Hey,
the
addiction.
comments,
Hey,
bro.
Willie. Who's the leader of the 4 and 6 people?
All y'all on this panel.
Willie,
Hey,
Willie,
no, y'all, man.
Willie.
So Willie, so let me ask you this, Willie. Is that why none of those other the other dudes that you be telling us to go on their live won't come up here? Because there's too many LeBron guys over here?
Oh, I don't know them personally. I can't speak for them.
Also, now you
You
don't know
always
Vision
speak
in
to them.
them.
You
So
always
now
speak
you
to
just
them.
Yeah,
disowning
I
them.
know. I heard you on
Yeah.
Vision sounding
Damn.
stupid about Kareem. I
Damn,
heard
now you
you.
false flagging. He done false flagged his homies,
Wait
man.
a minute. Now you don't speak for them?
Hey, Lamont.
No, no,
Hey,
wait,
hey,
Put in the chat
hey,
earlier. He said,
Lamont.
"What
Hey,
beef
Lamont.
with Marcus
I want to
Hasty?
say this
They come
for.
cook him."
I want to say this to
That's what
you,
you just
Lamont. You
said
know
like
what
an
I'm
hour
saying?
Yeah,
ago.
Like
King,
Y'all
you just said
talking
that.
like nonsense. Ain't nobody cooked me on nothing. Y'all asking
now,
dumbass
No,
now,
questions.
all right. Now, hold
you
on.
cooked yourself.
Okay,
You
so
cooked yourself.
now,
I'm a goat debater. I'm a goat debater. I ain't all this other shit y'all trying to. Oh well, who was all this in the '90s? Like, get off that. Stay on
No, you
topic.
don't know anything about basketball, Willie. But it's
Stay on
okay.
the
topic. Well,
topic
that's
We
your
love you
was
opinion.
because
'90s basketball.
you're just the
That's
punching bag that we enjoy punching.
that's your opinion. I like your opinion. That's
I
your
mean,
No,
opinion.
Willie,
Now
you
go
did
sit
say
on the
Karl Malone
bench.
better than
Lamont.
Tim
That's
Duncan,
a
though. That's a
fact.
nasty take.
Hey, Lamont.
Now go sit on the bench.
Yeah, I
You know
never heard
when
that before.
You know what? I guess like sometimes it get. I'm gonna be honest. Sometimes it get frustrating listening to Willie, cause New York City, Jersey, and Connecticut. That's the tri-state. We are real heavy on ball. The real basketball fans.
Willie from
You know.
Pennsylvania, though. Willie from
No, I'm
Pennsylvania.
not. I'm from Jersey.
So
Get it right.
so
Oh,
so
brother.
what I'm
He from Willie.
what I'm saying by that
You don't claim him.
is
We're not claiming Willie.
You better
as
not.
many ballers have come out of New Jersey, all you hear about is Michael Jordan and LeBron James coming out of Willie mouth, and neither one of them from Jersey. Can you tell me what school J.R. Smith went to?
He went to damn, what's this over here by fucking damn, it's right on the tip of
Don't
my
look on
tongue.
Google. Don't look
Over
on
here by
Google.
Freehold. Over here by Freehold. Damn, I forgot that school. But it's over
St.
here by
Benedict's.
Freehold, New Jersey. That's where we grew up at.
Where did Andrew Bynum go?
I forgot.
You don't know.
You don't know. He went to Andrew Bynum went to damn. You done made me forget. He went to St. Joseph. I ain't forget. Where did Luau then go?
Bro, I don't follow
All right,
scrubs.
Willie. So when you get Willie, so what I'm just doing right
I
now
don't,
is when you say, because you
yo.
come
If
on
you
the
think I'm
panel
a
all the time talking about, no,
If you
ain't
think
no
if
yo. Listen,
if you
this is
think
how I talk. But
hold
All right, y'all. Look, I don't want y'all
on,
battling it out
hold
with
on,
Willie, y'all. Look, let's just
hold
get
on.
to the topic, y'all.
no,
We picking on Willie too
I
much.
only follow greatness.
Yeah,
If
let's
you
move
think
on,
I'm
man.
following Luau
Hey,
Deng
yeah, let's move. Hold on. We got some
and
new people
Eric
on the panel.
Murdoch and
We
all of
we, we
these
haven't heard
cats,
from everybody.
yo,
We
get
have
out of here.
look. Yeah, we don't have to target Willie, man. Look, Willie did his thing. He told us about the
That's all
'90s.
right. We had fun making fun of
between
Willie, but it's okay.
between Todd and Willie, we just found out that the Pistons went back to back in the '90s, and we found that Karl Malone's better than Tim Duncan all time. I mean, we found out some really good information. So we
I said Karl
got
Malone got better stats.
I know.
No, you said he was better.
So we got King Shy
I said Karl
Solomon.
Malone had better stats.
Hold on, Willie.
No,
We're
you
gonna
just
move on
said
from
that
that
Karl
topic.
Malone was
Like
better
Willie,
than Tim
because
Duncan.
That's
Now
King
you're trying to
Solomon from
backtrack.
last night. King Solomon's in the building. King Solomon with some more zesty Jeffrey takes.
hold on, we got
King
Mark
Solomon.
Mason. Hold on, we got Mark Mason in here
Nah,
too.
that's
So
true.
I want to hear from other people too. Hold on, let me go to Mark Mason first, and then we're gonna go to King Shy Solomon. What y'all got on the topic, man?
I mean, I've always been saying 90 is overrated. Like, you know, you think about it, some of those final games was like 70 to 74, and I'm a Knicks fan, so I seen some horrible Knicks Miami Heat games. Like, most of that stuff is like just unwatchable. Like, and my thing is this, like, it has to be probably like the least like competitive era, like in the NBA. Like for me, next to the 50s, I don't care. That's all I gotta say.
I agree. Oh, we got
Johnny,
King
bro,
Shy
I heard
Solomon.
you.
What's
I
good, man?
heard you exposed what you call it, Zesty Fitness and Rants. What's his
Me?
name? No, Johnny.
I mean, everybody done exposed him.
What you mean? Hey, listen, man, Zesty Fitness and Rant has just been a play toy for us over here in Go James.
Yeah, he's not a real basketball mind.
We just be having fun with that young man. I tell you what, he's the most entertaining Zesty Jeffrey out of all y'all. Outside of Willie, Willie's really the best.
I honestly
we
don't
need to give
talk.
Willie
I
his
don't
own
really
show.
like to tear him down. I say this in all sincerity, and if I had to bet money on, I believe he has maybe some type of learning disability. I don't think he has, and this is me saying this in all honesty. I don't because the way he repeats
you're being
himself a lot,
sincere, right?
the way he paces back and forth like he's hyped up on Ritalin or something. I just don't think. I don't think he has all the marbles. That's why he can't really get real basketball takes out. He repeats himself a lot. Like he did a whole video on Me Ain't Johnny and literally said the same thing the whole 30 minutes. He said soft feminine body. He said, hey, Johnny can't hoop. He went back to soft feminine body. He said, hey, Johnny can't hoop. And he likes LeBron and soft feminine body. He said it for 30 minutes. Like sometimes you got to give some people a little bit of grace. So we give him a little bit of grace. We laugh at him. But there's no sense of beating up on him too much, man. We know where, he's not like Willie. At least Willie can come up here and hold his own. People like
Sports Fitness Rants be talking facts.
No, I know. So hold on. Do you have hold on, Willie? Do you have a hard body or a soft feminine body that he likes?
Oh, I'm hard body. I'm all man.
Oh, that's why he likes you.
Oh, he don't like me. I don't know him. I'm not one of these. I'm not one of these creators. I'm not one of these.
You gotta clip that, ain't Johnny? Johnny, you gotta clip that.
You shouldn't even answer that.
You gotta clip that, ain't Johnny?
He walked right into that one.
And Lamont set you up for that one, Willie.
Y'all kids. That's why y'all 4-6.
Y'all kids. Ever, bro.
No, hold on, Willie. No.
I don't think
y'all kids. Y'all losers.
Sports Fitness and Rants is the one that brought that up. He said we don't hoop, and he said we had soft feminine bodies. He's the one that said that. We didn't say that.
I don't care what I don't care. I don't support his page like that.
Okay. All right, my bad then. But he do like hard bodies.
I'm my own man.
Am I lying? Go James. Am I lying?
Nah,
am I lying?
Honestly, he likes masculine, hard masculine bodies.
He don't like men with soft feminine bodies. He like hard bodies.
You gotta like hard masculine bodies.
You gotta like hard bodies.
Okay, can we go back? Can we get back to basketball now? We don't. Let's not take the conversation somewhere else.
Yeah.
Let's get back to basketball, ball.
All right.
That's what y'all do. Y'all go all around.
Really. We're gonna go back to basketball. We don't have to talk about this no more. Let's go back to
basketball.
basketball.
Let King Shy. Wait, hold on. We cut King Shy Solomon off. Let's let him finish his take. Maybe we can pick up on the conversation from yesterday. He was telling us about Hakeem Olajuwon's defense.
Listen, I don't think the '90s is the best era ever, but I think it's a decent era. You got all these great teams like the Bulls, the Jazz, the Rockets, the Knicks. All these great players. I think the 2000s is actually the best era of basketball. I grew up in that era. But
I do agree with you there.
Yeah, I feel like the '90s is still a good era of basketball, like top three.
When you say great teams, what made those teams great? Like the Knicks.
Oh, like the Knicks, the fact that they were a defensive team led by Pat Riley. Their style was built.
But what made them
the
great?
Bad Boy
What made them great?
Their front court. Patrick Ewing, Anthony Mason, Oakley.
No.
Like they were.
I know they're a good team, but when we talk about standing out in an era, for example, like you're a 2000s fan. When we talk about them Piston teams of the 2000s, they stood out because they were historically great, right?
Oh, you're saying historic teams,
right? Yeah, they got. Well, it can't just be okay. Like the Milwaukee Bucks of the '80s were a great defense, but they don't really stand out in NBA history.
Yeah, I see what you mean.
Like.
So I'd say two teams stood out from the '90s: the Bulls and the Rockets.
Bulls and the Rockets. Okay.
Yeah.
Is anybody going to pick any other era that they didn't live in and grow up in?
Cause
But we all
y'all sounding like if I grew up in 2000, LeBron would probably be my GOAT. I'm gonna be real.
LeBron's
If
gonna
I
be your
grew up in
GOAT?
2000, if I grew up in 2000,
Jesus.
LeBron would probably be my GOAT. Okay,
You
only
could do
gonna go
research.
off of what
You could
you
do
read.
research.
That's not
You could
Oh
do
true.
man,
research.
hey
That's
Johnny,
not
he's giving
true.
you
Wait,
gold,
hold on. This
man.
is what I don't understand.
That's not true.
You criticize
Willie,
I need them to go
LeBron
find
for
me
being.
some real Jordan fans. Where all these real TikTokers at, man?
yo,
I
I
don't know.
was 14 years old when Jordan missed
You're not
20,
saying
20
nothing
shots in
about
three
Jordan. See,
quarters.
we're not debating a GOAT debate. We just
Oh, hold
talking
on, Willie.
fibberish.
We
Willie,
talking
can we
about
talk
the ratings
about
and
can we
Hakeem
talk about my
Olajuwon.
video that just did, Willie? Because I saw you commented on the video about the zones. I'm assuming you disagreed,
Yeah,
right?
Jordan won in college in the zone, didn't he?
Okay, but Jordan wasn't the best player on that team either.
Yeah,
He
James
wasn't.
was.
Okay, but ask James Worthy after
So
practice, he
so
found out that
Who
Jordan was the
so
cares?
best player on
I'm
the
only
team.
Nobody cares.
let's only reflect on the teams. Willie, let's only reflect
Like
on the
y'all
teams
never
where
like what the players say.
no, Willie,
No, I think
Willie,
that
no.
I
In
think
all
that matters.
honesty, I'm trying to be real here. In all honesty, let's reflect on like when James Worthy left and Jordan was the top dog. How did he
Yeah,
fare against zone?
National Player of the Year.
Okay, how
National
did he
Player of
fare
the
against
Year.
the zones?
He played well. He won the champ. Jordan was good in anything.
Okay, but
So
how
did
did he
Dez.
fare
Those are
against
two
zones
seasons.
in college? I have his stats against zone in college.
Bro. Keep your stats. Keep your stats. Watch the game.
It's important.
You want to talk
Okay,
about?
so
Watch
also
the game.
Willie, we can go to the pros, right? We really didn't see a natural zone in the pros, but there was an occasion where we did see a natural zone, and that was
All
Jordan
right,
in the
so are you
'92
saying
Olympics.
Jordan can't play in the zone?
And so
Are you saying Jordan can't play
Jordan
in the
said he
zone?
couldn't play in the zone. I didn't say it. Jordan said it.
Yeah,
So
Jordan
when
can't
we
play.
go to the
I'm saying
'92
Jordan
Olympics,
can't
Willie,
play in the
you know
zone.
this is
ain't say
surprising.
that.
This is surprising to a lot of us because in the '92 Olympics, when we watched Jordan go
Oh
1 of
my
11 from
God,
the
he going
field
to an
versus
exhibition
Puerto
game.
Rico, Jordan shot
What
1 of
did he?
11 versus Puerto Rico, and all they did was run a basic zone, very similar to the one they ran against LeBron James in 2011. Why do you feel Jordan
Oh,
struggled?
I don't know. He was trash in the Olympics. I don't know,
Barkley,
bro.
Barkley was
I
the best
mean,
player.
you're talking
Barkley was the
about,
best.
yeah, Barkley ran it. You know, he was the best player, but when Jordan met up with him in the finals, he murdered him. So I don't know what you're talking about, bro. You want to bring up exhibition and Olympics when if you put the money on the wood, then you see Jordan play. How about that?
It's a
So
gold medal
a
on
gold
the
money
line.
was
What you
on a
talking
gold
about?
medal was on the line.
Yeah. Okay, well, let's talk about the 1984 Olympics when Jordan beat all
Stay
the
on
top
topic,
NBA
brother.
players in the
92,
league. Magic,
92,
Bird,
92.
Isaiah.
Talk about
How about
92.
Talk
that?
about it.
Not-
How about that? Bring
Talk
up the
about it.
now. You want to talk about
He
Olympics?
didn't. He
Bring
didn't
up the
beat Isaiah and
1984.
Magic in the '80s. He didn't beat them in the '80s.
Man, he beat Jordan and his college team played against the best NBA players in the league in 1984, and he swept them
Was it
9-0.
really the best
Wait,
players
that's
in the league?
though, Willie, right? You talking about
Question.
exhibition? Then you tell us don't talk about exhibition. That's exhibition.
Yeah, so that's what he's talking about.
We're not
Olympics
talking
ain't
about
exhibition.
games. We're talking about in the Olympics when
Yeah,
when
that's the
pro
tournament
players
to
weren't
win the
allowed to
gold.
play. In
I
the
don't know. He
Olympics
just
until
got
92.
gold medals. I don't know, bro. I ain't following the Olympics. I don't care about
Okay, but what about
Oh,
when he
now
played
you don't
Spain? He
care.
shot 416 from the
I
field.
don't know. He was trash that game, Lamont.
Okay.
Is that what you want to hear? He was
Willie,
trash.
how do you feel about Jordan himself saying that zones would have slowed him down?
I don't know. He probably he couldn't shoot. His jumper and his mid range was trash his whole career. That's the only thing I can say. Jordan couldn't shoot.
What?
His jumper was trash.
Are you trolling?
Yeah, I'm just going
No,
off.
it wasn't.
Jordan
He's
couldn't shoot his
telling the
jumper.
truth, though.
How are you a Michael
know.
Jordan
He
fan? But
doesn't
you keep
know.
disrespecting
Willie, you
him.
suck at trolling, bro.
Really, you're not making any sense right now. You really
You
are
suck
not.
at trolling, bro.
You really are not.
He was trash. I don't know if that's what y'all want to hear.
Hey,
Jordan
Lamont,
was trash.
just give him the
Jordan
answer.
was
Wanna
trash.
answer your
Just give
prompt,
him the answer,
Lamont?
man. Save him the misery. Just give him the answer, man. Just do
No,
it.
we're not.
I don't care about that.
But see, Willie, I don't make these videos to try to tell people Jordan's trash.
You can't convince nobody Jordan was trash.
I
Even
got
if you
Jordan
try.
as a GOAT.
No, you don't. Get out of here.
Nah,
Yeah,
he
he
did,
does.
bro.
You've
Hell
you've been in his channel long enough to know.
You probably
that Michael
got
Jordan is his GOAT.
Kareem. You probably got Kareem over Jordan, bro.
I got Jordan as a
No,
GOAT.
Jordan is the consensus GOAT.
He ain't y'all GOAT. He's a
Not at this
consensus.
point
How?
though.
Who?
Maybe
According
a
to
few
who?
years ago. A
According
few
to
years
who?
ago he was, but not anymore.
According to who? No, Willie. Let me ask you something. According to who?
To the world.
Who said it's a GOAT? Because Kareem never considered Michael the GOAT. Neither did Oscar Robertson, Doctor Julius
Jay,
Irvin.
Because
you
they're
want to
Who
go?
older.
said it's a GOAT? What are you talking about?
You want to go that route?
I'm
You want
telling
to
you,
go that
no, it's
route?
a fact. They said that the Michael Jordan was never the GOAT.
It's
They
the
all
fake
considered
old heads.
Wilt
It's the
Chamberlain.
50-year-olds.
Yeah,
Okay.
That's considered.
they know
Yeah,
more
the
basketball
fake
than
old
you.
heads. If you're
Okay.
70 years old, you don't consider him the GOAT. If you're 20, you don't. Only the 50, 45-year-olds.
Only LeBron teammates.
LeBron teammates go crazy. See, I just exposed another flaw in your argument. Very
Yeah,
good.
yeah. Debate that
Hold
if
on,
you
y'all.
want.
Hold on, y'all.
What?
We still keep targeting Willie. I don't want to target Willie. Like Willie,
Only his teammates.
Willie's gonna have controversial talking points. We can still always lock in on the topic.
Let me give
Man.
my take on your prompt, Mark.
Yes, sir. Go ahead, King Money.
All right, man. First thing first, I do think Hakeem is overrated. I believe that we extra like glorify his skill set, and so for me, I did this thing on my other page. I know they play two different positions, but I think it's a clear conversation between Tim and Hakeem, offense and defense. If he's such a high skilled player, he really didn't peak too much higher than him in the regular season or postseason. Of course he did. But then you got to factor in like, okay, he did do the two-peat, right? But then where did the rest of the floor raising go? Like where the rest of the years go? Like when Tim did it, he went through the process where before them dudes got good, he still was doing it. And then when
I
they got
agree.
good, them dudes ultimately kept continuing to keep winning. Right?
Yeah. Tim is
So
underrated for that.
so then, so then I look at like Hakeem did dominate when he did get his two back to back. I give him that. That's cool. But I don't look at it like he did enough, like what you were saying, Lamont. I don't, and then the fact he did win the two and Jordan won in the league, you know what I'm saying? Like I wish he would have got one of them against Jordan. So then for sure, I probably could have put him in the top 10, but he's not in my top 10 either because for some of those reasons like that. So it's like, and then like I said again, like we overrate like his skill set. And it's like if you look at between him and Tim, them shit's real comparable. Like per game, totals, like Tim ain't that far off of him. Like Tim actually got the best block performance in the finals as a big man, which is 5. You know what I'm saying? Like Hakeem didn't do that. He got close, but he did it in the finals though. On top of that, like people be trying to discredit the blocks. I'm like, you can't discredit that. It don't matter who you going against. You had to go get those blocks a lot of times. So it's like you can't quantify and discredit that. And so like, even the scoring, he's not too far up higher than Tim. Like he finished his career with like I think 26 90 46 or something, and Tim at like 26 496. So he's only 500 more points than Tim. You see what I'm saying? But when you talk about his skill set, like, you was like the dream shake is kind of a little overrated. It's like, well, damn, it kind of do look like it because like I said, when you talk about his skill set and stuff, it's like we say he's miles and clearer than everybody, but it's not matching up to the degree of dominance. You know what I'm saying? Like, and he didn't have a long stretch of that. Like, I know he went to the finals more than the 2 times, but still, like, he didn't have a long stretch of just dominating the league like that to me, per se. He does got those 2 years.
Yeah.
He got those 2 years. I'm talking about Hakeem. He got those 2 years, which is cool. You know what I'm saying? But like I said again, compared to other big centers, I feel like their dominance was like peak was longer. Like the Shaq. Like Shaq, like prime is crazy from like year 2 to like 2003. Like that nigga was giving you 28, you know what I'm saying, on average every year. Like that's crazy. You know what I'm saying? Like 10 years of that. You know what I'm saying? Hakeem ain't got nothing like that to even quantify to get to 28, like 10 years strong. You know what I'm saying? Or
Bro,
plus
you saying the
25. You know what
same
I'm saying?
thing over and over and over again. Don't
And
you
then they
know
have to turn after
Hakeem?
him.
Don't you know Hakeem? Don't you know Hakeem
Willie,
played damn near his whole career without an all NBA player or all defensive player and an all
He's
star?
gonna overtalk you, King. You might just let him go.
Man,
I
listen,
just
man.
let him.
I'm
He was
not finna.
talking.
I'm not finna let him go. He just cut me off, but that's cool, bro. I ain't finna come up here and do all the disrespect. I don't even rock like that. But
I ain't
still,
even
at the end of the day, you can
disrespecting.
say,
Like Hakeem
listen.
is props. He played with
You
nobody.
still cut me off. Will, damn, hold your mic, man. Listen, man. Man, you too old to be acting like a child, bro. Like, come on,
Man,
man.
look,
I
y'all
was on mute
dummies
the
make me
whole time
alive.
when they up here. I was on mute the whole time. I ain't cut nobody off. I've been here since he came. I was one of the first
Yeah,
to be
but they
on
just
the
gonna let you
panel.
cap, nigga.
Listen.
Hakeem ain't have
Oh my
nobody.
Willie, let
God.
him talk, bro.
So,
Okay, so
but
It's funny
but Willie,
how
that's just you tearing down his
cool. Hold on,
teammates.
hold on,
it's
hold on, hold
funny
on, hold
how
on, hold
Let
on,
him
hold
MJ
on. Cool,
fans
cool, cool, cool. Hold on, real
to
quick.
say that
You
MJ's
calling
a
out
goat
cap.
because he's 6-0.
Hold on. Y'all want to call out cap and say the 94 is like one of the greatest runs. Like he didn't have 5 people on the team giving him double digits, bro. It wasn't just Hakeem. Yes, he was the leading scorer, but he had help, bro. Y'all like to downplay that help, bro. He had help. That's how he ultimately won. Like, yes, he's the best player on the team, but he had help to be consistent to help him to succeed that, bro. He just didn't do it all on his own. Nobody win by himself. Like I said again, like that 94 team, like people really don't know. Like you got to go look this shit up, man. People don't be knowing, and y'all don't like to tell like the whole story. Like y'all look, like I said again, we
Facts.
like to overrate his skill set, and we like to compensate. Like, oh yeah, he this and that. And like I said, if you even compare him to Tim, it's like, do they both was like the same position for their team? They had to be the defensive anchor. They had to sometimes be the best offense and defensive player on their team, and they did it for multiple years. But Tim, he did it longer. Like even though I know it ain't Hakeem's fault that he lost the players at the 94, whatever, but still. Tim still stayed and helped them boys to get better, and they stayed consistent. Like I can't
And he
knock that.
won it.
They didn't keep the people.
He
I
won it
can't say I
95
can't knock
too.
him that. He did, but but I can't knock it that. After them 2 years, then what? You know what I'm saying? Like what else? It's like almost the same with Steve Nash to me. Like I view Steve Nash somewhere in the same way as Hakeem. Like when people talk about Steve Nash, it's like really just 2 years, bro. That really people really talk
Nah,
about
I
him.
think you're
That
taking it
like
too far. Nah, that's
Yeah.
completely too far.
but
Hakeem
hey,
played
man,
on both
listen.
sides of the floor and he led his team to
I know he
championships. Like,
did. I gave him credit for that. Like, what is y'all saying? I'm giving him credit for them 2 years, man. I already said
Hakeem
that.
was
He
a
got the
poor
deep
man's
boy. He got
but
NBA
it's not
player,
just
bro.
2 years though. Like Hakeem played at a high
he got.
level for 15 years.
He was a
Like,
poor man's NBA player.
Yeah,
Again.
can I
Nobody
have a
All
turn,
played
right,
with him.
Lamont?
cool.
I
Nobody
haven't had
I
a chance to
joined
go
him.
I
express
cool.
my
He ain't have
thoughts.
no all stars.
I
Hakeem was
cool. I
balling.
cool. I cool, Willie. We go to the next prompt. The next question
Let me.
said the
Can I?
90s
Can I go
kind of like
next, Lamont?
overrated, right?
I haven't had a chance to
So
express my
hold on,
thoughts.
Abel. Let me
I'm
hear
a
King Money
I'm a
Fly about the second
I'm
prompt.
a
Yeah, sure.
I'm gonna spin off with what you guys were saying early tonight about how like Dennis Rodman was talking about how to lead, they was cakewalking. Even so that even the talent one is good because they was missing so many shots. They boosted the Pee Wee line 3-point years for 3 years. And he got 2 rings when they did that in a part of that era. It started 94, 95 season and then ended to 97. So like they had 3 years of that shit. And he won 2 rings in that. You know what I'm saying? So that's also that how the league was even like diluted, like even for as that goes, because you try to do new things to get more attention or whatever to grow the league, whatever the case may be. But it's like, and I don't like how they really do overrate that era. Even they get confused with physicality, like that's playing better defense. And Willie, while you on here just the other day, early this week, you on my live saying because Michael Jordan got more personal fouls, that makes him a better defender, my boy. That's what you said. And you sitting here talking
That's
about,
you said
and
that.
you want to come at
Listen to
me
y'all
like
theatrics.
bro,
Y'all
you
know y'all
said it though.
kids. Y'all know y'all
You said
kids.
it, bro.
If you don't play defense, how you gonna? If you
Oh
ain't
my god.
fouling, how you playing defense?
Hold on,
Fouling
Willie.
is
So
You
not
said the more
defense,
Are
personal
you
Willie.
fouls you
serious?
have, the better defender you are.
Are you
Willie,
serious?
Oh my
Willie,
god!
That's crazy.
Willie. You got to listen to yourself. You're saying that fouling is defense.
Yeah, you know what? You know what? I'm glad you asked me that. In the
So if you're not
2017
fouling,
finals, hold on. In the 2017 finals,
Here we go.
KD was busting LeBron's ass. Correct? Pause. I know y'all young
No. I'm
niggas, y'all
asking
need
you.
that
No,
pause.
no, no, no,
When we
no.
get to
I'm
LeBron
asking you a
again,
straight
God.
up question.
Why
no,
didn't
yeah.
I
LeBron
asked
foul
you
that
is
boy and let him know, yo, we ain't doing all that?
But what is that doing? Him fouling. What is that doing?
what
You
does
know
that
what?
do, bro?
What?
What
I'm
is
putting.
it doing?
That's how I know y'all don't know basketball.
No,
We
you
don't know
don't know
basketball.
basketball. You don't.
That just means you're
Okay.
frustrated because you're getting barbecued.
Thank you.
That's not real defense.
That's
What?
not defense. No,
That's
Willie, hold on. Can I have a turn, Lamont? Let me have a turn.
So that's why
Tim
most of the
Duncan's better than
defensive
Hakeem,
player
man.
of the years average 150 something fouls a season.
Where'd you get
First
this
of all, that's
Like
information
not
from,
90.
Willie?
defense.
Where did
I
that
have
Willie,
come
never
from?
heard that before. That's
Willie,
crazy.
that's not defense, bro. What you
He
just
said,
said right
I've
now.
never
does
heard
not
their
make
fouls
any
per
level of
season
sense.
stat. Where do you find this
That's
information?
crazy. Is
Right.
That
stat
shit
news?
credit. You
150
know
fouls a
LeBron.
season. Where'd you find that
LeBron
stat?
played 7
Going
more
back to
seasons
LeBron
than
again,
Jordan
brother.
and still
Back
hasn't
to
caught
LeBron
him
again.
in
Back to
personal
LeBron again.
fouls.
Here we
He
go
still
again.
hasn't
Back
caught
to
Jordan.
LeBron
Hold on,
like
again.
LeBron
LeBron so
hasn't
much,
caught
bro.
Jordan in personal fouls.
Yo, that's crazy.
He's
That's
going on
why
year
you don't,
23. He
that's
don't
why
have
you
the
don't see no all defense in
Willie,
11 years.
Willie,
You
humble
don't foul
yourself for a
enough?
moment. You got to listen
Makes
to what
sense,
you're
right?
saying.
No, that don't make
Willie,
sense.
listen, humble yourself, bro.
You don't
Like,
want it
listen
to
to
make
what you're
sense.
saying. Listen to what you're saying. You're saying that
Ask Marcus
LeBron James.
Smart.
No, hold on. I'm talking to you. I'm asking you. You need to listen to yourself. You're saying that LeBron James committing all those fouls is not defense. But when Michael Jordan does that, you consider that to be defense. You need to listen to yourself to what
That's
you're
being
saying.
aggressive. That's being
That's
aggressive.
not being aggressive. That's basically dumb defense. You don't foul. You don't foul anybody on the defensive end to
Oh,
stop
okay.
people.
So answer
That don't
this.
make no sense.
Answer this. Was Dennis Rodman a great defender?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Back then,
Okay.
yes.
Now he averaged during that time about damn near 300 fouls.
But
a
that's not
season.
what made him a great defender.
That was
That's
not made
what
him a
made
great
him a
defender.
great
How you find
You're
these
not- you're
stats
not-
for these
you're not-
fouls?
Where did you even get the stat line about these fouls?
This is website, Willie. I got
Hold on.
Cardi's website.
Let me
You know
explain
what?
you
He
about
said Dennis Rodman
I'm in-
averaged 300 fouls a season.
how do you
I'm
even
in it.
find that?
What does that?
I'm in
How
a
does that
different.
make him a great defender?
I'm
That's
talking
not why he's a
about-
great defender.
I'm about to go look
I
that
gotta
up, man.
stay
I
in
gotta
my
look this
lane.
up.
Yeah, somebody look that up, please.
I gotta look this up. I can't. I gotta
You
look
gotta
this up.
look.
I
Hey,
gotta
Coach
look this up.
James, are you hearing this
But,
entertainment, bro?
Yo,
Can we all agree that Tim Duncan is better than Hakeem? Like, can we all
Yes,
agree on
Absolutely.
that? Thank you.
I heavily agree with that
I
because
think
the fact is,
Willie,
Hakeem had a short
Agree with that.
peak period than Tim Duncan. That's simple.
Yeah.
Simple. It's very simple. Tim Duncan did more floor raising than Hakeem did throughout his entire career. That's a fact. There's nothing to argue about.
Yeah, those
Okay, hold on, y'all. I'm gonna give y'all.
championships are
I'm gonna
very
give y'all the.
underrated.
I'm gonna give y'all the
Right,
top
right,
10
right.
players.
You
in
get
fouls.
6 fouls a game.
Here's the top 10 players in fouls per
niggas
game
won't
in NBA
use
history.
one.
All right.
All right, here we go.
Okay, so I'm gonna give you total fouls, and I'm also give you fouls per game. I'm gonna start with fouls per game in NBA history.
See, they like my shit. My shit is
Number
curious.
one all time in NBA history with the most fouls per game is Caldwell Jones. 4 fouls per game.
Okay.
Number 2. And I want y'all to tell me if these are great defenders, because some of them I don't know, so maybe you guys can help me. Number 2
Why
is,
don't you do all DPOY?
hold on. Number 2 is Steve Johnson. 3.8 fouls per game.
He doing anybody.
Elite defender.
He was a hacker.
Hold on, I'm gonna tell you right now.
I don't know
It says
who that
this
is.
is fouls per game. You have to play a minimum of 400 games. So
Do Tony
number
Allen.
2 all-time fouls per game leader is Steve Jones. Number 3 fouls per game leader is Dan Roundfield. Anybody know Dan Roundfield?
Oh yeah, for the Hawks.
No.
He played for the Hawks. He was a good shot blocker.
I think he worked at my local hardware store. I don't know.
Probably.
Okay, hold on. I
He-
think
he
y'all.
read.
I think we all know this guy because he did battle Jordan. 3.7 fouls per game. Felton Spencer.
Oh, yeah.
Oh my God.
Man,
Elite
the same
defense.
guy that got torched by Hakeem in the 94 playoffs.
Okay, hold on. I got one better for you. Rest
Yeah,
in
but
peace-
everyone got torched by Hakeem.
Rest in peace to this guy,
That's
number
true, that's
5 all time with the most fouls per game. Tree
Bernard
Robinson,
Blinger.
3.6 fouls per
Oh.
game.
Tree Rollins? You talking
Yeah,
about
Tree
Tree
Rollins
Rollins,
was
the
a
guy
good
that
shot
got his finger bit by Danny Ainge?
Okay,
No,
number
he was a
6.
good shot blocker.
Number
Hey,
6.
Lamont.
Number 6
Why they
fouls per
give you
game.
6 fouls a game, Lamont?
Willie,
Number
be quiet.
6 fouls per game.
Why they give you 6 fouls a game?
Okay, number 6
Willie, be
fouls.
quiet.
Number 6 all
Answer
time.
that.
I mean, I'll tell you that here in a second. Number 6 is Jim Chones.
Yeah, go
Anybody
ahead.
know Jim
I'll
Chones?
wait.
I think he was at my
Sixers?
Home Depot. I don't know.
I think it's six.
No,
Yeah, he
the
said-
guy that
And then
probably
the
wasn't
rest of the
fucking
list
the
is
ball.
rounded out with Mark West, Jamal McClure. We finally do have some good defenders. Ben Wallace at 9 and Theo Ratliff at 10.
Jesus.
Well, Ben Wallace was a multi-time Defensive Player of the Year award winner.
Now,
so
the players with the most career fouls in NBA history. Top 10 is Kareem, Karl Malone, Artis Gilmore, Robert Parrish, Charles Oakley, Hakeem. At number
Oh.
6, Moses
Ooh.
Malone, Elvin Hayes, Buck Williams, and Clifford Robinson rounds out the list as the top 10 players with the most career fouls in NBA history.
Clifford
There
And
you
they're
Robinson.
go.
arguably the best defenders in the league.
Who?
Not Clifford Robinson.
Now, Cliff Robinson was a good defender. He was a
No, Cliff
switch
Robinson was a
defender.
good
Yeah.
defender.
Oh, I
Cliff
guess.
Robinson
Oh.
was a very good defender.
Now,
and
I like
especially
what you
Ben
said,
Wallace,
Juan
too.
boy.
Now hold on.
Now I find
Now what I'm gonna
Thanks
tell
for
you,
sure. Hold
y'all
on.
want to know the similarity between especially with the most career fouls. I'm gonna tell you the similarity with all of these guys on the basketball court. They were all hotheads. They all would go unhinged and hack the shit out of you if they didn't like
Yep.
what was going on.
Especially Charles Oakley.
Clifford Robinson was
to
a
be fair,
hothead.
Elvin Hayes
Yep.
wasn't really a hothead.
Oh, hold on one second. Hold on. Buck Williams was definitely a hothead.
Hakeem wasn't either.
Big time.
Hold on one second, y'all. Kareem would get hothead sometimes.
Yeah.
We saw what Karl Malone did to Isaiah Thomas. We know that motherfucker was
Yep.
unhinged.
Yeah.
You see the shit he kicked?
Robert
He
Parrish.
elbowed-
Robert
Yeah.
Parrish.
Yeah.
We know Charles Oakley was a hothead. He'd hack you.
Robert Parrish
So
wasn't
look,
really a
so
hothead.
so what,
So
what
was
we
Ben-
found
hold
is
on,
that
so was
Robert
Ben
Parrish
Wallace.
wasn't really a hothead.
Ben Wallace is the reason.
Robert Parrish
the
early on
Balance
before
at the Palace.
Robert Parrish with the Celtics and with the Warriors, yeah, he was a hothead. He didn't calm down.
No,
till
with the
he-
Warriors a little bit, but with the Celtics, not really.
He didn't calm down. He didn't really calm down until he got towards the end of his
Really?
career at the end of the
Then
Celtics.
how come that Robert Parrish pretty much drilled Bill Laimbeer to the ground in
Oh
1987?
yeah, I knew you were gonna bring
Parrish
that up.
probably
Punches
started.
right in the face.
Parrish might be the sole reason for all the fights on the goddamn Boston Celtics. He was starting
Right.
all
No,
the
that
fights.
was Bill Laimbeer. That was Bill Laimbeer.
No,
and
Robert
Rick
Parrish
Mahorn
started
and
fights too.
Robert Parrish was a dirty.
He just stole off.
No, it
on
was
Ben
Larry Bird.
Laimbeer.
And we all know
Larry
Buck.
Bird.
Anybody know Buck Hot Rod Williams? He was one of the biggest hotheads. He would.
Most definitely.
Robert Hot Rod Williams has a story where he fouled one of his own teammates just because he didn't want his own teammate to score. He was mad at his teammate not passing the ball.
True.
So
Very true.
did Chuck Daly say put that boy on the ground if he come in the middle?
No,
Put that man on the ground.
no, that was not the Jordan rules. No, that was not the Jordan
No.
rules.
Oh,
Not mixing
y'all
up the
lying.
Jordan rules, Willie. Don't
No,
do it.
Willie,
Don't do
Willie,
it.
you was live with us when we watched the game.
You want me
Y'all
to
lying.
you
Y'all
want me to
lying.
tell you what the Jordan rules were?
No. Tell me what John Sally said.
Okay, hold on.
Push
hold on.
him left.
I'm going to tell you. No, I'm going to tell you what their assistant coach said.
That's what John Sally said. Push him
No,
That's
left.
what
according-
John Sally said.
No, their assistant coach basically came out and exposed all the Jordan rules was a set of defensive principles. I have them all right here. The number 1 rule, as a Johnny says a lot, force him left. The number 2 rule, deny the paint. Number 3 rule, change the defender constantly. Double team on the catch in the post, crowd him on the perimeter, and then do your best to just wear him down with high-powered, high-paced offense. So they tried to speed up their pace of play to also slow him down. But there's nothing in the Jordan rules that basically says just knock him out the air. That just wasn't the Jordan rules. They weren't gonna send him to the free throw line for free points.
And they're
Well,
not,
I
and
would
they're
say
not going to
it's
do
not-
that.
that's not smart
And then,
defense.
and Mahari, they're not going to do that in playoff basketball. Of course, themselves games. You see, they defense in the playoffs and the regular.
Absolutely.
They probably taking that from a regular season. They don't play like that in the playoffs.
Not at
Why
all.
would you risk? Why would you risk flagrant fouls to cost your team in the playoffs?
Exactly. Don Boy, that's my point.
They ain't watched the
a
game.
lot of them never even watched the games. They discovered the fact that these Detroit Pistons defenses never had Jordan a lot. All they did was is force him left, make him take perimeter jump shots, and trap him anytime he gets into the paint, and then do your best to wear him down. That's how the Pistons were able to beat the Bulls. It wasn't about getting physical with him every time.
We don't have no film
One of the main
of
keys.
Jordan getting clothesline. We don't have no film of that.
That's not in the playoffs.
Those
Willie.
were a
It's
few
not in the
plays.
playoffs,
Those were a few
dummy.
plays.
We don't have
It
no
wasn't
film
in
of
the
that.
playoffs.
Yeah, we
Wasn't in
got
the
film.
playoffs.
It's
We don't
on
have no
FYF.
film of Scotty of Dennis Rodman pushing Scottie Pippen in the fucking stands
Yeah,
in the playoffs.
But Willie,
We don't have no
Willie,
film of that.
hold
Go ahead,
on one second, y'all, because I want to start wrapping this up. Willie, all you're explaining is stuff that happens in every basketball game that's ever played. Sometimes people get fouled. I mean, if you go to the YMCA tomorrow, you probably going to see some guy get pushed out the air because you got wild
So
and
answer
reckless
this:
players.
why was they called the Bad Boy Pistons?
No, they were. Hold on, as they so eloquently.
Why was they called the Bad Boy
If
Pistons?
you actually
Lamont?
watch their documentary, they got labeled the Bad Boy Pistons because the media needed to make one of the team's bad guys.
Well, yo, you wasn't even alive.
The media.
So shut up
hold on,
with that.
Willie. Please hold on
No,
while we
you
talking.
don't know
Please
that.
hold on.
No, you're
the
the one
media.
being
The
denied
media.
now, Will.
The media painted them like they were trying to paint good guy versus bad guy, and so they needed a villain, and so as Isaiah and even Larry Bird said, he said all the teams played like this, but they painted one team as that one team that was just playing. No, all the teams played like this. And so
Exactly.
they scapegoated the Pistons and turned them into they were actually trying to turn them into something that they weren't, making it seem
You
like they
said
were bad
all the
guys.
teams played like
So-
that. That's a lie.
The Celtics played like that. The Lakers played like that. The Sixers played
And
like that.
it was weird because Isaiah Thomas was like, "Look, we all played like that. So why y'all making special rules when it come to Jordan?" He said, "We've been going through this all the '80s, but all of a sudden Jordan
Exactly.
say something about it. Now we got to change rules." Nah. So they was mad about it because the NBA decided to make rule changes when Jordan cried about it.
Right.
Run into the commissioner.
And also establishing the illegal defenses, which basically forbid.
And Willie, you know that.
zone
Obviously,
defense.
Willie, you grew up in that time. You know that.
Right.
So why does all these rules
I mean, we
and
could all
everything
admit
just
that-
benefit Jordan out of 400 players?
Dummy.
Because
he
Jordan was the
he
Jordan was the golden
predecessor of
goose.
the NBA.
Jordan was the golden goose.
Exactly.
I mean, we
He
could
was the
all
golden
admit that
goose.
Pistons team was an all-time defense, though. So
Yeah, they were all-time
Listen.
great defense. And
Yeah.
all-time great defenses don't hack. They play defense.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. let me say it like this. Let me say it
You
like
can't
this.
be a great defense hacking.
Exactly.
Like when we
And
watched
you
that
can't even be
playoff
a
game in
great defense
'89
like
and we
he
watched Joe Dumars shut Jordan down in the fourth, he didn't have to hack him. Joe Dumars wasn't hacking Jordan. He's playing
Textbook
defense.
Nope.
defense.
And
Yep.
Joe Dumars never had to hack
Joe
either.
Dumars
He's
played
one of the best
textbook
defenders in the '80s.
Textbook
Yeah,
defense.
Yeah. Textbook
Yeah,
defense, yeah.
because he could. He was too. What the hell?
Yeah,
I think it was somebody's phone.
His
Billy
center
flip
of
phone,
gravity.
Motorola.
He had that lower center of gravity. He was stronger than Jordan.
And also,
Right.
and a lot of, and you know what we also don't realize is Jordan was what 170 pounds at that time.
No, 190.
Like 190.
I don't believe,
Yeah,
bro.
190.
I don't believe he was 190.
You
I don't
think-
believe he
I
got
think-
up to 190
That's what they said.
until later. That's what they say. They say a lot of things. They said he had a 48-inch vertical too.
No, I read
Yeah.
it in a book, in his autobiography.
Yeah, I know.
So.
I think Jordan was light in the ass, and it was easy to
Yeah, he
flail and
definitely
flop
was.
to the ground.
Yeah.
Right.
Jordan
He was
became
light in the
210,
ass. Sometimes, if you
Jordan
ever
was
hooped,
flopping.
you know, when we say
I
light in the
even heard
ass,
that
we've all played against a guy where it seemed like anytime you touch him in the air, it don't take much. He get to flying and flailing everywhere because he's just so light in the ass. Sometimes some people are like that. And I think Jordan,
Yep.
as agile and as you know, as athletic as he was, he just wasn't packing on a whole bunch of muscle. That's all.
Oh, so 29 points per series on 47% shooting is shutting Jordan down.
No, I'm saying there's ways. So one of the ways
right
you
then,
can.
that's what you
So
said.
one of the ways you can shut a great player down, Willie, is to make sure that great player. What have we heard this before? As long as nobody else beat us, you and I gonna beat us. They'll let the,
Oh,
they'll
you're
let
right.
certain
No,
players.
you're right.
Hold
You're
on,
right,
Willie.
'cause
Let me
Jordan-
finish what I'm
Jordan
saying,
fans
please. This
can-
ain't. Please stop. We've seen so many teams with this same strategy. You might score, but ain't nobody else scoring. And the Pistons' defense was built around the fact that they knew Jordan driving certain ways would not pass.
Yep.
So the fact is, yeah, Jordan got to his numbers, but when we hear players like Dave Corsine and others talk about it, and other players, Jordan had guys that could actually score the ball. He just wasn't using them.
Nope.
Who he had to
So,
score?
so when he had a guy who could score 20 points per game in Orlando Woolridge, he didn't use him. He actually forced him off the team. When he had George Gervin on the team, a guy who was just an all-star the year before, he didn't use him. He forced him off the team. When he had
Played
Quentin
with
Daly,
Gervin for-
when he
Oh,
had
George
Quentin Daly who
Gervin
could
was
score the ball, he
George
didn't. He
Gervin
didn't
was washed up.
when he had Quentin Daly. No, George Gervin
Listen
was
to
not.
what he's saying,
George Gervin was not washed. He was an all-star the year before, and he was averaging
but the
20
year
points per
before.
game.
Not that year.
Hold
Not
on.
in
The
86.
year, hold on. I've never seen a 32-year-old. I've never seen a player go from being.
But it's not about age.
Listen, hold on. Listen
It's
to what
about
I'm saying,
production.
y'all. Please stop talking and just listen. George Gervin, the year before he
Don't
joined the
go.
Bulls, was an all-star averaging over 20 points per game. Nobody was saying he was washed. Y'all only come with this same played-out narrative that he was washed as soon as he joined the Bulls, and now he has to play with Michael Jordan. Why don't y'all go listen to what George Gervin had to say about his time playing with Michael Jordan? Because George Gervin told us a very specific story about there was a game in that season where the Bulls won. George Gervin outshined Michael Jordan, scored like 30-something points. And George Gervin said, you know what? He said Jordan complained to the coach. He said, I didn't have another 30-point game the rest of the year. Jordan even said in his own book, hold on, King Shai Solomon, because I compare y'all to do research. Jordan said in his own book that he wrote, he said, guys like Orlando Woolridge and Quentin Daly and George Gervin, Jordan's own words, he said, they stole my thunder. He says, I struggled to play with other guys that scored the ball like I did. Jordan said, they stole my thunder. Jordan struggled to play with other guys that could score the way he scored. He admitted this. So this is why guys like Orlando Woolridge, it didn't work. This is why with Quentin Daly, it didn't work. This is why with all these lottery picks, it didn't work. This is why with Brad Sellers, it didn't work. This is why it only worked when they had a defensive guy who didn't care about scoring, and Scottie Pippen and the Horace Grants and guys like that. They don't care about scoring. What are y'all talking about?
That's crazy, man. I say that shit all the time, Lamont.
Brad Sellers was supposed to be. Brad
that
Sellers was projected to be an all-star. He could never evolve into that. Why? Because he was a scorer.
Right. And Jordan did everything he could to sabotage him.
So hold on. I'm going to tell you. I'm going to read to you what George Gervin said about playing with Michael Jordan.
How many games Jordan played with Gervin?
About to tell you right now.
How many games?
Right, but I tell him all the time though, Lamont, about him playing with another person who can score like him.
Jordan
like when they love to
said
say
George
give him
Gervin wasn't
Kyrie,
really
like when they love to say give him Kyrie, D Wade, and all. I'm like, bro, he has some success, but offensively they not gonna look nothing the same. They're gonna look totally different playing with him. Way different. They're not gonna look the same.
How many
Most of the
games
guys that played with Michael Jordan, they said mostly positive things. They said mostly positive things about Michael Jordan.
Some of them, but a few of them don't though.
But besides George Gervin and Luke, even Luke Longley still gave MJ.
Oh, Dave Corsine didn't say nothing good.
Yeah.
George Grant didn't say nothing good. Scottie Pippen didn't say nothing good. There's a lot of people that say negative.
No, Scottie Pippen said Scottie Pippen changed later
Luke Longley also said.
Did you see
Luke
the
Longley,
Last
Bill
Dance?
Winnington also
yeah, because
said.
of the Last Dance. I just said that.
Bro,
yeah.
Everything y'all think y'all cop out can't always be the Last Dance.
I don't need the Last Dance.
Me neither.
And how many games did Gervin play with Jordan?
Hold on, I'm gonna read to y'all what George Gervin said.
I bet he won't tell y'all that.
Hold on,
Jordan,
Willie, please.
Hold on, come on. Go ahead,
Willie,
man.
I want you to start a YouTube stream up, and you can rant and yell as much as you want. Right now, sometimes y'all got to sit back and listen because obviously you don't know nothing. You don't know nothing about the 80s and 90s. Because we just asked you about the 90s.
How many games Gervin
We just
played
hold
with
on,
Jordan?
Willie. Right now,
We
right
just
now,
trying to be disruptive all
we
the
asked
time,
you. You had
man.
an opportunity to tell everybody about the 80s and 90s, and the only thing you said was, "I can't talk about it if I can't mention Jordan." Stop trying to tell us about it now. So,
lying ass.
I'm gonna read it. I got it right here. Hold on. Damn, this is kind of long. But I'm gonna put the link in the chat for y'all to check out. This is a memoir written by George Gervin, and it's titled. The title of this is when George Gervin says, "I knew my time was up," and he was talking about playing with Michael Jordan, and he was talking about he was also talking about that 63-point game that he had in Boston, and I want y'all to go read his experience. While y'all say he was washed, why did he look washed? Because he couldn't do what he did best. The guy can't do what he does best. He wasn't known to be a defender. He wasn't known as a 3-and-D guy. George Gervin was known as a scorer. Jordan was not willing to share the scoring spotlight with anybody.
First of all, the reason why he left was because he was getting old. I mean, that's number one.
Not true.
And number two,
not true.
Well, no, but it's not even about his age. He just wasn't good. Like I
Not
know he
true.
was
Hold
33.
on.
But
Hold
he
on.
wasn't
He
good.
averaged 16 points a game that year.
Yeah, he said, and he played
Yeah,
like
but 16
82
points a game was
games.
not as good as 30.
And that
He
was
used to be
down from
30 at his
20
best.
points the year before.
No, but he
Exactly.
averaged 30 at his best. He was not.
Oh
he
no,
was
no,
not
played
a scorer.
18
I'm
games
not
before.
saying it's I'm not saying he's prime. I'm saying that the year before he was an all-star and he was averaging 20 a game. When the Bulls added him to that team, they didn't add him to that team because they said, "Oh, we need to add an old George Gervin to the team." They thought he could actually help Jordan. What they didn't know is that, or what they hadn't caught on to yet, was the fact that Jordan don't like playing with other guys that score the ball.
Hey, host, but how can he not like playing with other people that didn't score that scored the ball when he missed 64 games? So you can't put that on Michael Jordan.
Okay, so then why did Jordan go to the coaching staff and cry about touches when George Gervin had a good game and made sure George Gervin never got touches like that again for the rest of the year?
What game was this? Because like I said, he
okay,
missed
I put the link in the
64
chat. Hold on. If y'all don't do y'all research, since y'all say y'all grew up in the era and knew all these things, I'm gonna put the link in the chat. Y'all can go read it and come back. Right,
think it was-
and actually, the game that he's referring to,
Mavericks.
the game that he's referring to is actually on YouTube, and you guys can go back and watch, since we know you didn't watch it live. Y'all, when we recount these things, when I say these things, as opposed to running up here quick to try to deny it, all you guys have to do is take 2 minutes to go look it up first, do a little bit of research, and then come back but don't come up here asking 1,000,001 questions when you guys got all ample opportunity to fact check and verify anything that I say.
Okay, you're right. Okay, well, let's say you're right about that. But am I right about he only played 64 games?
His book was called "Why." The book is titled "Why I Was Born
You're
to
not
Score."
answering the questions, though, bro.
Hold on. Why do I need to answer
just
questions when you
deflecting.
haven't done any research on this?
I don't need you're
Okay.
deflecting what I'm talking about.
Let me ask you this, Lamont. Was Shaq good?
I don't care
in
about no
2010?
Shaq. I'm not
No,
talking
but
about Shaq.
Shaq was an all-star the year before.
I'm
and
not
we can all
talking about
agree that he
Shaq.
was.
I'm not talking about
Yeah,
Shaq.
but LeBron had Shaq in 2010.
I'm not talking
And we
about
all know
Shaq.
who he
Shaq was 38 years old. George Gervin was 31
Yep,
going on
but
32.
Shaq made the All-Star team.
Shaq
He made the All-Star
Shaq
team.
was 38 years old.
But it's about production. It's not about age.
31 and
Shaq
30,
made the
32, 31 and 32-year-olds are way different from 38-year-olds. Because remember, the NBA is like dog years. You age, 3 years can be the difference between you, like Karl Malone. Karl Malone was an MVP 1 year, and then a couple years after that, he wasn't looking like the MVP Karl Malone. It takes years. You age in dog years.
Can you give me 30 minutes to speak? And I just want to
No,
speak
I'm not
to
giving nobody 30 minutes to speak.
Not 30 minutes. I meant 30 seconds, bro. I'm sorry. I'm sorry about that. Just 30 seconds. And I just want to speak to the
30 seconds
audience.
is a long time. What's your question?
No, I don't have a question. I just said I just want to say something. Now, you're saying that Jordan was the reason or whatever.
No,
but
I didn't say Jordan was the reason. George Gervin said Jordan was the reason.
Okay, George Gervin said he was the reason. Okay, but a guy that missed 64 games, was on 7-minute restriction for 15 of those games that he played, 7 minutes restriction for a half, and you're going to try to tell us and the rest of this audience that Michael Jordan didn't want to play. He didn't even play.
Which is Big Saxon, which makes it even crazier to think of. Because think about it, Big Assassin. If you're coming off an injury, you would assume, especially if you're on minute restriction, you would think he would invite other guys who scored the ball to come in and take the load off and help him out. But instead of him being inviting to a guy that can take some of the scoring duties off his shoulder, to give him a little bit more rest so he can have a little bit more gas in the biggest moments, he pushed back against the guys that could help him most. Because as Jordan himself said, not me, he said guys like Quentin Daly, Orlando Woolridge, and George Gervin, go read his book. He said they stole my thunder. He didn't want to play with other guys who did what he did, which was score the ball. Now, that could be due to immaturity, his age at the time. Maybe as he got older, maybe that mindset might have changed. But Jordan was honest about his mentality at that time. He did not want to play with other guys that did what he did.
Well, we'll
go talk to Jordan about that deficiency. Don't cry to me. I just happen to read, and when Jordan says things, I just take his word for it because I didn't say it. Jordan said it. Go talk to Jordan about that issue.
I'm just waiting for you to put that link up. That's all. Just put the link up. Cause I don't believe nothing you're saying at this point. Yeah.
All right.
Well, hold on. Well, to add to that, Rip Hamilton just recently said that when he was with Jordan in Washington, there was a game where he was going off, and Jordan literally went to him at halftime and was like, "You had a good half, son, but that's it. Like, we're not gonna go with you." And Rip Hamilton said he could have scored 50 that night the way he was feeling, and he said that it was going up against the Knicks in an Allen Houston game, and so it is known that MJ, especially when it gets to the second half, that MJ has the idea that he wants to score a certain amount of points. So MJ's definitely always out to get this certain amount of points.
I heard
when he was younger, yeah, but when he was older, he didn't really do that a lot.
What you mean? I was in Washington.
That was in Washington.
That's
sir.
one time. But
That was in Washington, sir.
Jerry Stackhouse said the same thing. Stackhouse said the same thing. Stackhouse said playing with Jordan changed his whole. He said playing with Jordan was so bad it changed his whole outlook on Jordan. Jordan was definitely not the best player on that Washington team. Stackhouse was the best player, and Jordan was not willing to relinquish the scoring duties to Stackhouse.
Stackhouse wasn't the best player on that team.
Most people that played with Michael Jordan, most people that played with MJ, they say mostly positive things. Most people.
Now you know what most people say.
Yeah, I know, but that's my whole.
Okay, got you.
Point.
We got you, Big Shy.
The
Big Shy
minority.
Solomon.
It's about most people.
Now most people. But you can't give us a quote from anybody. You know what most people say, but you can't give us one quote.
Just listen to what Dennis Rodman says about Michael
Okay,
Jordan.
Dennis Rodman is gonna love playing with Jordan because he's a non-scorer. And did you notice that guys that don't score the ball love playing with Jordan?
Yeah, Charles Oakley.
But that's how even Charles Oakley said that shit.
Look at Ron Harper. Ron Harper, when his knees was busted and he couldn't score no more the way he normally could, I guarantee you he loved playing with Jordan.
Yeah,
I know, he wasn't scorer though before. So.
He liked winning.
Yeah, but I guarantee you, if Ron Harper was perfectly healthy, knees were perfectly good, do you really think he would have been fine with just playing a fourth tier role when he know he could be an all-star at any time?
If you want to win a championship, you play your
if you want to win, I mean,
majority of Jordan's teammates talk bad about him. The majority of Jordan's teammates talk bad about him.
This is the thing. I see what type of players y'all is. Y'all rather have an all-star instead of a ring. That's what y'all like,
bro. Yo, hold on, Big Assassin. Assassin. You don't win with good. There's no winning without good players.
No, what I'm saying
we all understand
is
it takes a system and it takes accepting roles to win. All I'm saying is if you talk to any basketball player, they all have egos. Basketball players like to get on the court and do what they do, especially if you're a great one, especially if you've been great your whole life through high school, college, and even in NBA. Nobody likes to take these secondary lower roles when you know you still got something left in the tank, especially when there's an opportunity for you to get paid. So when you talk about the guys you talk about the players that excelled around Michael Jordan, right? It was the guys that didn't give a damn about scoring the ball. Pippen, what? Y'all get mad at Pippen. Y'all hold it against him that he couldn't score 20 a game. Pippen was just fine with scoring 17 a game, 18 a game, and being the best defender. Pippen got his points how he could get them.
He did average 20.
Pippen got his points. That's because Pippen got his points in transition, but using his defense. That's because Pippen actually, the time that Pippen, Johnny has the video when Pippen stepped up and made a big clutch three for the Bulls. Hey, Johnny, can you tell everybody what Jordan was doing in the huddle after he made that big clutch three?
I remember when Jordan said, "Give me the ball, nigga, I'm hot."
Jordan got mad because another guy made a clutch three.
So he missed the pass.
You would think after your teammate made a clutch three, you would go to the huddle, timeout, happy as hell. You mad because you wanted the shot.
Hold on, Lamont.
You ain't got no business
he said Jordan was hot. He did that in the game where he finished 15 or 35. How was that hot? And then he missed more. See, that's why I said
Jordan was hot at the moment. I ain't say he was hot the whole game. He was hot at the moment.
Okay, but the whole game, his teammates shot a combined 19 for 32. He missed more shots than all of them combined.
And he's supposed to. He the best nigga on the team.
Yeah, to be fair, he has to take more shots. So
the fuck you talking
bro,
about?
Do you know, bro? Hold on, King Shai Solomon. Have you ever in a real I don't know what level you've played. Have you ever taken 35 shots in a basketball game?
That's no.
If you ever played basketball, do you know how many shots that is?
Yeah.
I seen
The
LeBron
Hold
James.
on. King Shai
I seen
Solomon.
LeBron
King
James
Shai
average
Solomon.
33
King
shots
Shai
on
Solomon. Are you
35
saying that
points.
you've taken 35 shots in a game?
No, I said no.
Okay.
Yeah, I
Have
said
you
no.
ever taken 20 shots in a game?
Yeah.
Okay. That's a lot of that's a lot of shots. Just
What
20.
about LeBron James averaging 35
Okay, I
points
don't
on
care
33
about
shots in the
LeBron.
final? I know you don't. I
Like,
know
I don't
you
know
don't.
why y'all
Because
have
you don't
this.
like
I don't know
facts.
why y'all want to. Hold on. Why don't you ever tell me about Magic or Bird or like
Why?
tell me?
Because
Give me
because we talking about Jordan and LeBron.
We
That's
not
why.
talking about no Jordan and LeBron. What are you talking about?
We're
That's
talking
why.
about great players. So
No, but
Like,
why is the
can't
only
bring
other
up
great player you
why
want to bring
can't
up
why
is
I can't bring
LeBron?
a LeBron? That's the only play. Every time you on live, you always talking about Jordan.
That's the That's the
What's the
topic of the show.
problem? What's
I'm
the
trying to stick
problem?
to it.
So if I talk about
I
LeBron,
don't
it's
see
a
LeBron on
problem.
the. I
LeBron's
don't see
not the
LeBron
topic
on
of the
the team.
show.
Yeah, I know it's
LeBron
not the
didn't
topic
play
of
in
the
the
show,
You
but it's
can't
still
even
a
tell us
topic.
nothing. You say you can't even tell us nothing about Jordan, and when you do, it's not factual. It
What have
don't
I
make
ever said that
sense.
ain't a
You
fact?
said he in the zone and he missed 20 shots. He had 1 assist.
Okay.
They won by 1
Okay.
point.
The man was
35
hot.
shots is crazy.
Go back and watch the game. The
It
man
was
had
no,
just
he wasn't hot.
yes, he was.
He missed over half of his shots. What you
The
talking
man
about? He
was
hot.
hot. The man was hot.
Okay, hold on, y'all. Hold on. Let me let King Shai Solomon respond. Go, whatever your question.
Smoking.
He was hot.
I didn't have a question, bro.
Don't make sense. All these old heads get up on these panels and just
Y'all.
start talking
No, you
stupid.
just don't have no comprehension skill. Just because I said he hot, don't
Yeah,
mean
I
he
do.
was hot.
Go to my
He
video.
was hot using them 6 fouls
Well,
earlier.
when you get off of
game.
here, you can go watch
Hot
that
at the time.
63-point game.
Hot at
Shout
the
out to
time,
Joe.
nigga.
Shout out
Can
to
you
Go James
comprehend?
Kingdom.
That's what's
Shout
wrong
out
with
to
you
Go
young
James
niggas. Y'all
Kingdom
ain't
on the
got no brain
63-point
power.
game in Boston.
Okay, hold on,
Hot
Dewan boy.
at the
Let's not
time.
argue. Let's not argue amongst each other. Big assassin. What's your okay? So what's the point you're trying to get across?
No, all I was saying, well, when I said he was hot, I'm talking about hot at the time. I ain't talking about overall game. He was hot at the time. That's why he wanted the ball.
Okay. So big assassin. If you've ever played on a team and you have a teammate make a big shot and you have someone
I'm
that's
not
jealous,
gonna do what Jordan did.
whenever that happens, I'm gonna tell you what it's called. It's called being toxic. That means you have a toxic. Whenever somebody makes a big shot on your team, especially in a moment like that, if you are not ecstatic and you are more worried about them, not about him making a shot, but you're more worried about, oh, I should have took the shot. Just like y'all called Pippen toxic when he was mad at Phil Jackson for giving Tony Kukoc the last shot.
He didn't walk off the
Jordan
court.
was toxic in that moment because Jordan,
He didn't sit down.
As Jordan said in himself, I didn't like playing with players that Pippen stole Jordan's thunder in that moment, and Jordan spazzed out on him. It's a fact.
Oh, and it was the 3 to tie the game.
Michael Jordan passed
He
the
damn
ball.
near shooting them out the game.
He passed the ball to John Paxson twice per game.
He took it personal.
In
What
91
are you talking
and
about John
93,
Paxson
passed
in the
it.
98 finals? John Paxson
Okay,
wasn't
in
even on
91.
the team.
What about 91 and 93?
What
about 97 when he passed
What
it to
about
Steve-
Hold on,
Steve
King Shai
Kerr?
Solomon. Hey, I think y'all completely missed what I said. I said I didn't say Jordan was like this his entire career. Jordan said in his book when he talked about the players that he played with early on, Quentin Daly, Orlando Woolridge, and George Gervin, he didn't say that he couldn't play with those guys because they were trash or because they were old. He says he struggled to play with those guys because they stole my thunder. I assure you, if George Gervin at that time couldn't score, Jordan wouldn't have included him in that conversation or even in that topic. But he admitted that early on in his career, that was probably something he might have needed to work on. Now, when we talk about the shot with Paxson, okay, we saw him grow as a player and get better. He was able to move it to Steve Kerr. We saw him allow other players to have big fourth quarters, like was it John Paxson with the Suns? I can't remember the exact series, but there were other players. So I'm not saying he never grew out of that, but there are multiple times in his career where we can point to very good examples of Jordan spazzing out on guys because they were scoring the ball and he wasn't. Y'all, like, why do y'all just push back against the obvious? Like, it happened, own it, move on.
No, I agree. MJ wasn't a great teammate. Like he wasn't as good as like Magic or Bird or Tim Duncan in terms of how good of a teammate they were.
Every
but I
player
feel like
has issues, especially great players. All great players have some nasty egos.
Yeah, they
Some
selfish.
shoot
but I
the ball
feel like
every
MJ
time.
improved. MJ improved. That's exactly.
But you can say that, but you can't tell those Washington players that in Washington. Jerry Stackhouse won't say Jordan improved. Jerry Stackhouse is going to tell you that Jordan was one of the most selfish players he ever played with.
Yo, Jerry Stackhouse was known as selfish himself. So
Rip said it too just recently.
I mean,
when
like,
he was finna cook somebody who was cooking him, and Jordan told him in the second half, "Hey, this is it for you for the rest of the night." He said he had 30 in one half, and then the second half came. He was like, Jordan came up to him and said, "Hey, this is it. I got the rest from here. I'm taking
that's
over."
not what.
And he
That's
said,
not what you do.
And he said,
That's not what
he
you
only
do
took
with the
like
young
one or
button
two
talent.
shots in the second half. Right.
Yeah, that's not what you do with the
crazy.
young talent on your team.
That's
You
crazy.
don't do that.
Yeah, you don't
You
do
take a
that.
back step like Kareem did when Magic got drafted to the Lakers.
So we use it. So
I mean, but Big Assassin. All I'm saying is Big Assassin. Us mentioning this,
No, I get it. I get it.
Us
bro.
mentioning
I
this
get it.
don't do nothing to diminish Jordan's legacy. It just shows.
No, I get it.
All it shows is that, you know what, Jordan was human, just like all these other players that got flaws.
No
Jordan
doubt.
had flaws that made him a bad teammate at times. Jordan had flaws that made him look not clutch at times. Jordan had all the same flaws and all the same deficiencies that y'all put on these other players.
No doubt. No doubt. He just didn't have that shit as much. That's the only
Yes, he
thing.
did.
That's
I
the
don't
only
know about
thing.
that.
Hold on,
Yes, he
84 to
did.
90. I don't know, bro.
That's the only
They
thing.
lost the 95 series because of him.
Yeah, I do remember that.
Game 1, Game 3, Game 6.
I didn't say that didn't happen. I just said he don't have as many. He ain't
Yes, he
got as
do.
many as these other motherfuckers, bro.
Yes, he do.
No, he don't. No, the fuck
You know
he
what?
don't.
Listen, do you know how Scottie Pippen hurt his back?
On a dunk.
Yep. What happened before that? Jordan
What
trying
happened?
to go left. Ball went 20 feet in the air. Here comes Scotty. Get the
Okay, now you're
ball,
trolling,
dunk,
bro.
and
That's
fall
not
on his
even.
back.
Fuck,
That's
I
what
don't know
happened.
nothing about
mean
that
nothing,
shit, bro.
That's what
doesn't mean
happened.
Don't nobody care
That
about
doesn't
that.
mean
He hurt
nothing.
his fucking
Yeah,
back.
because it didn't happen to Jordan. Now, if
He hurt
Jordan
his
would have
back,
messed his
man.
back
He
up,
hurt it back. That's
No,
just it. He
hold on.
hurt it
If
back.
the same thing would have happened to
Don't give
Jordan,
a
I wouldn't
fuck.
care either. I would have the same energy.
Okay, yeah,
But
but
that's
that
what
has
happens.
no bearing on the conversation, y'all. Come on.
And guess what?
I know.
Jordan still pulled it out with that
Let's
nigga
stick-
with a hurt back. Won't kill.
Let's stick to the
Jordan
conversation.
had his flu game too, but
Yeah, no, that wasn't a flu game. That was called a hangover.
Yeah, it was alcohol.
Won't,
Yeah, it was a
won't
flu
care.
Cut it
Won't
out.
care what kind of game it was. He went off.
No. I'm just
I
saying.
don't care if it was a drunk game, hangover
It
game.
was definitely
call
a
it what
drunk
you want.
game
He
for
went
sure.
off.
It was a drunk
He
game.
went off. I don't care.
Nah,
That makes it even better.
All
That
right,
makes
so
it even better.
since you mentioned the food game, talk about how good the 97 Jazz was.
They were good
they
enough to
were a
make
good
the finals.
team. They were a great
That's
team.
it.
Good enough to beat the Lakers. Good enough to beat Shaq.
Okay, the Lakers were not the best team
It is
in the
good
West.
enough to
Yeah,
beat
some
Shaq.
context, please.
Good enough to
And-
beat Shaq.
Bro,
Context.
Jordan,
Some
look, y'all, I
some
don't
kind of
like
rockets,
talking
by the way.
about. Look, y'all.
Don't act like
look,
Shaq was some
Hold
type of
on,
slouch.
Big Assassin. I got you. Look, I don't care about Jordan's competition. He can't control it. Jordan beat the comp that was in front of him. I don't care if it was some fifth graders. If some fifth graders make the NBA Finals, you think Jordan gonna spare them and be like, "Oh, poor kids"? No, beat their ass. Get them off the court, man. Come on, man. You can't control comp. I don't care. We all have our opinions about it. No, I don't really care to have competition conversations. You can't control it. Come on, y'all. I guarantee you, if you playing for $1 million and it's versus a 5-year-old, I guarantee you some of y'all gonna charge right into that 5-year-old chest and run right through him to get that $1 million.
I sure am for $5 million. Sure
And I'm
am.
gonna tell you just like this. I'm not one of those
I would just
guys
shoot
that's-
over them.
I'm not one
Hell
of those
no.
guys that's
If that 5-year-old was in my way for a game-winning layup, I'm sorry, buddy.
that LeBron James was in a weak East. Guess what?
Get
Guess
that
what?
elbow.
If
No,
LeBron
LeBron-
James was in a weak East, it don't matter. He was good. He was better than everybody else, so that's why he was making the finals.
No.
I don't do that type of shit, bro. You play who's
Look.
in front of you. I
Yes, you
can't
do.
help
You
it
all
that
in
I'm
my
better than
comments.
you.
I mean,
with it.
level of competition
You got
has
them
to
comments
matter
in
a
my
bit, though.
in my post. But Lamont.
Oh, damn,
you know
Big
the thing
Assassin.
is,
You
man,
contradicting yourself like Willie in the comments?
Yeah, he's in my comments too.
What I'm saying is, I
With the
don't do
4 and
that. I
6
don't
and
do
all of
that
that,
weak
yeah.
East shit.
But let me.
I don't do
but
that
Lamont,
weak
you know the
competition
thing-
shit. That's not
You
me.
know the thing why I be so anxious to get my stuff off, because you know what I'm saying with like guys like Big Assassin, Herm, and Solomon. You know, I feel like what we trying to do is educate the basketball community, and these guys use their feelings to get in the way of what actually happens in the game. Because when I talk about basketball, right, let me give you a description. The Game 7 with the Celtics and the Lakers in 2010 was a nasty game. It was nasty both ways. Now, what people will say it was like, oh, Kobe this, Kobe that, but nobody will go and say how Ron Artest and Pau Gasol's defense and rebounding and were the keys to turn the keys to the Lakers making the run. Because remember, they was down 13 going into the third quarter. People don't talk about basketball like this because they don't watch it. They, like you said, they take the name and they just run with it with the stats, the accolades, and achievement, and they never have any film to back up their claim. Like I asked them yesterday, what's a performance from Jordan that you seen in the finals? He had to go run up to the box score and check the stats for the steals. You should be able to give me a series with Jordan locked in on somebody defensively and be able to be descriptive about it.
Who you talking about? Because you can't be talking about me, but you use me as an example.
So I'm talking about you.
You ain't talking about me.
Assassins.
You ain't talking about me. You ain't never asked me that shit, bro.
So prove me wrong. What's one of the best defensive performances you seen from Jordan in the finals?
In the finals, against the motherfucking against the 92 against Drexler, best defensive performance he ever had.
Okay, let me ask you this: what's the best LeBron performance in the finals that you've seen defensively?
Defensive performance.
2016 finals.
Who checking who? Who was he guarding?
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like Andre Iguodala.
He was guarding. You know what I mean? Block shots he had on Curry in that finals. He was guarding everybody.
That's stats though.
He was guarding everybody. All right, yeah,
he was guarding
Curry. Yeah, he was guarding everybody. Yeah, he led in rebounds, steals, and blocks.
But that's stats, though.
So that's great defense.
Hold on, y'all. Look, why do y'all gotta look? Y'all don't have to argue. Look, this is not very hard stuff. You go, look, y'all know Bron has been great defensively in some finals. You go to 2013, game 6 and 7. His defense on Tony Parker and Tim Duncan, but you guys gonna act like y'all don't remember that. Right?
No,
you can actually go to 2020 in the NBA Finals. But I know y'all don't like to count the bubble, but his defense on Jimmy Butler in some of those games. But y'all don't count that either. You can go to 2012 versus the Thunder.
He had a 40-point triple-double in the
bubble. Hold on, y'all. Look, we don't have to argue about this stuff.
But
y'all
that's
don't have
offense, though.
Like, it's easier to remember what LeBron did because it's more recent. Like, if Jordan fans, I think Big Assassin gave probably the only good example that you can give, Jordan's defense versus Clyde Drexler. Now, again, I'm not going to – yeah, Clyde Drexler didn't play well. I don't know if a lot of that was Jordan, but we'll give it to him. I mean, and Big Assassin, I'm not knocking
wait a minute.
you.
First of all, Clyde Drexler
no, bro, you knocking
the only
Jordan.
reason they said he locked Clyde Drexler down because Clyde Drexler shot 41%, but Clyde Drexler still averaged 27 points per game.
Yeah, but if he shot 41%, he was shot chucking.
Jordan didn't do nothing else.
He did not average 27 points a game. He averaged like 23.
He averaged the same amount of points he averaged for the season.
But what was
he averaged 25. He averaged 25. He averaged 25.
He averaged the same points.
He averaged 25.
He averaged the same points.
You talk about shot chucking. I just told you Jordan took 35 shots out of 67.
Hold on. Clyde Drexler.
We ain't talking about LeBron
Clyde Drexler
averaging 35 points with 33 shots
Clyde
in
Drexler.
2015.
Clyde
What about
Drexler.
that shot
25.
Hold on 1 second, y'all.
What about that shot chucking?
Okay, Clyde Drexler in the 92 finals averaged 25, 7.8 rebounds, 5.3 assists.
Okay.
On 44.6% from the field, 15% from the three, and 80% from the free throw line.
That's not.
That's
not
bad.
That's in the finals?
Yeah,
that
ain't good defense.
I mean, for him.
That's good. That's good. That's good defense.
That's what he averaged for the season.
All you can do
shut him down.
as a defender, all
Jordan
you can do
shut him
is
down.
when you're going against a scorer, all you can do is the best you can do is make him shoot inefficiently. Am I right?
Yeah.
Because you're not going to lock him up.
44% isn't terribly inefficient, though.
No, he wasn't terrible, but 44%. Y'all would call that trash if you was talking about Kobe or AI.
That's funny though,
No, he don't.
No, you don't. Kobe played in the zone defense era.
You was just giving praise to that early on my live though.
Yeah, but I'm saying
44.
No, I'm saying he dropped. That's all you can do.
But it ain't bad.
So you hold on.
Everything
so
else,
Big Assassin.
everything's scoring stayed the same.
So you saying Jordan's good defense is just basically hoping the guy miss?
No, what I'm saying is when you're going against when you're going against a great player, a scorer, whether it be KD, whether it be Michael Jordan, they're gonna get their points. Only thing you can do is hope to make them shoot inefficiently. They're gonna get their points, and you know this, and I know this. Great scorers gonna beat great defenders. I don't care, bro. All you can
But this
do
is
is
what
make
I
them
don't
shoot
understand.
inefficiently.
How can you say?
Yeah, but you want him to be inefficient so he doesn't score as much. But if
Bro,
he's still scoring the
bro,
same
But
amount
this
of
is what I
points,
don't.
it doesn't
How
really
can
matter.
you say you don't value competition, but at the same time you keep asking why Michael Jordan? Who was he guarding? Like, why don't we just talk about their skill set?
No, hold on,
Like,
wait.
you're
Nobody.
asking.
No,
I
listen,
didn't
hold on,
ask
wait. No,
that.
he did not. We're not. This is not about competition. He asked a simple question. Name a defensive performance in the finals. He didn't say the competition. He just said, show us where Jordan was great at. That has nothing to do with
But
Jordan's
see,
competition.
but
Where
see, the
was
thing
Jordan
is,
great at
most of the
defensively
teams
in the
Jordan played
finals?
against wasn't the best player wasn't the guard. It was led by a big man most of the time. So he's not going to have those great defenses like a Rodman or a Grant that got to guard these people. You know what I'm saying? He's guarding secondary people.
Like, he was guarding John Starks, Joe
Okay,
Dumars,
so
Reggie Miller.
hold
Like,
on,
he
hold
was
on.
guarding
So
all of
if
them
that's
good.
the case, if he's guarding secondary
What's the
people,
measuring stick
then
for
how
his
do you know the
defense?
defense was great?
Yeah, what's the measuring stick
Because
for
I
the
just
defense
gave
if he's
because I
not if
just
he's
gave
guarding secondary?
gave you the example with Clyde Drexler. He was
And I
the
got more. I got Starks,
damn.
Dumars, Reggie Miller, like
Look at the
a lot
guy.
of other
No,
people.
let me stop.
Reggie Miller was cooking Jordan. Don't do that.
And
Now,
No,
he
he just
didn't
had
guard
one
Reggie
push
Miller.
shot.
He was guarding
He had
Chris
that one
No,
Mullin.
he
push
did
shot that you
not.
guys look at.
He was guarding Chris Mullin in the
all,
98 Eastern
all I'm
Conference
saying
Finals.
is, only thing I'm saying is, you can look across the board. You can go to LeBron James. You can go to all these greats. When they go against great scores, they're gonna get their ass cooked. All of them. We seen Paul Pierce cook the nigga. Like this shit happens, bro. These are not lockdown defenders. These are
Yeah,
just good
Paul Pierce
defenders and
was
great
giving LeBron
players.
buckets.
Like I don't know what y'all were expecting out of
Yeah,
Michael
yeah.
Jordan.
Hold on.
I can give you a performance where
We're not
LeBron
holding
James
Jordan
locked
to
him
the
down,
standard
though.
of being perfect. All they did was
I give you
ask you
performance where
one
LeBron
time
James
when
locked
Jordan
down
was
Paul
great
Pierce, though.
defensively in the finals. Y'all still
And
haven't
I
done
gave
that
it to
though.
you. And I gave it to you.
He said
Jordan
92.
accepted it. It's cool.
Okay, but it couldn't have been good defense on
Clyde
Clyde because
Drexler's not
Clyde
it,
looked
though.
like he was still getting his numbers.
That's your best
Yeah,
example.
Yeah, I
Clyde
know
was
his
still
numbers, but he
Clyde was
was
still
getting
getting to his spot,
inefficiently.
bro.
Clyde was
What
inefficient.
was
So
Clyde averaging in the playoffs before the finals? You buy your
Oh my
computer.
God.
No.
Come on, man. I asked about the
25
finals. Why
points, man.
can't
He was
you?
averaging 25
Hold on.
points per game. For the season,
Hold on.
he averaged
Hey,
25
Johnny.
in
Hey,
the
Johnny.
season.
I'm just asking.
Hey, Johnny, your son. So imagine your son coming home, right? Your son come home, right, from playing a high school game, right? And he said, "Hey, Dad, I had to guard the best player in the state today. He was averaging 40 a game. He only got 35 on me though.
You did a good job. That nigga didn't get his motherfucking numbers. You did your
Hey,
job.
look, he get 40 on me. He got 35.
But that's what I'm saying. He
Yeah,
did get his
shit.
exact numbers. If you go look
If you
again,
don't
he got
if
the
you don't
same
get your
exact
numbers,
numbers. The only difference was the reason he was inefficient was like he said, because whatever reason you could say it was Jordan's defense. But at the end of the day, he went to the free throw line more. So Jordan was fouling him more, putting him to the line more. So that's how he
right?
supplemented
Okay.
his
Well,
inefficiency.
let's go.
And
Let's
he
go
was still
this
able
way.
to score the
Jordan
same
never
amount of
had a
points.
great defensive performance. We'll go that way.
Why don't y'all help
Let's
enlighten us
go.
No,
on
we're
it
not
then?
saying
We'll go
that. We
that.
just saying
We'll
y'all
go that
don't
way.
know
I'm
him
cool
one.
with
Yeah,
it.
we just say y'all don't
I'm
know
cool
him
with
one.
it. No, I'm
It's not
saying
our fault. You don't
no.
know
I'm
him
cool
one.
with it. He never
It's not
had
our
one.
fault.
I'm cool with that. He had great offensive
no, but
performances.
I
I'm
just
cool.
Yeah,
named you
that you
the.
don't know of.
I
I'm
just
cool
named you
with it.
That
Joe
you don't know
Dumars,
of.
John Starks in '93.
You're just giving us
Joe
names.
Dumars.
What's the performance?
I said John Starks in '93 in the Eastern Conference Finals.
What did he do to John Starks?
What do you mean? He
Yeah,
was
because
locking him
John
up.
Starks was going off the
He was
first two
checking
games.
him. He was
John Starks locked his ass down
yeah.
those first 3 games, and Pippen had to save Mike again.
Yeah.
He
And then the
wasn't
Bulls
saving
was
him.
down
He
0-2,
wasn't
and
saving him.
Starks
Though.
held him to 3
Let
and
him
18
answer the
shooting.
question. Let him answer the question in '93. Go ahead, Solomon. '93. What did Starks do in the regular
He
season
was
compared to what Jordan
he
did to
was
him?
checking him. He
Go ahead.
was closing out well. He was getting he was doing good in the passing lane. He was playing good man to man defense. He was doing.
Man, he sound like Dookie and them, don't he? That's
He
Dookie
was.
and them response. That's really
But,
generic, bro. That's a
what
generic
do you want me
response.
to?
Okay, hold on. I'm
Go
gonna give you. Hold on, King Shy Solomon. I'm gonna tell you John John
Yeah.
Starks stats for that series. All right.
All right, go for it.
16 points per game on 3.7 rebounds, 4.8 assists, 1.5 steals. But he did, like you said, he shot 36% from the field.
Yes. So that's what I'm saying.
So Stark's best game was game 2, where he had to dunk over Jordan and Horace Grant, where he had 25 and 5, shot 9 and 19.
And even if you watch that series, he played good defense.
Huh?
What was his season average, Lamont? What was the
I think he
season
was
average
averaging like
in
18,
points per game that
19.
year?
18, 19, I think.
Mutt,
You don't know.
do
So
me
I'm
a
asking
favor.
Lamont.
Look at the
I
series
don't know
before
if
he
he was
played the
averaging
Bulls and
18.
see what his
Might have
numbers
been.
was.
He was averaging 17 a
You
game.
just laugh when I asked him to do that shit.
But you know the funny thing about it though is John Starks, even for the regular season,
Yeah, man.
John Starks for the regular season shot 39% from the field. So he went down from 39% to 36%. Like it almost seemed like he really didn't change that much. He shot a little less, more efficient, but he was
drop is a
inefficient that
drop.
whole year. If you want to call 39% inefficient, that's what he did for the season. 17 points on 39% from the field for the season.
that's very inefficient.
Then he made him more
But
inefficient.
what was his usual percentages like for his whole prime?
Well,
I don't know.
during that season, it was 17 a game, and he shot 39% from the field.
And
like-
Johnny, I know where you was trying to
efficient
go,
at all.
Johnny. You talk about, I think Johnny was going to mention that LeBron, when LeBron guarded MVP Derrick Rose, he held him to 420 shooting.
No, he didn't even guard him for the whole game.
No, not just that. No, I'm just saying, in general, when you talk about somebody being a defender and shutting somebody down, you got to look at like how Hakeem did Patrick Ewing in the '94 finals, right? Patrick goes in there averaging 24 and 25 or something like that, and like 11 rebounds. Then he goes into the finals and he averaging like 17 points on like 35%.
Wasn't you hurt that year, bro?
That's
I'm just
clear.
asking. Did he get hurt?
No, I'm not
I'm
blaming it
asking.
on,
I'm just
on
asking. Was he
anything other than. No, I don't think Patrick Ewing was hurt in '94. When I was watching the finals, it wasn't because he was hurt. He just wasn't good enough. He was just relying on contested mid-range shots.
That
and
is
he
true.
wasn't making
That
it.
is true, actually.
But that's because he's playing against Hakeem
Okay, you're
Olajuwon.
right.
Olajuwon kept pushing him out.
He
and
was
that's
hurt.
what
He
led
was
him to
hurt
get
in
to
'99
spots.
when they played San Antonio, correct?
Yeah, towards the
Yeah,
game.
he started that season.
Yeah, I think it was in
Yeah.
'99 he was hurt. But I'm just saying when you think about somebody shutting somebody down, like as an example, I believe there's a series in '88 or '89. I think it's '89 where Jordan shut down Joe Dumars. Where Joe Dumars doesn't do nothing the whole series. You clearly see Jordan shuts down Dumars. He doesn't perform well at all. So there are instances where we can go to and say, okay, this guy's playing. A perfect example: Iguodala on LeBron. Even though LeBron scored a lot of points, but you can see LeBron was having a difficult time getting those shots off and scoring as much as he had. He had to take more shots to get the same amount of points. So
LeBron
you can
cooked him.
clearly see. That's all we're saying. Show us a moment where know what they said, Jordan, you got to play this guy, and you shut him down.
I said 89,
against Carter.
89, 93.
Shut somebody
Most
down.
of those playoff moments went to Scottie Pippen, though.
I don't think Scott. Name me some moments where Scottie Pippen shut somebody down, please.
No, it's not about shutting people down. Like, so the way Phil Jackson would deploy Scottie Pippen was he wouldn't just start a series saying, Scottie Pippen, go guard this guy and shut him down. He will always deploy Pippen onto a player when things started getting out of hand. So when you go to 1998, when Mark Jackson was cooking, how did they need to shut down the Pacer offense? They put Pippen on Mark Jackson. That was like, so that he strategically deployed Scottie Pippen to disrupt certain matchups. He did it in moments, even in 91. Because in
91,
reality, Magic Johnson was giving Jordan the blues. Hold on one second, please. King Shine.
Let's go back. Let's go back.
Hold on, y'all. Please. I don't like. I'll let y'all cook. All I'm saying, I know that in '91, Pippen wasn't the full-time guarding Magic Johnson. But Phil Jackson did deploy Pippen in moments because, in reality, if you actually watch Jordan, outside of that one fourth quarter and overtime, Magic Johnson was giving Jordan the blues. Barbecue session on top of barbecue session on top of barbecue session. He did whatever he wanted with Michael Jordan in the post. I don't know what y'all was watching if you say anything otherwise. But he had to deploy Scottie Pippen strategically on the Magic because there was other things that they needed to contain.
No, I agree. Scottie was guarding.
I mean, look, we know that the full-time defender was Jordan, but Let's not act like that
Yeah.
man wasn't. Magic Johnson was taking him to the post, treating him like a little boy.
Yeah, and treating
He
Scotty the
did.
same
He
way.
did have.
What
He
what
did
did what
play
did
good
Magic
defense
have
on
in
Magic.
game two? Somebody tell me. What did
I
he
don't
have in
know,
game
man.
two?
Why don't you why don't you look that up and tell us? Why do we
Because
got
What
to
y'all
be
about
be
the
racing in
over?
front of the
What about the
computers and shit.
overtime?
I'm on my phone.
Well, you think
What
we got
about the
time to
overtime
stop
game?
what we doing?
No,
Just to,
no,
come
no.
on,
Hold on,
man.
wait. But I think what y'all missing with Scottie Pippen is that what, and this is why Scottie Pippen is really one of the greatest, if not the greatest perimeter defender of all time. They used to use Scottie as the point of attack defender, like y'all say on TikTok, which basically means you're guarding the lead guard. Scottie Pippen used to legitimately shut teams down, offenses down, because you couldn't get into your offense because Scottie was guarding your point guard. So, like against the Detroit Pistons, that was a key factor how they beat the Detroit Pistons. Not to mention Isaiah claiming he was hurt, but they would put Scottie on Isaiah. It would slow down their offense and made it real hard for them to get into their offense. And they did the same thing against the Philadelphia 76ers in that playoffs as well, where they put Scottie Pippen at the point guard, and now he's guarding a point guard, but now the point guard can't guard Scottie because Scottie's too big or whatever. But at the end of the day, that was the main thing that the Bulls used to do, was use Scottie as the to slow down a team's offense. Remember, back then, your offense ain't flowing unless your lead guard is setting up everything. We all know what point guards mean back then. So they used to do, and they did the same thing. They used to put him on Stockton. But back then they had, I mean, not back then, but by 98 they had Ron Harper. So they used to use Ron Harper as well. But they used to use, especially early on, they used to use Scottie to play on, Phil used to love using Scottie for that, on the point guard. So now your offense is taking forever to start because Scottie's meeting your guy half court. He was, he had the length, pause, and he was just a solid defender when it came to that. So, and he was versatile because he could play the 1, 2, or the 3 position. So that was what made him, that's what the Bulls used to use. So Jordan used to take his breaks. That's what Jordan loved Scottie, because he didn't have to be the primary defender all game long.
We all
minutes.
agree that Scottie was a better defender than MJ. Like no one's denied that.
No, I'm not. No, don't go. Listen, don't go. It's not an MJ versus Scottie scenario. It's just to understand why y'all can't find those moments where Jordan was guarding whatever the best player, because they did have Scottie. So
just
that
gave it
kind
to you.
of
First the Pistons.
No, I know that, but you just said that you don't really remember when you gave us the Clyde Drexler one. Okay, we
93
told you.
versus
Okay, he
John
played Clyde performed.
Yes.
John Starks.
Yeah, I knew that.
So he went from
the
17
grocery
and
store
39% to 16 and 36%.
And then he did guard Magic way more. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Bro, he was not doing anything.
Yeah,
to Magic.
89
he did
versus
guard
Jokic.
Magic. That I agree.
He guarded Magic, yeah. That's about
Yeah,
it.
I gave you
I mean,
that.
shit. Wait a minute, hold on. Ain't nobody stopping Magic.
I can put you on
Ain't
Kyrie. You
nobody
guarded
stopping
Kyrie,
Magic.
but
Ain't nobody stopping Magic. Who's stopping Magic?
Shane Battier was taking some of those perimeter
Ain't
assignments.
nobody stopping no motherfucking Magic
I'm
Johnson,
saying
bro.
that. I'm just saying, y'all say him guarding Magic as if that was a great defensive performance, and it wasn't.
No, we're not saying it was a great defensive
So
performance.
let's
We
not
saying
talk
he
about it
guarded
because
Magic.
it wasn't great.
I mean, it was good enough to win.
They didn't win that series because Jordan was guarding Magic.
They won because he was
They
dogging
won
everybody
because the
else on the
Bulls had
court.
a better team than the Lakers. The
No,
Lakers
yeah.
were severely injured. 2 of their best players were injured. And Magic was out there basically by himself.
So we talking
if the
about
Lakers were fully
Byron
healthy, I
Scott
still
that
think
got
the Bulls-
injured game 4.
No, if
The Bulls would still win.
But they only
The Bulls
played
would still
7
win if they
players
were fully
too in
Don't
game
nobody
6,
care about
man.
no injuries, bro. Them ain't no excuses.
Lakers only
Injuries is
played
part of the
7
game.
players.
Injuries is just context. You can call it context or an excuse, but injuries are good context.
Yeah, that's
let me
good
ask you-
content.
Kevin,
but don't nobody
Kevin Durant
care.
tells his
Was
ACL. I think that's context as to why the Warriors lost.
Yeah, but they
Was
lost.
Shane
So
Battier not taking some of those perimeter assignments with the Heat?
yes,
Instead of
a lot of them.
Yeah, but even though he was,
But
we're not saying
somebody-
LeBron was great in every playoff game that he's played. I guarantee you, hey Johnny, if we ask him
why
playoff
we didn't
series or
mention-
moments where
yeah, we didn't
LeBron
mention
James
the-
was great
the
defensively, he
back
can
end.
tell us.
Not in the finals.
Yes,
That's what
yes,
you
you
asked us
can.
about the finals.
2013,
No, you can't.
Game
What?
6 and
What
7.
did he do? What did he do?
He slowed up Tony Parker and Tim Duncan. It's game 6 and 7.
Tony. Oh Lord. And this was what year? Okay.
2013, bro.
Well, I can just tell you right now, LeBron's best defensive performance ever was in 2016. Obviously, he completely slowed down Stephen Curry. They put he was. I mean, if you go look at Stephen Curry's numbers in Game 5,
He
6,
was
and
not the
7,
primary
you'll
defender on
clearly see
Steph
how.
Curry.
Yeah, he was not the primary defender.
No, he wasn't.
The
Yes, he
primary
was.
defender
Yes, he
probably
was.
rarely
Yes, he
in
was.
today's game is able to stop a guy.
No, I'm just
Do
saying.
you really
all
think
I'm
the
saying
primary
was he
defender
wasn't.
matters when you got Steph Curry on the court?
Was.
What I'm saying, he wasn't the primary defender.
That
he
don't
wasn't.
mean nothing.
He was not. He
Yes,
was
he
not.
Because whenever Curry was trying to get screens, LeBron would be the guy on the
That's
screen
a
to
switch.
switch
That don't mean
onto
he was the
Stephen
primary
Curry.
defender.
But that,
No,
but that,
but
but that, the
he's-
switch is
bro,
strategic.
he wasn't the
It's
primary
strategic 'cause
defender.
you know-
We could agree that injuries.
Okay, big assassin. Pay attention, big assassin. Listen, when you know Stephen Curry's going to run through several screens because of certain sets that they're running, you know you can place LeBron James at that last screen so that when he does
That's
get
a
off
good
that last
story,
screen,
but
it's
he
LeBron
wasn't the
on him.
primary defender.
Okay, so who was the
He
primary
wasn't the
defender?
That's not a
primary
good
defender.
story,
Oh,
sir.
who
That's
was
what
the primary
happened during the
defender?
finals, sir.
Who was it? Because it wasn't him.
Okay, so big assassin. Are you saying that LeBron James didn't severely impact what Golden State was doing offensively
What
in
I'm
2016?
saying was he
No,
wasn't the
big assassin.
primary
I don't care what
defender.
you think.
I just
you're saying.
told you what I'm
asking
saying.
you a question. Did LeBron James severely impact what Golden State was doing offensively in 2016 in NBA Finals?
No, it was a team effort.
Let me ask you this, Lamont. Let's put context, right?
Welcome to
We
TikTok.
like putting context into injuries, right? Was Steph Curry not hurt in the entire playoffs? Well, no, he was.
I don't know about that. I only
No,
heard
Curry
that
was
recently
hurt.
on TikTok.
No,
That
Curry
was
was
never
hurt.
during the playoffs.
They said it.
Show us a clip in the playoffs where they actually physically take Stephen Curry out again. Byron Scott didn't play a game. James Worthy didn't play a game and a half. So they were physically hurt out of the series. When was Stephen Curry hurt?
Bro,
not
he
playing in that
wasn't
series?
hurt in the finals. He got hurt before the start of the playoffs.
Again, when was he in the finals where he didn't play?
I
Because
just told you he played, but he was hurt the entire playoffs.
everybody who plays in the finals or any time are hurt in some form or fashion. If you're playing, you're playing. We're talking about guys who are injured.
Yeah,
meaning
but
they don't play.
If you're
We're not
hurt,
talking about like.
if you're
That's
hurt
why.
and
That's
you're
why I said
playing,
I'm not
you're
gonna bring
still
up Isaiah
hurt.
Thomas
You're still hurt.
injury because no, again, everybody's hurt. LeBron was hurt. Kyrie was hurt.
But the thing is,
Tristan
we can't
Thompson
go
was
back
hurt.
and change that
Klay
shit,
Thompson
bro.
was
Yeah, it was hurt. You didn't play. These folk won. Shit over with. You feel me?
No, I know. I agree with you. If you're injured, you're injured. Injuries are part of it. If you're not there, that's something different. But if you're playing, that's it.
I
You're
agree.
playing. Nobody's gonna
I
make no
agree.
excuses. You're there.
I
You're in the
heard,
game.
I heard people try
Yeah.
to say Charles
Yeah.
Barkley was injured. I'm like, no, he was on the court. So,
Yeah,
yeah.
if you're on the court, you're not injured.
Yeah, I get you.
You're
All right,
only
Yeah,
so
I'm
we
with
can
you on
agree
that.
that MJ's first championship was completely fine, right? Like that's like even though
Nobody
All
puts
right.
an
Nobody
asterisk by
says
it.
nothing. He has 6
All right,
championships.
thank you.
I
Nobody
wish
ever
I
does.
wish
no one
I
should
wish
do
Jordan
that.
fans would take
Only
that
the
same
people,
approach.
only the people that tell
I'm a
us
Jordan
winning
fan.
I
matters.
guess what? For every
Listen, only the people that tell us winning matters are the people who
guess
put
what?
asterisks on winning.
All the
That's the
championships
fact.
that LeBron won, I don't put
That's the
any
facts.
asterisks. I just think
Yes, but King Shai Solomon.
I'm
Chinks,
going to repeat myself.
we go ahead.
No, I was just going to say we do not put no asterisks on anybody's
Thank you.
championship. The only people who do that are people who tell you winning
and I
matters.
agree, I don't do that either.
That's the facts.
Every championship to me is 100%.
Okay then.
Yeah, but King Shai Solomon.
Okay then.
You would
We
agree
good then.
that
So a championship is a championship.
you when we hear about asterisks, it's typically people trying to put asterisks next to something that LeBron does. You never heard anybody use an asterisk for Jordan on anything. You never heard about anybody using asterisks for even Tim Duncan. For I think he won during a strike, a lockout year or something. You only hear this stuff being applied from Jordan fans to LeBron. Like, we're not saying you do it specifically, but we know what the general consensus is.
I don't even consider myself a Jordan fan.
No, I'm not saying you. I'm just saying in general, we know that people with the asterisk community are typically Jordan fans trying to find ways to throw asterisks next to anything LeBron does.
Yeah.
Hey, big assassin, you got to throw people like that out your camp. When you hear people say they're not Jordan fans, be coming around trying to defend Jordan, you got to make sure you get rid of them. Only Jordan fans should be defending Jordan. The rest of y'all just be shut
I
down.
just said that.
Yeah, but
Hey,
that's
Johnny, I swear. That's what I was just telling somebody today on my live about the Kobe. I said, man, it's because the people who say they his fans, they're not really his fans. I'm like, if you come out and say you used to hate him and now you trying to big him up, it's like, nah, bro, you can't be like that, bro. You're not a
No, it's
real
like
fan to
this.
me.
It's like
You
this.
know what I'm saying?
I understand what they saying, bro.
Defend.
Like
You
you
can't
had
defend
like
Michael Jordan.
everybody didn't like everybody was a fan of Jordan, but everybody didn't like him. They wanted to beat him. You feel me? Because people had their favorite teams. They didn't have favorite players like today. They had favorite teams. So people respected Jordan. They didn't like him, but at the same time they respected him. So when it's all said and done, they're like, yeah, I didn't like the nigga, but you know, the nigga is like that. You feel me? That's all that is, bro, because you got you got a lot of New York fans that hated Jordan back in the day, bro. But they recognize, you know what I'm saying? They still gonna give him his props. Like, yeah, he's that nigga. You feel me?
I feel you. Okay, I got you. So with that being said, King Shy, you gotta take one for the team, bro. You gotta take one for the team. Y'all can't be hiding. Y'all gotta take one for the team, man.
And to
I
the
take one for the
person that
team all the
says,
time.
I only have Jordan as a go because he watched Jordan highlights, bro. You do not know me, bro. Like you guys, there's always these people in the chat that are too scared to come up here and talk shit, but they only want to talk in the chat. I've watched film. I've looked at articles. I've looked at stats. I've looked at newspapers. I've done the research, and for
You ain't looked at Akeem. You
well,
didn't
I
look at
have looked
Akeem
at
film.
Akeem
We
film.
know that. That was a
Yes,
fact.
I have.
We never saw
But
Akeem
here's the
film.
thing:
We know
the
that.
marquee defensive moments thing. I just feel like we got to look at the whole career. Like we can't just do peak performances because most Jordan fans would admit that LeBron is a better defender at his peak. But the issue is that the
Most Jordan
sustained
fans will
defense
not
is
admit
not.
that.
No.
I won't
Well,
admit it.
I don't
if
know
they
what
don't
Jordan
admit
fans
that,
you've
they're
been
done.
around.
Nah.
Well, they're done.
I'm not one of those people.
We didn't say
they're
go
done.
get no peak stuff. We just say go show us what you saying. Since you say we can't see it in the stats, because that's what y'all love to say. It's not something we can see in the stats. It's because I watched the games. We tell y'all tell us what game you watched. You told us to go watch the game, and what you said
Why don't we
and
watch
what
it
was
right
in the
now?
film.
Why don't we watch the
Opposites.
'89 series?
You don't want to
Because we
watch
on TikTok,
89.
you know we can't do that on TikTok. That's why we do YouTube.
No, I
you
said
want
okay.
You do not want to watch 89.
What?
No, I
Jordan?
said
They definitely
'89
don't
when he
want
was
to watch
guarding
no
Joe
80s
Dumars.
Jordan. You don't want to
When he
watch
was
no
guarding
80s
not
Jordan.
Jordan on offense.
I'm saying, well, make sure you don't pick the wrong
What,
game because you
89
pick the wrong
Jordan?
game, you're gonna see some stuff about Jordan you don't like.
I'm gonna ask y'all.
Yeah,
Not
you'll see.
89.
No, you'll see.
I'm gonna ask y'all a serious question. Do y'all think in 1989 that the Bulls was good enough to win a championship?
Of course not.
I have to go back and look.
I don't know.
Yeah, if the Detroit Pistons was,
So
yes, the
this is
Bulls
Scottie
were.
Pippen and Horace Grant's first year starting, second year in the league.
No, that's their second year in the league, and to be honest with you, I don't
He
even think
did. He
Horace
most
Grant
definitely
started
did.
that year. I
Both
think
this when they first started in 1989.
yeah,
Hold on, are you talking about
I know.
89, 90?
Yeah, Scotty started
No,
starting about
88,
no,
89.
88, 90, 88, 90.
This is
I
they
mean,
this
yeah,
is their
88,
first
89.
year
That's the year
starting, and y'all telling me that y'all think that, and Scottie Pippen's only averaging fucking 10 points. I think 14 points at the time.
But look,
He's not.
hey
He's
Johnny,
not even in his
I gotta
prime
shut
yet.
this down here in a few
because
minutes, hey Johnny, because I
Go
gotta
ahead.
get up off here.
okay. Let me just answer this question right quick. Yeah, I think so because at the end of the day, Michael Jordan's coming back from his MVP season and definitely coming back from that horrible loss that he had versus that same team. So he shouldn't have lost to Detroit. And if they beat Detroit, I think they could beat that Boston team and make the finals. And I think they could beat that Laker team with the old Kareem and
But that's the issue. The
tired
Pistons,
Laker
the
team that was
Pistons were the
basically
best team in the league in '89.
I'm
Like,
a
the Bulls were not
speak
bad.
on that from my
The
point of
Bulls
view
were not bad.
because I'm speaking in real time because I actually watched it in real time. Like that team that Bulls team was very young, not primed to win yet. None of those guys were in their prime except Jordan. This is like Scottie Pippen is coming off his year coming off the bench. Both him and what's the name? Grant. This is Doug Collins' second year coaching. This is just his second year with this team. He got this team when they couldn't even make it out the first round. Got them to the second round the
And Phil
first year.
Jackson wasn't the coach yet.
No, got him to the second round the first year when he became coach. No, and then got him to the Eastern Conference Finals the next year. Like the team wasn't ready yet. They was just young. That's all. They were just young.
I believe the team was ready.
And that's why, but that same thing with Detroit. Detroit was young too. So the same thing with Detroit. Detroit was young too. They had a couple of
Hold on.
veterans, but they
What
were still young.
Detroit? What Detroit was young?
The Bulls had the team. Detroit, first of all, Joe Dumars was just a few years in
Okay,
his
you
fourth
talking
year.
about
There was
fourth
Dennis
year.
Rodman's like third year. It was like John Sally's like third year.
But it's
That's what I'm
not
saying.
about age,
But
though.
the
But
Bulls
it's
had
not.
the
It's
team
just
again.
about
You said
production.
fourth year. I'm talking about
Joe
second
Dumars was
year.
already in his prime by '89.
The Bulls in 1989 had a very, especially after they traded for Cartwright, because their
Cartwright
defense
wasn't
was
on the team.
solidified
Oh,
even
yeah.
more with Cartwright. The problem with the Bulls was, and this is why Doug Collins did get fired after that season, was he never really implemented a system that would
Can I
make the
correct you?
team
Can I correct
focus
you on
well
that?
in the playoffs.
The reason why he got fired is because he wouldn't put in the triangle that Tex Winters had. That's why he got fired.
That's false. That's again the triangle offense was put in
No,
because Phil
that's
wanted to
not
put the triangle
correct.
offense in.
I'm gonna tell you
Yes,
again.
the reason he got fired was that the Bulls did a degress from 88 to 89 due to the fact that Doug Collins lost the locker room because of his favoritism
Yeah, but the
towards
Pistons,
Michael Jordan.
the Pistons were better.
I get this from reading books and
Oh
from
my
documentaries
God.
and history. I have the information available
So
for it.
can we
Listen,
agree that the Pistons
again,
were the more
Phil
experienced
Jackson.
team?
Again, hold on, wait. Phil Jackson, and Tex Winters was on the actual
I do know
sideline
that.
as an assistant coach in '89. Okay, so that means Doug Collins could have implemented. The reason he didn't implement the triangle offense was because Jordan didn't want that kind of offense. Jordan dictated everything that they were doing as far as a team-wise goes. So again, Jordan was creating a division between management and the coach, and Doug Collins chose Jordan, and that's why he got fired. He chose Jordan over management, and that's why
Because he wouldn't put the triangle in, which was Tex Winters. Had nothing to do with fucking Phil Jackson.
He doesn't need the job by putting in when he got the job, they didn't put it in then. Why didn't they fire him in 88 after 88? Because it had nothing to do with the triangle offense. The triangle offense was something that Tex Winters was talking between the coaches and themselves, and Phil told them, we're going to use this offense. And they even told Doug Collins
The
to
next
use
time
the
we're
offense as
together,
well, but Doug
the
Collins
next time
said
I'm
no.
in here, I'll pull it up on my laptop because it's actually dead right now. And
All right, who was a more experienced team, the '89 Pistons or the Bulls? All right, who had the better
The
starting
Pistons.
five? Yeah,
In
1989.
1989,
Didn't we just do this last night?
Yeah, the Bulls.
Okay.
The Bulls. In 1989, the Bulls, because they
All right,
added
that's fine.
Cartwright.
Okay, who had the historic defense?
Again,
No,
the
it
Bulls'
wasn't
defense was just as good.
as the Pistons. So, no, it wasn't.
Yes, it
And
was.
look,
Again, you don't know the history.
It's
You don't
not
know this history.
They
Again,
just weren't as
and
good.
you said the same thing. In 1988, the Bulls had
Not
the
in
number
1989.
one defense in
Not in
basketball.
1989.
No, I
No,
know
I'm
in
talking about
1990 they
89.
did not have in 1990. I told you they regressed. Again, I told you the Bulls regressed in 1989, and that's why Doug Collins got fired. The only reason they made it to the Eastern Conference Finals was because Jordan had two miraculous playoff series versus the Cleveland Cavaliers and the Knicks, and that's how they even got
Oh yeah,
to
I
that
was talking
point.
about '89. So yeah, never mind. Yeah.
That's 1989, so that's the same
Okay,
season I'm
so if
talking
we're
about.
talking about the same season, and you admit that the Bulls regressed, how come the Bulls are still better than the Pistons, even though they regressed?
Yeah, they regressed in the season, but they were still better than the Pistons. They could have still had beaten
But
that
how were
Pistons
they
team.
better?
Is what
Like
I'm telling you.
explain, like what aspects?
If Jordan
No, but
performs the way Jordan
see, that's what I'm
performs,
saying.
the
You can't
team
use
wins.
one player. That's not one player in the team.
Again, that one player was the reason why they were able even to get to that particular spot. Jordan averaging 35 points per game is how the Bulls were winning at that time. You can't tell me you're expecting the Bulls now to have Jordan take 25 shots per game throughout the regular season and get to a playoff series, and now Jordan's going to say, no, you guys score, which is what he did, and that's why they lost.
But you're admitting. But here's the thing: you're admitting that the team was inferior, so that's why he had to take the shots.
No, the
No,
team
I'm
wasn't
telling
inferior
you the
because of
team's
that, for
system
sure.
was inferior because there was inferior because of the system. The system was predicated around Michael Jordan. That's
You're
what got
listening
Doug
to my
Collins
point.
fired.
My point was that the system was inferior, even though they were built around MJ. That's one player.
Okay, so what was the Pistons system?
I didn't, but the team is different. He didn't ask if the system. He said, "Is the team good enough to win?" The team was good enough to win.
I mean, it was a 6-game series, but the Pistons were still better. So
eventually they beat him.
I think you're missing. I think King Shai
he didn't
Solomon.
ask who was the better team.
Yes, he is.
No, hold on. I think what he's
good enough
missing
to
is
win. That's
go
all he
James.
asked.
What he's missing is this. you asked if the Bulls. You basically were asking if the Bulls had the roster to win.
Yes.
Now, if schematically things didn't go right, or maybe a player like Jordan didn't play up to his numbers, that's the reason why they lost. But if you just say a blanket statement like, did they have the roster to win? Like, did they have a fighting chance? If you look at their roster, yes, they had a fighting chance. This roster, if things aligned properly, they had a chance to win this series. They had the players to win. We cannot take that away. When you got Jordan averaging 35 a game, Pippen was having double figures. He was still coming into his own. Horace Grant was giving you close to a double-double. You still have Bill Cartwright, who was a really good veteran.
So it was a young Scottie Pippen.
Hold on one second. Hold on one second.
Horace Grant.
Hold on one second. Hold on one second. It don't matter. We're talking about you.
Still good.
Your question
They're
was,
good players.
Did they have a roster that could have won? Yes. Now, did it pan out that way? No. There's a number of reasons as to why they didn't win. But if you're just asking the question, you're not asking why they lost. You're asking if they had a team that could have won. If you look at what they had in the moment, Sam Vincent, who was really good, a veteran point guard who didn't he have championship experience? Bill Cartwright, who was one of the best defensive centers in the league. Horace Grant, who was one of the best defenders in the league as well. Pippen, good defender, good two-way player right there. I mean, the bench is not horrible. You still got Craig Hodges. You still have Brad Sellers, who, again, role player, but solid. I mean, when you look at this team, did they have a roster that could have won? Yes. They just lost.
I agree. That Bulls team was a good team.
Stacey King, they draft Stacey King, too. Don't forget they get Stacey King and that draft, too, going into that year.
Who was the favorite to win the NBA Finals at the beginning of the 1988 playoffs? Who was the favorite to win it?
Boston Celtics.
Lakers. I think it was the Lakers.
Or the Lakers.
It was Lakers.
What about 89?
It might have been at the start of the finals or the.
No, and the Lakers in the beginning of 1989 is probably with the Lakers.
So in both situations, despite the fact that the Bulls lost, they weren't expected to win. So
no, but he's talking about the Pistons.
That wasn't the question. The question wasn't asking who was favorites. The question was, did the Bulls have a roster good enough to win the championship in 1989?
But here's the issue.
And that's yes.
It's not Anthony's fault that the Bulls lost. I mean, if the system was built around him.
Oh, it is.
Hold on, y'all. You
don't let me
the system. Hold on. Hey, Johnny just told you they had the roster to win. The system to win. That's on Doug Collins. He wasn't. He didn't want to put the system out there to win. But we know they had a roster that could win because as soon as Phil Jackson was able to install his system, he won with practically the same team.
No, I agree with you.
So stop right there. We're not talking about why they lost. You want to get into why they lost. That's not what we're talking about. Did they have the roster to win? Hey, Johnny is right. This is practically the same roster outside of a few role player changes that won the championship versus the Lakers and went on the three-peat.
Well, but that discredits the progression that they made. That discredits
the progression that they made was the system. We're not. This is not a discussion. This is not a discussion about why they lost.
I agree with you.
The question is, did they have a roster that could win? That answer is yes.
I agree with you. That
but that's very broad though. Like there's like 4 or 5 teams.
That he asked a broad question. We giving them an answer based on that.
Okay,
I agree with you that the Bulls were good enough.
I can't control. He asked a broad question. Did they have a roster that could win? Yes. Did they win? No.
I agree that they were good enough to contend. My issue is that it's not MJ's fault that the triangle was not placed in 1989. If it was placed that year,
but what Johnny is saying, what Johnny is saying is,
you don't need the triangle.
Michael Jordan did not play up to what he was doing in the regular. That team, the system was designed to function properly with Jordan hitting his numbers. If Jordan's not hitting those numbers, that system is not functioning properly.
But is that a good system though? That's not a good system.
Because if that system wins, it's good.
But they weren't. But whenever they ran into the
a system is only good until it wins. Like if they lose, you're always going to say it's bad.
In 1988 and 89, before the triangle was implemented, they were losing to the Pistons. In 1990, they were about to beat the Pistons in the conference finals. The only reason why they lost was because of Scottie Pippen's migraine in Game 7, but they were on pace to win. Ironically,
no, they lost because Jordan couldn't run the offense without Scottie Pippen.
Because Scottie Pippen was, he had a migraine.
Why you blaming Scottie Pippen? Why you guys see looking like
I'm
you want to
not
blame
blaming
Scottie, but
Scotty.
you
I'm
don't want
just
to
putting
blame
in
Jordan?
context. I'm not saying it's his fault.
Yeah, because all Jordan had to do was play one Game 7, the best Game 7 of his lifetime, and he would have made the finals, and he
But
didn't, and
Scotty
that's why his team lost.
Scottie
Not
Pippen is
because
the
of
second
Scottie.
best player on the team. That's a significant.
Okay, well, the first best player needs to play like the best player, like LeBron did in 2007, and I mean in 2013 in Game 7. It's a
you got
Game
an
7.
all-time.
Don't blame Scottie.
You
Jordan
got-
didn't do nothing in the Game 7. Jordan took 27 shots to score 31 points.
You
That's
got-
not good enough to win a basketball game, sir.
You got
He
Joe
can't run
Dumars,
offense.
Isaiah Thomas, Mark Aguirre, Dennis Rodman on the other hand, John Sally, Rick Mahorn. All those great players.
All excuses.
That's an all-time
All
team.
excuses.
That's not an excuse.
Excuses for losing against the champion from the year
That is
before.
context. That is context.
Again, yes, the champion. That's only the champion because Jordan lost to them 3 straight years in
So
a
you're
row.
saying that Michael Jordan is so good, he's so unbelievable that he's the reason why the Pistons won the championship?
That's what y'all say. That's what y'all say. That's what y'all say.
Well, I know he's the GOAT.
Jordan's not
He is in fact the GOAT, but don't act like
Okay,
the
so if he's the GOAT, then
in
you
the
should
NBA
have no
was
power with the
determined
way
by
I'm describing it.
Michael Jordan underperforming against the Pistons. I'm not hearing that.
Yeah, but
Yes,
but
it was.
But you got to
His
realize
entire
that
career was
system
predicated off that.
was reliant on Jordan. Like Jordan was like, I don't think y'all understand.
But they weren't successful.
Hold on one second,
though. They were
Shai, so I
not
can finish my
winning.
point. 35 points per game is like
You can't be
unnatural.
successful when you have Jordan at your system. He's not LeBron.
LeBron's system wasn't winning.
It's the system. No,
Yeah, LeBron's system is
No,
winning on any
LeBron
team he
makes it
goes
to
to,
the
any
finals
coach he
and
has.
lose. That's what he did. He was not winning.
Okay, so
He makes the finals.
Okay,
That's what your boy
hold
could do.
on. My
bad, Lamar. My bad,
Making
Lamar.
the finals is a bad thing now.
Saying it's a bad thing, I agree it's a great accomplishment. My issue is that when MJ is facing the Pistons and the Celtics early on in his career, and LeBron is not facing, like LeBron's facing the Wizards and the Pistons early on in his career, it's a different standard. It's a different
But you
level of
can't.
accomplishment.
Now you just contradicted yourself because he played the
Early on in
Spurs in
LeBron's
the
career,
fourth
he was facing the Spurs in the finals.
In the finals,
Yeah, that was in the finals.
And he gets no grace. And even in that finals, when Larry Hughes is hurt, he still don't get no grace.
But guess what? When LeBron played,
I don't
series,
hear
care.
anybody stepping up to say, "Oh, let's put context to this in 07." There was injuries. His second best player was hurt. I never hear any Jordan fan. I never hear Jordan fans amongst other Jordan fans say, "Hold on, guys. In 07, yeah, we know LeBron James didn't live up to his numbers, but his second best player was hurt, and there was a lot functionally wrong with that team." I never hear these. It's just now all of a sudden when
here's the issue. I don't hold it against LeBron.
now when Johnny is
I don't hold
talking
it
about
against
these
LeBron.
Pistons teams, now all of a sudden y'all want us to accept context.
No, I'm saying in the Eastern Conference. I'm saying in the finals. I don't care that LeBron played
It's
bad.
the
I don't
playoffs.
hold
It's
it
all the
against him.
playoffs. It don't matter where it happens.
But you think that LeBron would make it to the finals if he played in '86?
It doesn't
in the Eastern
matter.
Conference?
What I'm saying is
we just told you last night.
Lamar, can I answer that, Lamar? Hold on, wait, Lamar. Let me answer that. Stop disrespecting the GOAT of basketball. He's not choking versus Detroit Pistons 3 straight years in a row. He's not losing to a team.
Wait, hold on. Why can't there be? Why
on their
can't you?
roster.
Why can't you give?
Stop
Why
doing
can't?
that,
Like
sir.
I'm a Jordan fan. I could give LeBron respect and not slander him based on like performances.
but we
in the
don't know
finals.
you, and nobody knows what you do.
I'm not here. I'm not
But
here.
why-
I'm not
but
here
why
to be
can't you
peaceful,
do-
sir.
why
I'm here
can't
to
you-
expose
why
this
can't
and
you-
every lie.
What we have
It's
to
a lie
understand is
to say
that
Michael
we're talking
Jordan
about
Why
the
can't you
perspective
give
of what
Jordan the
Jordan
same
fans
respect
typically
though
do, not
without
what you
saying
do.
that he choked?
Yeah, I got his respect. He's number 5 on my list. That's enough
Hey,
respect.
yo.
Okay, now you're
I thought you
trolling.
moved. I thought you moved Kobe in his spot.
Nah,
I really can't. That was just joking around.
This not.
Hold on.
Yeah,
Are y'all saying y'all
money
realistically
Hey,
don't?
Johnny.
Are y'all saying y'all don't
Hey,
see
you're-
any
you're a
criteria
world-
that could put
you're a
Jordan at
world-class
5?
pro, bro.
I see. I can see. I know. There's criteria that you could put Jordan at 5. If you
Hell
don't,
no.
So if Go James Kingdom has Jordan at 5, then he has
two-way play,
and Go James
don't
Kingdom
value
has some of the
being a
most thorough
riser.
criteria I've seen.
Wait,
how
what'd
can
you
I
say?
knock it?
What'd you say?
One, the lowest you could put Michael Jordan to me is 3. That's
Yeah.
the lowest. You
Yeah,
cannot
that's-
put him.
that's-
but
I'm-
that's
to you.
Hold on, that's
don't know
y'all
this.
with
That's
y'all
to you.
random
No, but if you
placements
don't
of
know
players.
You got him at. You got him
Random.
at number 3.
Yes, none
but
of
you
y'all have
can't name
criteria.
a series where you seen
I have a
him play
criteria.
great
I have a
defense.
criteria.
I have a
Okay,
criteria.
who said they have criteria? Who said that?
I have a criteria.
Me.
Hold on. Is that Dream Does Sports?
No,
Yeah.
we already
Me.
did King Shot. Let's let Dream
Okay,
in
let's
because
do. Hey,
Dream.
Dream Does Sports.
What's your
Okay, so
criteria? Explain your
Yeah.
criteria.
My
we've created
criteria.
hold on. Dream Does Sports. We have a basketball algorithm, and so
Yes.
what we're gonna do is, I want you to tell me whatever your criteria is. We're gonna put it into our basketball algorithm, and we're gonna see how it lines up with your actual top 10. All right.
Okay, yeah. There's one thing that's gonna be hard to put into the
No,
algorithm,
no,
and
no, no,
that's
no. You don't. It's not gonna be hard because you can literally tell us exactly word for word how you want us to word it. I'm gonna use your
okay.
words, your terminology,
Exactly.
your line of thinking. All right.
Yeah. So
Okay. So
Peace, Cuff.
Yo,
Hey,
go
Cuff, give
ahead.
it,
Go
Cuff,
ahead
give
and
us a
start
minute,
I
taking
Cuff.
got
your
you. I
criteria.
got you, bro.
so two-way play,
Okay.
being the best player on a team that won multiple championships,
Okay. Being the
not
best
like
player on a team, multiple titles. Okay.
okay,
Okay.
yeah. You had two-way play in there, right?
Yep. Two-way player.
A playoff riser. Your numbers increase in the playoffs.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
Numbers increase
That might not work in my favor, but I gotta put it
in
on
the
there.
playoffs. Okay. What's next?
Um, uh, the like the storyline thing. Like whenever the story said that you had to rise to the occasion, you rose to the occasion.
Okay. Hold on. When
Hmm.
calls for you to rise to the occasion, you rise. Okay.
Doing things outside of your intended responsibility that lifted the level of your team. So like if you're a guard blocking shots, like if you're a guard that blocks shots, even though it's not your responsibility, you're adding something to the table that isn't necessarily required out of your position. You do
Okay.
more than just your job.
Magic and LeBron. Magic and
Okay. Hold
LeBron
on, y'all.
gotta
I
be
just
like
need his
top three.
criteria.
And
Okay. What's
I'll say the last thing is while you were playing for more than 4 different seasons during your career, you were undisputably the consensus best player in the league. The rest of the league
Oh wow.
respected you as such. You were respected as such by the rest of the league.
Is that it?
Oh,
Is
you
there
about to
any
have Bill
other
Russell
context
as
you
your
want me to
goal.
put there?
Being a finals MVP in every finals that you played in. It's tough.
No, it's not.
Yeah,
All right, I'm
that
gonna
was
give you
like,
my
Okay. Is there? Hold
criteria.
on. Is there any other thing? Small. It could be petty. Whatever you want to put in.
Your brand. Being the biggest brand in comparison to the rest of your league.
That has nothing to do with basketball. You know what I'm playing. You talking about playing.
Brand.
that's his
Okay.
criteria.
My
Leave him
bad.
his
Yeah,
My
to be
bad.
criteria.
My
That's
That's
fair,
his
his
bad.
criteria.
criteria.
he did it.
That's his
My bad.
All
My
right,
criteria.
can I
bad.
Okay.
go?
That's his
So
criteria.
so Dream Does
But
Sports. Is there
my
any
criteria
other
is
nuance?
consistent though. Like my
That-
criteria is consistent. Like my list matches
Yeah,
matches my
that's what
criteria.
I
Okay.
like. I like
Hold
I'm
on
about
one
to
second.
see.
I
Hold
like
on one
your
Yeah,
second.
matches
consistency.
Michael Jordan. Yeah,
Okay.
matches
So hold
Michael
on.
Jordan as you
Hold
go.
on.
We know
Dream
we
Does
got
Sports.
you.
Is
We
that
understand.
everything, or is there anything else?
That's yeah.
Okay. Here I'm about to. So I'm gonna have it summarize your criteria first. So make sure we got it right, and then I'm gonna give you the list. All right.
All right.
Hold on. Let me make sure it summarizes it.
Damn, somebody need to change that battery.
Real.
Giving us a bad name around here.
Got me looking around. I ain't even got no smoke alarm in my room.
Facts.
Okay. Here we go.
Battery costs $469 at Home Depot.
Okay. So I'm gonna summarize your criteria. All right. Two-way dominance, elite impact on both offense and defense. Team alpha and winning. Must be the best player on the team that won multiple championships. Playoff riser, production and impact increase in the postseason. Clutch and media expectations. When the world called on them, they rose to the occasion. Beyond the role, players who did more than just their position demanded, lifting teammates through versatility, leadership, and responsibility. Era consensus best. For at least 4+ seasons, they were viewed as the best player in the league. Finals MVP dominance, winning every Finals MVP. And brand power. A defining global brand, the biggest or near the biggest in their time. Do you agree with that criteria?
I agree with that.
Okay. At number 10, and it gives a summary as to why it put each player where. If you want to hear that summary, I'll read it to you later, but I'm just going to give you the names that it gives you. At number 10, it gives you Steph Curry.
Yo, yes. He's number 10 on my list. Keep going.
At number 9, Kevin Durant.
What the hell?
Now, for Steph Curry, it says it has him at 10 because of the Finals MVPs. Specifically.
Yes,
but I'll
that
read
makes
that
sense.
later. I'll read that to you later. Number 8, Shaquille O'Neal.
Yes.
7, Tim Duncan.
Yes, this is my list.
6, Kobe.
No, absolutely not. How is Kobe on this list?
Hold on. I'm gonna tell you. It says I'll read what it says for Kobe. It says why. It says two-way terror, known for playoff rises and clutch moments. Won 2 Finals MVPs, is the unquestioned alpha after Shaq. Not always consensus number 1 in the league. Overshadowed at times by Shaq, Duncan, and LeBron. But his myth and brand make him iconic. That's what it says.
Yeah.
Okay, number 5 is Magic Johnson.
Yes.
Number 4 is Larry Bird.
What?
I'll tell you why. It says 3 straight MVPs, 2 Finals MVPs, 3 rings, and universal acknowledged as the league's best mid-'80s. Rose to media challenges. It talks about 84 versus Magic, and it says was two-way in his prime, though not the defender of others higher. Okay. At number 3, this is unique for you. This is one of the more unique number 3s I've seen.
Hakeem
Olajuwon.
Yes.
Okay.
He's number 4 on my actual list. He's number 4 on my actual list, though, so it's consistent with my criteria. Two-way play, MVP.
But you're missing a lot of big names.
I don't know.
We'll talk about that later. Number 2, none other than Michael Jordan.
Yo!
6 titles. Now, your number 1 is not surprising because I'm sure that you're a LeBron James fan. Number 1, it says LeBron James. I'm going to tell you why it says LeBron James. It says why. It says fits every single category. It says fits every single criteria perfectly. Elite two-way impact at peak. Best player on multiple teams.
The responsibility.
4 times Finals MVP. Historic playoff riser. Stats improved almost across the board in the postseason. Rose in countless high-pressure, media-driven moments. Did more than his role, leading in scoring, passing, and defending. Consensus best player for well over a decade. And global brand power second to none. It says verdict.
I can't argue with that.
It says verdict. LeBron isn't just number 1. He's the only player who fully checks every box without exception.
That's crazy. That's tough, though. That's tough. I ain't gonna lie, that's tough. Like
it's hard. Like when your top 10 doesn't include Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, Bill Russell, Wilt Chamberlain, some of the household names. It's kind of I don't know.
Yeah, but like so, like my actual list is Jordan, Bron, Kareem, Hakeem, Magic, Duncan, Shaq, Steph Curry, Kobe Bryant. That's like my actual 10. So
I mean, but
if
you have a criteria that is able to weed out Kareem, that's kind of some nasty criteria. Kareem did a lot.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So Kareem, I mean, maybe
he said
like to me when I was describing my criteria, the 2 players that I was thinking about.
You want me to ask it why Kareem was left out based on your criteria?
Yeah, please, bro. Yeah, please, because a champion at every single level, face of the league, lived up to every single expectation. They told him that he had to be the best player of all time. He basically, when he retired, he was the greatest player of all time. At the
Okay,
point
so
he
this is
retired
based
from
on
basketball.
your criteria.
Yeah.
It says where Kareem falls short under your criteria. It says Finals MVPs. 6 rings, but only 2 Finals MVPs. So that criteria hurt him. It says consensus best player for more than 4 seasons. It says he was best from 1971 to 76, but then Dr. J, Bird, Magic, and later Jordan took over. It said he wasn't the league's undisputed top guy for the same sustained stretch that players like LeBron, Jordan, or Bird even had. I don't know if I'd agree with that.
Yo, I don't agree with that.
Hold on.
No
It says playoff storylines and rising to media challenges. Kareem was dominant, but he wasn't always perceived as the guy who rose to when the media called. Brand power. Kareem was socially impactful and outspoken, civil rights and activism, but he wasn't the NBA's global brand face like Magic, Jordan, Kobe, Shaq, LeBron, or even Steph Curry. He was more respected than marketed. It says, bottom line, it says Kareem does not check many boxes, especially in two-way dominance, longevity. My bad. It says Kareem does check many boxes, especially in two-way dominance, longevity, and early 70s consistent best. But it says under your strict filter, he lacks the finals MVPs, not owning a global brand, and a shorter run as the undisputed best player are what push him outside of your top 10.
That's a valid explanation, I guess, because I guess I left some things out, but the not being a global brand, you can't hold it against them that the internet wasn't what it is. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
Kareem wasn't a global, even if the internet existed, he wasn't going to be no global brand.
He was known as a moody guy.
No, at that time, if your name was Abdul Jabbar, you wasn't about to be nobody's global brand at that time.
But
I'm gonna share my criteria.
Yeah.
No, hold on, wait before you go, King. I'm gonna give a shout out to my boy Cuff, man. This is OG from my neighborhood, man. Shout out to Cuff, man. Appreciate you joining us tonight, man.
What's going on, fellas? How y'all doing?
He's solid, man.
Chilling, man. What's good, bro?
Could I get my take on some things real quick?
Yeah. Go ahead and get your take, man.
Bro, you know me. I don't do the GOAT conversation because I feel like, man, there's too many errors. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm an old dude, so I watch basketball from the 70s to now. So, like, when you want to talk about guys who impacted the game, and the NBA is totally different now with the branding and everything. So, you can say if Kareem played in the 90s and the 2000s, he probably would be that guy. You know what I'm saying? Because let's keep it a buck. The sky hook was literally the most unstoppable shot. You can't block it. You just can hope for him to miss, basically. So when I think about GOAT, I don't think about GOAT. I think about the best players in the era. And you have too many different areas to think about that. I know it's fun to talk about it, you know what I'm saying, and everybody give their little thing on it, but I'm the old geezer, man, so I don't really get into the GOAT debate. But I can tell you, after watching basketball all these years, when they only had one game, maybe 2 games on TV, LeBron, I've never seen nobody like LeBron. Never in my life. And up until 2000, I'm gonna say 2007, 8. To me, MJ was the best player I'd ever seen. But when I seen this kid come out of Akron and seeing what he can do, everything that he could do, I don't think there would be another person like this dude, man.
Hey, Cuff, you know we big time Miami Heat fans. Can you please remind them when LeBron came to Miami in 2010 that we didn't expect the Heat to win the championship the first year? We thought that it was going to happen after the first year.
A lot of everybody around the nation really didn't see a lot of the things that we saw as local fans. We saw all the turmoil that was going on in the locker room and behind the scenes and all that shit. So we knew they had to get the chemistry down and camaraderie down. We knew that was far-fetched. It would have been good if they'd have won it, but we knew that it wasn't going to happen. You know what I'm saying? There was too much turmoil going on.
That's usually what happens when you build teams.
LeBron walking off the court, bumping Spo. That wasn't by accident. That was on purpose. You know what I'm saying? Like, it was some turmoil going on in the locker room. You know what I'm saying? Spo had to earn his respect from these dudes. But we all know Pat Riley. If Pat Riley picked you, that's what it was going to be. So Spo wasn't going nowhere. So everybody had to buy in.
Yeah, that's for sure. That's for sure, man. But hey, the GOAT debate is a serious conversation. And like tonight's show was really talking about, like you said, we were talking about different eras. We were talking about the 90s and how Hakeem Olajuwon's perceived in the GOAT debate, or just in general with when we talk about how great players are. And you know, Cuz, I'm from the generation just younger than you. Can you explain to these people as well how difficult it was to watch games back then? Because they always had to tell you, "Oh, I was watching." And like you said, back then there was only 1 or 2 games on television, if you could even get to that 1 or 2 games. And it was just hard to watch. It ain't like how it is now. We can watch basketball every night.
Half court basketball. Detroit, and let me tell you another rumor. How Detroit was the bad boys they were, and Detroit was just hacking everybody. Boston probably was the most hackingest team in the league that year, but Detroit the one got all the flack. You know what I'm saying? Seattle too. Seattle used to take people's heads off. And you remember back then, Seattle was the only all-black team. You know what I'm saying? Like, they didn't give no fucks at all. You know what I'm saying?
That's when they had X McDaniels.
Yeah, they had a squad back then. You know what I'm saying? But like that, a lot of shit is politics. A lot of it's conspiracy. Trust me, a lot of the shit goes on nowadays. A lot of the things that went on back in those days. If the NBA didn't like you, they didn't want you to win, they're gonna let you know. And they let Detroit know they didn't want them to win, but they couldn't be denied for them 2 years. They couldn't be denied. And I'm sure you know, a lot of the things that the NBA has now is because of Detroit. The private planes, the way that they have to dress. You know what I'm saying? Detroit they were trendsetters. So if you want to talk about like brand and you know what they bring to the NBA, they don't get a lot of respect that they deserve. Because a lot of the things that the NBA has now is because of the Pistons. A lot. But they don't like to talk about that. And that's why Isaiah goes on all these interviews and he talks the way he talks. You know, he don't tell everything, but it's a lot of things that, you know what I'm saying, he says is true. Yeah, everything he says is true in his eyes. But a lot of things he says is true, man. There's a lot of fuckery going on, but you know, the NBA has grown like crazy. I love the way it's going, you know. But one thing, like I said, I'm old school. A lot of these cats that y'all got in these top numbers, they got to be two-way. I'm glad y'all not calling out these players who just one-way players. Oh, my God, I'm so happy.
Yeah.
A lot of these conversations on here are refreshing.
I value two-way play super high. I think everybody should.
Man, I hate when people try to say, oh, James Harden plays bull rider defense. Like, I cannot put nobody in my top anything who don't play defense. I can't do it.
You have James Harden as a top 4 shooting guard all the time.
I'll tell you right now, bro. If I'm starting a team and I can get James Harden in his prime, you think I'm saying no?
That's the crazy. No. You know the crazy part is he came in the league as a defender, so
Hell
you know.
No. You taking Boris Diaw or James Harden?
The 2 different positions. I can't do it.
You give me any two-way.
Listen, when you were 2010's guard, you don't have no night off.
I'm just saying it for me.
For James Harden, I don't blame him. There's no night off if you have to guard Damian Lillard one night, then Stephen Curry the next night, then Kyrie Irving the next night, then Russell Westbrook the next night. Like, come on, man.
Are you taking Klay Thompson over?
John Wall, right?
Are you taking Klay Thompson over James Harden?
Prime Mike Conley.
Yes, I am.
Exactly.
Klay Thompson over James Harden?
Come on, man. I am.
Yeah, that's nasty.
Because I know at the end of the day, if he's not going to give you 25 points, he's going to play his ass off on defense.
He's not giving you 25. He's not giving you 25.
Not every night.
Yeah, he's averaging 20.
But how he going to give you 25 if you got that other little light-skinned dude on the other side over there?
Yeah, but I mean, he's nowhere near as good of a passer as James Harden either.
No, he's not. But you asked me who I'm taking. I never said it. I said who I'm taking.
No, Klay Thompson is a two-way play though. Klay Thompson.
Yeah, but you know how rare it is in basketball history where your best player can beat a two-way player. Like, it's so hard to be the best player, asked to do all this scoring and playmaking, and then have the expectation of elite two-way defense. Like,
I agree 100%.
So put Giannis Antetokounmpo over.
And that's why I think Hakeem is on that list. That's why I think Hakeem is on that list.
Yeah, Hakeem top 5. Hakeem top 5.
Absolutely.
He's not top 5, man. I don't know what y'all
Hakeem top 5.
not top five. He's not.
He gotta be the dream.
He's
Come on, now.
No, he's not.
Bro, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, y'all going off the nickname, the Dream Shake.
No,
Yeah. Yeah,
And the Dream
no,
Shake was
agree.
one of the weakest moves in basketball. I don't know why y'all think it's a great move.
I'm not doing. Hold on, because I'm doing it based off my criteria.
Bro, the
My
Dream
criteria
Shake only
is
worked on
top
players
three.
like
But you just
Greg
said everyone
Ostertag.
gotta have him. You just said everyone gotta have him.
What
in
about
his
the
top
up and
five.
under and the crossover?
He didn't
And
have a
the
crossover.
fadeaway?
He didn't have a crossover.
Who didn't have a crossover?
Hakeem.
Hakeem had plus playmaking in a
No,
time where
he
he wasn't
did not
even
have a
asked to do
crossover.
that.
I'm
Like,
going to
come
ask
on,
you one question.
centers couldn't even do that.
How old are you? How old are you?
I'm 27.
Oh,
Same.
yeah. So you don't know.
Same.
You don't know. Hakeem had
No,
a
I
crossover.
went back and watched it.
No, you need to
Man.
watch games. You watching highlights. Hakeem
No,
was
it's
out.
not
Yo,
highlights.
I'm watching games. I'm watching
Full,
whole,
I'm watching full games. So
I've been pushing the Hakeem's top 5 since before it was cool to say Hakeem top 5.
But
Hakeem is not better than Tim
you
Duncan.
say Hakeem didn't have a crossover?
Not
No,
better than
he did
Shaq.
Hakeem had a post game. He had a great mid range game. He had great up and unders, counters.
He was a plus
That's what-
playmaker.
Bro, what is
I
a
don't know
plus
about that,
playmaker? Where do y'all get these terms from?
Like the average level for a playmaker.
Go to YouTube.
I mean, I'm in basketball, and I haven't even heard half the
Type in
terms y'all
Hakeem
use.
crossover.
I'm explaining it to you. The average level of a playmaker for a center at the same exact time as Hakeem, he's better than that.
Okay, but playmaking in the 90s for a center, for a guy that's
it's
trying
so
to
specific.
get scoring 25, 27 points per game.
With 11 boards and 3 blocks. Remember that?
But what I'm saying is, well, what is this playmaking in the 90s? Like, it's not really much.
He was literally the only big man doing what he
In an
did.
era with illegal defense, nobody's sitting there asking Hakeem to play make.
No, that's not even about that.
That's what's so important. All right,
he
so
was set
Hakeem
up-
wasn't
when you're a
even
top player, you do things
playmaker.
outside
he
your
was the only big man in the
responsibility.
90s.
Bro, he
was doing
wasn't.
things that
He
weren't
was
even.
the
He
only
wasn't
big
doing
man
all that
in the-
stuff,
He was the only big man. He was the only big man in the 90s surrounded by catch and shoot guys. That's why. That if you go look at the Knicks,
I'll
you go
take
look at
I'll take that as a better.
the
That's probably the
Spurs.
best response.
No, but I'm just saying that
That's
that
the
was
truth.
but
That's the truth, though. Yeah.
That's not his playmaking. That's just basically saying, okay, if you're gonna double team him, you're just gonna surround him with a bunch of shooters, and that's all they basically did. So he's not really a playmaker. He's not creating plays. Now he does set screens. I give you that, but
So if you was to look at the 5 best playmaking centers in the history of basketball, Hakeem's not on that list too.
But if you double team him,
I can name you 5 better playmakers than Hakeem.
At the center
No, but
position.
he's gonna more,
Yes.
but Cuff, more than likely
Yes.
he's passing the ball to the strong side. He's not making passes from the strong side to the weak side. He's not doing that.
I gotta hear this.
You got to hear what?
Jokic,
The 5 centers that are better playmakers.
Oh,
than Hakeem.
Sabonis, Vlade Divac. I'm gonna go Wilt. I
Jokic,
think
Walton,
Jokic.
Wilt,
I was going to say Vladi
Jokic,
myself.
Walton, Wilt, Unseld, Arvidas
Okay,
Sabonis.
yeah, we're saying anything.
Vlade Divac's a better
I'ma take
playmaker
Jokic,
center.
I'm gonna
I'm not
take
saying
Yeah,
anything.
Vladi
I
Divac
gave
was a
you
great
five.
passer.
Jokic, Divac,
Wait, did you say all time or just in the 90s?
Yes.
All time.
all time in the 90s.
Okay,
that would be
Jokic,
good.
Bam
Walton,
is
The
better.
greatest playmakers and centers wise?
Bill
Okay,
Russell.
Bill Walton,
he's
yeah,
not top
Bill
five.
Russell, Bill
Paul
Walton.
Gasol's a better
I'm going
playmaker.
Bill
center.
Russell,
Jokic and
Will
Divac. That's
Chamberlain,
the only ones that I've heard
Bill
so far that
Walton.
I'm merching, like for sure. I'm going
No,
Jokic
Bill
and
Walton.
Divac.
I'll go
we
Chris
just named
Webber. Shit.
We named you Bill Walton and
Chris
Bill
Webber
Russell.
was powerful.
We're putting power forwards in there too.
Definitely Joker. Definitely
I give
Joker.
Bill
Joker.
Walton,
I give Joker that.
It's
Will
Joker.
Chamberlain.
Hold on, y'all. Let's
Divac,
just one
Hakeem.
person go at a time. Hold on. Let's just get a
Bill
consensus on what we got. You got Jokic.
Uh,
You have to go with Wilt. He
Jokic,
led the
Bill
league in
Walton.
assists. You have to
Bill
go with
Walton.
Arvidas Sabonis and Vlade Divac, the international bigs that came in.
Arvidas
Bill
Sabonis.
Russell. Bill
Um,
Russell.
Bill Russell.
No.
I would say
Bill Russell. What's going
I would
on?
say Bill
What's
Walton
happening?
before Bill Russell.
What's happening? What is happening right now? What's happening?
Yes, Bill Russell. Stop hating on
Stop
Bill
hating
Russell.
on Bill
Yes,
Russell.
Bill
I would
Russell.
definitely say Bill Russell. He was one of the first centers to start
Stop
pushing the
hating on
ball
Hakeem
on the fast
Olajuwon.
break.
Yeah,
What are
he
you
was.
talking
Hold
about?
up. Hold up.
Look it up, bro.
Demontis
Why?
Sabonis.
Better than Hakeem
Watch the game.
Olajuwon.
He's not a better playmaker than the son Sabonis.
Yo, we need to structure up a little bit. We need to structure.
No,
up.
we not.
Let's
Wait, hold
come
on.
to a consensus on what. Do we all understand what playmaking is?
Demontis is a great passer.
Do we all understand what playmaking is? Can we agree on
Anyone-
what playmaking is first? Can we
Anyone
agree?
who thinks Hakeem, anyone who thinks
playmaking is the
Hakeem,
ability to create plays for your
thank you.
teammates.
That's what it means.
Everybody we just named did that.
Better
Yes.
than Hakeem Olajuwon.
Yes.
Way better
Have
than
you
Hakeem
watched
Olajuwon.
Hakeem?
Oh,
Yes,
I've been watching Hakeem.
All right.
Hakeem was not as good of a playmaker as
I
those
see
guys.
what's going on here. I see what's going on here. I'm gonna mute up. I see what's going on.
Yeah, you're overrating Hakeem. That's
Matter of fact, Matter of fact, just give us a taste of the film.
No, but you know what? But
Where can we
no,
go
forget no
to?
taste of film. No. This is another problem too that like I said, I really don't like with basketball discourse. Whenever somebody feels like they can't explain their angle, they go to the ranking system. So he can't really explain why Hakeem Olajuwon is a really good ball playmaker. He wants to say, well, he's top 5.
No, I
as a
actually
playmaker.
can.
Now,
I actually
that's the
can. I
argument.
actually can explain why.
Okay, so what makes Hakeem Olajuwon a great playmaker?
Besides the obvious, like always making the right pass, not turning the ball over, and getting a high number
Well,
of assists.
well, that's a lie. But that's a lie.
He did turn the ball over a shit ton.
Yeah, he did turn the ball. That's a lie.
Let him go. Stop telling people it's a lie.
He didn't turn the ball over on playmaking.
Let it go.
Anyways, playmaking is also the shots that you open up for your teammates based on your own scoring ability. None of the guys that you name besides, again, I'll give Vlade Divac and I'll give Nikola Jokic. Absolutely no contest, no argument.
There's Sabonis. Sorry.
And Sabonis.
Again,
In his
I need to hear that criteria again. What makes him a great?
Gravity is not playmaking.
Yeah, what is gravity, fam?
Hold on.
Gravity is just gravity. It's not playmaking.
I'm not talking about gravity.
That would make Shaq the greatest playmaker of all time. No, you just
Reggie
said
Miller has gravity.
No, you literally just said his skills created shots for others because for his career he only averaged like 2 assists a game. So it wasn't like he was just diming people off.
Yeah, but he's creating shots because of what he can do on the low block.
Yeah, but so you're saying his gravity is playmaking? That's not. His gravity is not playmaking is playmaking. Gravity, just being good and walking onto the court is not playmaking.
No, I'm saying like he's creating from the high post and he's creating from the low post.
He's not creating anything. When he was Hakeem Olajuwon was a score first player. He's creating for himself.
He's creating double teams?
No, I think I know what he's saying. He's saying Hakeem is creating looks for his teammates with his scoring.
How? He's saying Kareem. He's saying Hakeem is creating double teams. That's what he's saying. He's basically saying when you give him the ball,
so that's gravity.
Yeah, but Hakeem, even when Hakeem creates those double teams, he ain't passing it. He's looking to score.
No, he's not. He's not shooting those double teams.
No, later on in his career, he got better at making the pass. Early on, he was not really passing.
He know he has a big time advantage. He's not shooting those double teams. What you'll have maybe like a hockey assist or something like that.
What year did this start?
I don't know, bro.
I would say 94. I would say 88.
I'm on YouTube right now.
No, not 88. 88 to 94. 88 to 93. Pretty damn. Hold on. 89 to 94.
He was a good playmaker those years.
Can you be specific? Something that I could turn on YouTube and watch right now.
Yeah. Well, first go to the first finals run. Go to that playoff run and look at the playmaker.
That was now you said from 88 to 93.
Bro,
if you want specific game film that you want to see, go to that.
Hold on. First of all, let me hold on. So when we talk about playmakers, so you said 88 to 94. So when we talk about playmakers, what's typically been the ratio that we use to identify a average or a really good playmaker? It's assist to turnover ratio, right?
Yeah, assist to turnover, PPR, and
so you know that from 89 to 94, PPR, every single year he had an assist to turnover ratio below 1.
Points per pick and roll or what?
No, hold on. Listen to what I'm saying.
Oh, points per pick and roll. Those numbers don't exist for Hakeem Olajuwon.
Yeah, that don't exist.
You say that?
I mean, and none of y'all have synergy.
All you have to do is what do you mean? They do exist.
Hold on. He averaged
they didn't use PPR. Them you could check.
Hold on 1 second, right now. Hold on one second.
But that's the later years of his career.
Please hold, y'all.
That's from 90.
Please hold. Look.
Oh my
God. In 89, he averaged 2 assists to almost 4 turnovers a game. He's averaging almost double the amount of turnovers as he is assists. Most of the time, his assists hovered around 2. And I don't know where y'all getting this from, this playmaking side of him. That's why I say y'all don't have to make stuff up for Hakeem. This man was shooting a basketball. This man was looking to score. Where y'all get this playmaking stuff? That would be like saying Patrick Ewing was a playmaker. I don't know where y'all get this stuff from.
That would be wrong. That would be very wrong.
All right, let me clear this up. Yes, he was a score first guy. I understand what you're saying.
He was a score only guy.
No, he was a score first guy. But you know what I'm saying? He had nothing but shooters. Well, he had some great shooters around him on their finals run. He had Robert Horry. He had a crazy ass boy from Florida, from Gainesville. He had
but that don't make him a better player.
Wait a minute. But what I'm saying is, let's say he gets double triple team. He passed to Mario Ellie. Ellie gets ambushed. Ellie passed it off to a wide open another player. What I'm saying is,
passing out of a double team is just a pass.
Come on, bro.
Exactly. Like there's nothing special
How do
about
y'all
that.
sound?
No, listen to what I'm saying.
No,
y'all are turning this man into what we define as a playmaker because he was willing to pass the. That means everybody that plays in NBA history is a playmaker because everybody passes the ball. Passing doesn't make you a playmaker.
No.
He's saying the gravity.
Your consistent ability to create plays for others is what defines you as a playmaker. Hakeem Olajuwon was not consistently creating for others.
You gotta understand.
That don't mean they playmaker.
No, but what you gotta understand is that the play is to get him the ball on the low block. The play isn't for him to get the ball on the low block and for them to swing out. That's not how it works. The play is set up to somehow Hakeem Olajuwon is going to get the ball on the low block and post up. Now, if they double team, the counter is for him to pass the ball on the strong side. Because that's what y'all fail to realize. If somebody comes from the weak side, no, but if somebody comes from the weak side, Hakeem Olajuwon is not dishing off the ball and to the cutter and like that's not something he does on the regular. Like they don't do that. That's what I'm trying to explain to you. So he's not creating plays from the low post. His job is to score once he gets the ball on the low post. Once he gets double teamed, his job is just to pass the ball out. Like that's not playmaking. That's what I'm trying to say.
Shaq never played make these. Then I guess that.
Yeah, no, Shaq's not that great of a playmaker neither. That's why we're trying to say players like Wilt Chamberlain.
I didn't say you.
No, that's why we tell you guys like again. That's why we tell you guys like Wilt Chamberlain, Bill Russell. When they got the ball on the low block, it wasn't for just them to just score. They could literally, you could run sets and they could make the pass to an open man and get the shot off. Yeah, that's playmaking. They can set screens. They can play pick and roll. They can play the pick and roll.
Bill Russell wasn't a scorer. That was he got.
But he was a playmaker.
Yeah, he was a playmaker.
I get what you're saying.
So that's why he was setting a lot of screens, and he was when you gave him the ball on the low block, you can still set up plays around him, just like Wilt Chamberlain. Players were running around him, he can make the pass. That's playmaking because the play is set to create the play.
You don't see that on the Hakeem film?
Transition.
You didn't see that on the Hakeem film?
No,
you never see Hakeem play the high post and hit cutters.
Bill Russell was better on the fast break. He was better at setting screens. He was a better off-ball player. He was a better playmaker in those aspects. Hakeem was not that good of a
y'all
playmaker.
do know being a playmaker is a duty. It's not something that happens a couple times a game. Like, it's your role. It's part of your...
So you think playmaking
there was no time, like, for example, when we see Nikola Jokic, I don't care if he scores 30. We know that his job is to run the offense and play make for that Denver team. When Vlade Divac played, we knew that Vlade Divac, when he got the ball at the top of the key or in the post, it was his job to play make for others. He wasn't necessarily looking to score through him. Same with Arvidas Sabonis. Same with a lot of these real playmakers that we're talking about. When Hakeem got the ball, you're not operating on the perimeter with the understanding that, oh yeah, he about to make something happen for me. No, he's about to make something happen for himself. And if it don't work out, you get to clean up the leftovers. That's it. That's not playmaking. That's just called leftovers.
Draymond is a better playmaker.
When Draymond touches the ball, everybody's antennas are up because they're saying, okay, Draymond's looking for Steph. Draymond's looking for Clay. Draymond's looking for these cutters. The last thing you're thinking about with Draymond is Draymond Green hit me with a double cross drive into the rim trying to score. You know that his eyes and antennas are up looking for that pass, looking to get helping somebody else get a bucket. Hakeem, when he got the ball, you're not worried about this man's playmaking.
So you said Kobe wasn't a playmaker?
No, Kobe was not a playmaker.
Okay, that's all I need to hear. Okay,
when you get the ball, when you get the ball as much as Kobe and Hakeem, of course you're going to get assists every now and then. But nobody's going to look at Kobe and say, Kobe was a hell of a playmaker. No, that motherfucker was a hell of a scorer. Hakeem was a hell of a scorer.
Yeah,
Sometimes
I can
when you
agree
have
with
the
that.
ball that much, you by default get assists and you will play make sometimes.
I
But that
agree. I
is
can
not
agree
their
with that.
roles. That's not what
I
they
can,
were asked
yeah, I
to
can
do.
agree with that. I can agree with that. I can agree with that. I can agree with that. Yeah, and
You just
that's
sometimes
why
If you
that's why I
ask,
think LeBron is the best player I've ever seen
And
because
and to
he
and to
runs
answer
on
the
you.
and to answer the guy's question that he what he said, he asked about you seen Hakeem playing the high post? No. He was on the low block looking for the ball. We just seen that in game 6 of the 95 conference finals last night.
but not only that, if you look at Houston's offense is not predicated on the action of
Pick and
Hakeem
rolls.
Olajuwon
Yeah.
screen. No, setting screens for open 3-point
He not
shooting,
doing that.
or even
Can I
or even the
can
pick
I
and
say
roll offense. They don't run
Hakeem
a
was a
pick and
ball
roll type
stopper.
offense.
can I
Hakeem was
say
a ball
something?
stopper.
Can I say something?
So no, but what I'm saying is that
Every
even as a
offense in the 90s was a
screener,
ball stopping offense. I can't put it on the
Hey,
King.
but I'm just
So
saying,
just
even
I
as,
agree,
but
right?
even
let
hold
me
on,
speak
let
on
me
that.
just
Oh,
get
my
this
bad,
last
my
part
bad.
right
Look,
here. But I'm just saying, even as a screener, even if we want to add the screening aspect of playmaking, he still wasn't even that lead at that. They didn't use him for that as well. So even with that being said, again, he's a great scorer, like y'all say. He was a great rim protector, and that's why he is one of the greatest players to ever play the
Can
game.
I say
So,
something? Can
but
I
we
say
got,
something? Hakeem,
yeah,
he
go ahead.
played to his strength. So if he playing somebody like David Robinson, yeah, he gonna get on the low block all day because he can body him. But if he playing against Shaq, man, he gonna get out in that midi and ball face him and go around him and do whatever he needs to do to
Yeah,
score. So
I
don't
don't know
say he
about
can
that.
get
We
on the
just
low
watched some
block, bro.
Spurs. I don't know about that.
Yeah, and also
no, but
But
I'm just saying,
also I
but
just
he's
said
not
Shaq.
playmaking. Like you said, he gonna go around. He's not looking to play make. He's not looking to set up a play. He's looking to score. They're clearing the
Right.
floor out, and
and
he's
he's
going to
not trying
score.
to come out. And David Robinson is
Yeah.
going to take a 15, 18-foot jumper. Hakeem didn't want to go out there to guard him. That's on the film too.
Well, you talking
Hey,
about
so can I
well,
just ask y'all a question right quick?
you talking about snippets. Well, I'm talking about play.
Yeah, go ahead, Lo. Hold on,
He
we got
dominated
a
David
new
Robinson.
person on the panel right quick, so we can get
He
up out
matter,
of here. What you got
But
for us,
matter
Lo?
of fact, he
what's good,
dominated
everybody?
Shaq.
Hold on,
He
y'all. It's
What's
on
good,
low.
dominated
It's
What's
everybody?
on
good,
Just
peace,
a
low.
question
peace.
though. So
Not really.
so
Shaq
on
averaged 27 and 13 against them. Like, come on.
Yeah, I mean that's Shaq. I'm talking about what he did against Shaq.
the hey, so
No, he balled out against
hey,
Shaq.
so on the
But go
playmaking
ahead,
tip,
Lo.
right? Since we talking about playmaking and all that, right?
Yeah, yeah,
Yep.
yeah.
We all we all
But
know
I agree. I
Steph
agree.
is.
I
Oh my
agree
bad.
with my
What?
boy when he said about the playmaking. I agree with that
Hold
though.
on,
I
Gordon.
agree.
It's on low. Go ahead low. Go ahead and cook.
Oh,
No,
all
I
right.
said
Now I
I
was
agree
just
with
asking some question, right?
my
We
bad.
got
Go ahead.
we talking about playmaking and all that. So I know y'all said Hakeem really wasn't that playmaking type of guy. So we know Steph is a score first type of point guard. You get what I'm saying? We know that he is a score first type of point guard. Would you say the same thing for him and his playmaking as far as like he's not really a playmaker type of guy?
No,
He
Steph
can
is
play make for
Steph can play make when he's given that role. Like for example, when we've seen him average a lot of assists or be a good playmaker at times, especially when Draymond Green has been out. But his natural role is to be the recipient of Draymond's playmaking. His role isn't to be the playmaker. His
But is
gravity isn't
playmaking just
playmaking.
assist? Is
Huh?
playmaking just assist? Is playmaking just
No,
assist?
playmaking
Like,
is assist. Playmaking is running the offense. Right?
yeah,
Playmaking is
but
creating
it's
for
also
others, sometimes creating something out of nothing.
I agree. Creating shots for
Steph can
others.
do both.
Screens is
Yeah,
also creating is playmaking. Setting screens is also playmaking as well.
Yeah. That's why I mentioned
screens.
DeMontis Sabonis. And see, that's what I'm saying. Is you be like, they say names, you should be like, oh yeah. Because if y'all don't watch the Kings or follow the Kings, you're not gonna know how good of a playmaker DeMontis Sabonis is.
Oh
Who
yeah,
you think he
yeah,
get it from?
yeah.
He
He
get it
top
from his
tier.
father.
Yeah, he top tier. He top tier. I give him that. He top
I
tier.
think
Setting
if you ask me,
screens.
The
Know
only
what I
thing he
mean?
don't got that his
so if
father
you
had,
ask me, we talking about
he can't
playmaking
shoot
big.
like his dad.
If you ask
But
me,
he got everything
Draymond,
else.
damn near, to be honest, Draymond damn near got to be top 5 there, as far as a
I don't know about
playmaking
that.
big.
Draymond Green is one of the most elite playmakers in NBA
That's what I'm
history.
saying.
He
People
is.
don't want to
He's a good playmaker, but he's not elite.
A good.
I
He's
mean,
a
it's top
great
5
Yes, he
big.
playmaker.
He's good.
is.
He's
Draymond Green
good.
is
He's
one of
good.
the most elite playmakers in NBA
So
history.
he's better than Steph as a playmaker.
Hell
Yes, he
yeah.
is.
No,
Yes,
he's
yes,
not.
that's why.
No, he's
As
Yes,
a
Yes, he is.
How is
playmaker,
he
hell
not?
yes.
yeah.
he is
How is
nowhere
he
near
not?
the scoring threat that Steph is. Like
He said
You
his
don't
range
have to
is
playmaker.
make.
not
I
there.
You
got a
don't have to
question. I
be a
got a
scoring.
sir.
Yes, you
playmaking
do.
is not.
So
Again, listen,
I got a
y'all.
question.
Listen, hold on, wait. Y'all got to understand this in TikTok. Y'all love to create new terms for playmaking. Again, every play, everything that happens on the basketball court is predicated on a play. They draw up plays. Everybody could score. Scoring is a part of every play that you draw up, but you have to execute these plays. And the people who can execute these plays are not the guys who get to shoot it at the end. You have to dribble to a certain spot. You have to set screens in a certain area. You have to do a lot for a play to be successful to even score. So the playmaking aspect is not just scoring. Yes, Stephen Curry is very a scoring threat. He has that a lot. We know that, but that's not
So I guess
playmaking.
John Stockton's the greatest playmaker of all time, then, huh?
He's one of them.
Yes.
You're one of those.
No, he's not.
Yes.
No, he's not.
Oh, okay.
Yes,
He
he
was
is.
nowhere near the scoring threat.
Sir.
He did not put pressure on the rim.
Why do
to
you
that
keep
level,
saying
sir.
scoring
He scores
threat?
off of his
Are you keep
Because
saying
of gravity.
always?
Because that
There
is
it
what
is.
creating shots for your teammates.
No, that's
Gravity is not
playmaking.
playmaking.
Okay, hold on.
That
Wait.
is
King
creating.
shot. King
It
shot.
literally
King shot.
is,
Would you?
though.
It is.
No, it's
But
not.
it is.
Okay, hold on. So is Shaquille O'Neal a great
opening up
playmaker?
lanes, opening up
Yes,
cutting
he
lanes,
is.
and opening up
Yes, he is.
open three
Shaq
pointers.
is
Shaquille O'Neal's a great playmaker.
Yes, he is.
Yes, because
Yes,
to them
he is.
gravity is
I don't think he's a
playmaking to
great
them.
playmaker. No.
I think he's a good playmaker. I don't think he's
Do
like.
y'all,
a
do
elite
y'all see the
That's not
delusion we have to go
playmaking.
down now when y'all create these new
man.
terms?
And
It's
that's
not
because
a new
But that's
term.
not-
We
But
literally have to
that's
say
the
now that
value.
Shaquille
But
O'Neal
you're
is a great
looking
playmaker.
But
No,
that's
you
not
don't.
But
How do
that's-
you
Y'all
have
gotta
to say
stop
that?
creating this
Hey,
stuff, man.
now
Y'all
see,
gotta,
'cause what we
y'all need
doing
to
now-
stay away from basketball, man. Come on, man.
Yeah, hey Johnny,
and
Lamont,
what
you
you're
know
gonna
what
do
we
is you're
doing
gonna push
now?
the narrative that
We
John
saying
Stockton
now.
is one
I'm
of the
not
greatest
pushing the
playmakers
narrative.
of all
I
time.
know John
us-
Stockton's a
y'all
great
telling
playmaker.
us-
He's a great passer, but
No, he
playmaking
is.
is more than just passing.
Yes,
Yes.
thank you.
Bro,
It's creating
John
one.
Stockton.
I thought-
Hold on.
Forget about
Hold on.
skills.
The
John Stockton was a
offense, the
monster.
Princeton offense that they ran. I can't name another point guard in NBA
Rondo.
history that ran the Princeton offense better than Stockton. And I don't even
Exactly.
have to talk
How many
about.
ran it?
And I don't even have to talk about
How many ran it?
his passing.
It's 3 to. You know his assist turnover ratio is over 3 to
Yo,
1.
I
But
respect
that's
John
not-
Stockton as one of the greatest passers of all time. I just want everyone to learn.
Yeah, but
today.
yeah, but you're
greatest
only
playmaker.
you
No,
think
he's
that
not.
we're only.
LeBron is a better playmaker.
Hold on.
Like,
You
I just
think
want
that
to
we're
know
only.
you knew that.
Come on, y'all. We got three
LeBron
people
is a
talking. Hold on one second. Hold on. Yeah, you think that we're only saying John Stockton is a great playmaker because of his passing. That's because you think we're only focused on the passing. When I say it, I'm thinking about how he set up and ran the offense. And then also your passing as a playmaker in the NBA is even more crucial because the NBA is a shot clock game. In a shot clock game where by the time you cross half court, you're sometimes looking at 14, 15, 16 seconds. What your playmaker does, he better be able to pass because you really need to be getting that shot up around 8 to 9 seconds on the shot clock or you're going to be shooting up a fireball. So at the end of the day, in the NBA, the passing playmakers are the most vital because it's a shot clock game. You don't have time to swing the ball around for 30 seconds till you get a shot.
LeBron is a better playmaker than John Stockton.
If you're a
LeBron is a
heliocentric
better
player,
player.
if you're a playmaker but you're heliocentric and you don't create shots for others, all you're doing is
Oh
you're
my
taking.
God! What the hell is heliocentric, bro? We don't even know what that means. Listen. Oh wait, yo, Lamont. Another thing that they fail to realize about making a pass is that you have to have the ball handling ability to get to the spot to make the pass. Because if you're not even in the right area to make the pass, you're never going to be able to get the pass off anyway. So again, you have to have the ability to create plays by 1, dribbling, by 2, passing, by 3, setting screens. All this stuff about Stephen Curry's off the ball gravity is all predicated on the fact that he gets
And not just
screens.
that, bro. You got
No.
as a
No. Hey
not
Johnny,
only do you have to
what
pass
they
the
fail
ball,
to
you have to
realize
put the
is
ball
that
in the right exact spot
passing
that the shooter wants
passing at the NBA level is
Elite.
more difficult than it looks.
Elite.
And so some of the passes that John Stockton threw to y'all, that's just a basic bounce pass. But to people that hoop, and when they see how he threads the needle on some of these passes, and remember, you guys are looking at these games from the sky. Imagine throwing these passes when you at court level and you got 6'9", 7 foot, 6'8" standing around, and you got to thread the needle around all this. Them passes ain't as easy as they look when you're looking from the eye in the
I
sky.
agree. John Stockton is one of the best
Man,
passers
come
ever.
on, man. Y'all got to stop.
I'll make it
LeBron-
hold on. I'll make it easier for you to understand. Who's a better playmaker, Steve Nash or John Stockton? because you're gonna understand this.
Okay, no, hold on, wait, stop. No, Lamar, don't answer that question. Dreamland, just because you can't explain
I'm about to
basketball
explain it to you. I'm about to explain it.
Let him explain.
I can explain it. I can
Explain why passing the ball is not playmaking.
Passing the ball is playmaking, but it's not all of playmaking. The same way that
y'all put everything on the basketball court into playmaking.
Hold on, real quick though. The same way that I can't say that scoring gravity is all playmaking.
Scoring gravity is not playmaking.
But it's part of it.
Creating is creating shots playmaking? Yes or no?
Scoring gravity. All these new silly terms.
I'm gonna ask you one more time.
That is not what playmaking is.
Your own answer. I'm gonna ask you one more time.
Dream.
Is creating shots playmaking? Yes or no?
How do you create a shot? Name me one way you create a shot.
One way you can create a shot is being such a good scorer you open up cutting lanes or open shots for other players.
Okay, hold on. Check this out. Hold on.
You track the defense.
No, hold on. Let me ask you a question. So, what as a coach, right? As a coach, what if I'm just a headstrong coach, kind of like Larry Brown, and you know what? We stay home on everything. We ain't sending no doubles. We ain't doing nothing extra. It's mano-y-mano. We switch everything. And so when as a defense, I don't allow your scoring gravity to attract everybody to one player, what the hell do? You better have an elite playmaker that can facilitate and create some stuff, because the defense dictates what scoring gravity is. Sometimes defenses don't commit. Sometimes defenses say, you know what, we playing everything straight up. Because the Pistons in 2004, hold on one second. Please, y'all, hold on. The Pistons in 2004, they were scrutinized for saying, look, we only going to guard Shaq with Ben Wallace. We ain't sending the house. Larry Brown, they were adamant about not doubling. What do you do? How is your gravity is based on what the defense does. Playmakers have to read and make decisions based on the defense. If they overhelp, if they send two to the ball, if they don't do that, your playmaker needs to already have calculated in his mind. All right, if they don't send the double, this is where we're going. If they do double, this is how we doing it. I need to bail out of this call. It's under 13 seconds on the shot clock. We got to bail out of motion. We got to go to a late shot clock set. If we taking the ball out under the basket, we got to go under the basket out of bounds. We taking that outside out. I got to make the right reads on this side out. Time and score always. Because if it's 10 seconds on the shot clock, it changes decisions of a playmaker. Your gravity don't process all these decisions. What does your gravity got to do? What if there's 5 seconds on? Okay, I'm going to walk you through this scenario. I'm going to walk you through this scenario. 8 seconds on the shot clock. Okay? You're taking the ball side out. You got Shaquille O'Neal in the post, the most gravity in NBA history, right? Your point guard, Derek Fisher, and you got Kobe Bryant on the court.
What
the hell? Hold on. You're playing against the Detroit Pistons, and you know they're not going to send two to Shaq. What the hell are you going to run with your point guard? Or are you just going to rely on Shaq's gravity to get everybody open? Or are you actually going to run a set that your point guard has to facilitate some stuff to get everybody open?
Yeah, absolutely not. If I'm in that situation, Kobe Bryant's getting the ball on the perimeter. I'm having Shaq switch blocks, and it's going to be in isolation. That's what's going to happen. And you're going to.
Why would you? You can't be in isolation all the time.
You can go with this whole idea with
Shaq
like
switch blocks. 2004. I'm going to have Shaq switch blocks. Y'all hear this stuff? Y'all hear this stuff?
Lamont. He just proved Shaq is not a playmaker, because in this situation, he just literally said Shaq's not involved in this play.
Personnel
He just took
matters.
Shaq
I
out
have
the
Kobe
play.
Bryant and Derek Fisher with 8 seconds to
Hold
score.
on. You just told me. Hold on. You literally just told me. You literally just said that Shaq was one of the best playmakers in NBA history, but on this play, you're not using one of the best playmakers.
Yes, you did. Said that Shaq is one of the best playmakers in NBA history.
Yes,
so,
yes,
so
because
of his gravity.
I made sure to point out that I can't.
Now hold on. Now check this out. Check this out. Now, hey Johnny, check this out. Now, hey Johnny, check this out. Hey Johnny, 8 seconds on the shot clock, right? We got Magic Johnson and Kareem Abdul-Jabbar on the court.
You giving him Magic?
Please hold on 1 second while we talking. 10 out of 10 times. I'm going to make sure Magic Johnson gets the ball, because I'm going to allow him to make the decisions with 8 seconds on the shot clock. And I'm going to tell you guys why. And this is one of the biggest crazy. A lot of people that don't hoop don't understand this.
Yeah.
about 95% of the time, plays don't work. 95% of the time, the stuff that you guys see happen on a basketball court is all made up on the fly. The majority of times, plays don't work. So unless you have elite ball handlers, elite playmakers, guys who can make decisions on the fly and just do randomness out of the blue, if you are running around thinking a guy can just stand somewhere and just attract a whole bunch of gravity and that's going to be playmaking, or this play is going to work perfectly and he can just pass it here and everything's going to go ABC and I can score a layup, you must be out of your mind. Elite playmakers, they have to have the process. This is why they say the point guard has to be the smartest player on the court. You have to process a whole bunch of bullshit that can't nobody plan for. And a lot of things you have to make up on the fly. And the best point guards make it look easy. So when you say that John Stockton was just passing the ball, that's how you know he's one of the best passers in NBA history, because he made it look so simple to y'all. He made it look so easy and so simple that you don't even think it's playmaking. Bro, y'all need to get out of y'all homes. Y'all need to go to the gym and start hooping. Stop coming to TikTok talking on these streams, man. Y'all need to start hooping to really learn the game. Because until you actually play, you're not going to understand what it feels like to be in a game, 10 seconds left,
you know what, Lamar?
having to make pressure decisions, and then you got to think that this big man standing on the block going to play make because he's big, and you're going, man, you must be out of your mind.
That's not fair. That's not even fair.
It ain't fair. That's basketball, man.
That wasn't even the explanation that I was trying to give.
Oh, we talk back. Listen,
But
we talk back.
you're trying to make you're trying to play
My
absolute.
gravity is going to be my playmaker. I wish a player would come tell me some dumb shit like that.
Scoring gravity is all the playmaking. The same way that passing is not all the playmaking.
Imagine you coaching in the season and you and when you on the timeout in the late game situation and your best player talk about coach, let's run gravity.
That's such a unique situation. See what you did there? You moved the goalpost.
Just the other day, just the other day, when Tyronn Lue was talking to Shannon Sharp on his podcast on that interview, he talked about how the whole season that he ran a specific set for against the Warriors that he wanted because they had we called it a 4-point play on the ATO, so that's going out of bounds. And he said when they ran it in that game 7, that Draymond Green was like, yo, screaming to them like, yo, what's going on? Like, because even he noticed that what they were trying to run, that the Cleveland Cavaliers knew it and had a plan for it. So it didn't work the first time. So they ran their second play, which was the counter to it, and they had already practiced it. And even then he was like, yo, what the hell's going on? And they couldn't get the play off right. And that's how they were able, obviously, to finish off and sit off for the championship. So again, like Lamont said, when you have a defensive team stopping you from getting the guy to quote-unquote gravity the ball, what do? You need a playmaker. You need somebody that can figure out what's going on and get the play, because you have to execute the play. You still have to execute it some way, somehow. But there's somebody trying to stop you. So great playmakers create plays.
It changes. The game changes. Like Johnny's saying, it changes too fast. Like a player can trip and fall. If the shot clock is ticking down, you just got to go make a decision quick, right? Yeah, like, bro, y'all gotta.
So if I give you 2 playmakers and one of them is more of a scoring threat than the other one, they're both good passers.
That means one is a scoring threat and the other is the playmaker.
So the player that is more of a scoring threat but is also a great playmaker, is he is he a better playmaker because of his scoring ability, or is he just a better playmaker because of
say
vibes?
that again.
Like,
just give me hold on. How about this? How about you give me names of players? How about we use real people?
No, hold on, wait, Lamar.
Real people. Steve Nash, John Stockton. To you, who is a better playmaker?
Dream. Your scoring ability has nothing to do with your playmaking ability.
Okay.
By scoring threat,
it's just
by
that simple.
Game, by passing.
That's why guys like John Stockton, guys like Magic Johnson, guys like Steve Nash are considered the greatest playmakers of all time, and they're not great
but John
scorers.
Stockton isn't a better playmaker than LeBron. LeBron's a better playmaker than John Stockton.
Yeah, but that's just subjective.
It doesn't depend on nothing.
That's subjective, though.
You shouldn't have to think about that.
In reality, he's not. In reality, he's not.
Okay, all right.
No, he is.
It's still subjective.
In reality, he's not.
Yes, he is.
In reality,
hold on. But hold on. A lot of people are going to agree LeBron, because a lot of people feel like LeBron's one of the smartest players in NBA history. So I want you to, there's something that always correlates to the best playmakers. It's always often said that they're the smartest basketball minds. So when you look at elite playmakers, like nobody looks at Shaq and says he's an elite basketball mind on the court. His job is simple. You know,
You could do that with Rondo.
Get ball, score ball.
Yeah, get the ball, score the ball. But when you're a playmaker, your mind is processing a million things because shit goes wrong all the time. You're like, for example, when you see JJ Redick calling timeouts, cussing people out because they done messed up the play. Sometimes you don't have no timeouts. In your computer, in your mind, you have to figure out, okay, he just forgot to play. I got to figure something else out on the fly. Time's ticking down. Playmakers figure it out on the fly. The best playmakers make it look easy.
Absolutely.
Shaquille O'Neal's not figuring that shit out on the fly. Give him the ball give him the ball at the top of the key with 3 seconds left on the clock and tell me how much his scoring gravity helps you score.
You're talking about
and
why you think? You're not talking about off ball.
Can we get off Shaq though? Because I don't know anyone here who's saying that Shaq is an all-time great playmaker. You're saying that
but
because I brought
if
up
gravity is
scoring
playmaking, then Shaq has got to be the GOAT.
Because Shaq has the greatest scoring gravity ever.
If gravity is playmaking, then how is Shaq not one of the best playmakers ever?
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying, like, if you have to defend me at 27 feet because of my shooting ability, hold on. There is now space open for someone to
dream. Think about it like this.
That's how basketball.
Hold on. Think about it like this. Dream. There were teams like the Milwaukee Bucks the year that they won the championship. They gave up. They allowed teams to shoot as many threes as they wanted. They were just willing to contest. They weren't going to allow your gravity to stretch the defense out. How the defense stretches out and how they commit to players, that's called defensive schemes. All defenses don't. Listen to what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying. Please listen to what I'm saying. All defenses don't react to your supposed gravity the same. Some good defenses stay solid. Good defenses are not going to let you stretch them all over the court and just have all this space. Good defenses are going to know how to rotate. Good defenses are going to know how to load up ball side and make life hell for you. So you cannot just assume that just because Steph Curry's running around the 3-point line that every single team in the league is going to be attracted to his scoring gravity and react the same, and it's going to work the same every time. It don't work like that.
The point of it doesn't even matter because at the end of the day, there's no coach drawing up a play for Stephen Curry to take a 27 pull-up jumper. That's not a play. That's not a play. No, there is no play. There is no play that anybody draws up to make a player. There is no play drawn up that says, "Hey, you're just going to take a 27-foot pull-up jumper."
I'm sorry.
Bro, do you know how far 27-foot three is?
Yes, I do. This is
crazy. Steph Curry. How many times have you seen Steve Kerr on the sideline putting his hands on his heads after Steph Curry makes a three? You really think they draw that shit up?
No, Cuff.
But how many times?
What is the play called? What is the play called?
I got
no. That's just him being an elite scorer.
Come on, bro. Come on.
That ain't no gravity in playmaking.
Name the play. I want to hear this, Cuff. What is the name of the play that a coach calls?
Bro, I don't have to know the name of the play.
Gravity.
Steph Curry running around 2 goddamn screens to set up for a 27-footer. That's a called play.
Hold on. Let me see that as false. Again, you just said, wait. You just said, Cuff. You just said running around screens. That's a play. This man just said somebody just play around the gravity. Again, when you're setting screens, that's a play. The playmaking is within the screens.
That's what I said.
Again, listen. No, there is no gravity. Stephen Curry does not have no gravity if he's not getting screens, guys.
All of that is around the gravity. The off-ball
again, Stephen
is off all of.
Can you please explain the gravity?
None of that works without screening. None of that works without screening. So you have to screen. So screens are the ones that are setting up the plays, not Stephen Curry running without the basketball. So stop saying Stephen Curry running without the basketball is the play.
I don't understand.
That's what y'all gotta stop saying. Nobody draws up a play for somebody to take a 27-foot jumper.
Gravity is what you hope the defense. Essentially, it's what you hope the defense does. So, for example, gravity is, Steph Curry. We know he can make threes. You always want to be mindful of where he is on the floor. You may shade the defense a little bit closer towards him. But again, that's optional. Not all defenses shade extra help towards Steph Curry. There are going to be some teams that say, you know what? We are going to be more focused on loading up ball side. We'll run out and contest, just like the Milwaukee Bucks who won the championship that year. They were just saying we're just gonna contest threes. Go ahead and chuck them up. We'll contest, but we're not overcommitting because of your gravity. So not everybody reacts to your gravity the same. Just because you can shoot threes, it don't always make it easy for you to. It don't mean everybody's gonna react to you the same. This is where the playmakers come in. Because, for example, in the event that 2 and 3 people don't overcommit to Steph Curry, your playmaker needs to know, okay, if they don't overcommit to Steph, right, I need to know what to do next. If Steph's not open, I need to know where to go next, right? If the first read ain't there, I need to know where the second read is, right? This is why a lot of NBA sets have progressions. All right, I missed Steph. All right, we going to the next thing. We're probably going to go to a Spanish pick and roll, right? If you get an offensive rebound, that's another set. Well, what are teams looking to do after an offensive rebound? Usually shoot threes or get the ball to your playmaker because the shot clock's running down. You don't want the ball in a non-playmaker's hands when the shot clock's running down. You want to get it to somebody who knows what the hell they doing.
First place you look, short corner.
Hey, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, okay. Shot clock's running down the Golden State Warriors. Are you gonna give the ball to Draymond Green or Steph Curry?
What I'm saying is when the shot clock's running down. For example, when the shot clock's that's why I asked y'all if there's 8 seconds on the clock, and let's say for example, because we know in the NBA on an offensive rebound kick out, right, when that ball hits the rim, you get more time on the clock. But when you reset, right, you want to value that time. Right? The first thing you want to do is you want to make sure that ball is going to your playmaker because there are certain sets that they run that will help Draymond Green, the primary playmaker for that team, facilitate and get the ball to Steph.
Playmaker or your primary ball. It's not necessarily.
Bro, y'all got to stop playing 2K, bro.
Hey, look, I'm not gonna lie.
This is a 2K thing. This is someone who actually plays basketball.
This is. I'm gonna tell you right now. There is no basketball huddle. There is no basketball film study room in America. They're running around talking about gravity. I promise y'all.
No, I'm not gonna lie to you.
They're not talking about that, but they're trying to draw.
They're not. No, bro. I'm telling you right now.
Hold on, man.
Nobody.
Let go. Go ahead.
Hey, so my thing is, I just had to look up again where 27 foot 3-point is. Hey, bro, there ain't nobody calling up. Ain't nobody drawing up a 27 foot jumper. But do you know how far that is? That's between. So you know where the scoring table is, and you know where the bench is. That's that middle part where the fans sitting at, where the logo be at in the middle.
Bro, I know
right
where
there. There's nobody calling for. There's nobody calling to say everybody.
So
draw up.
Hold
on.
Don't nobody run no plays for no 27 foot
Brody. There's nobody calling.
Unless you're trying to get fired.
Unless you're trying to win the game.
Let me finish.
The best shooter that we've ever seen.
Let me finish, Brody. Even then, they're not calling Steph to do a 27 foot 3. They're not calling him for do that. You're only doing that out of desperation if you trying to put up.
All right, let me explain this to you.
Hold on, Brody.
Go ahead.
They're only calling that is the only time you're ever putting up a 27 foot 3 is if you're in desperation, the clock going down, you got to put a shot up, or if you already getting the ticking time bomb and you right there, you just got to put it up as well. That's the only time you're putting up a 27 foot 3.
That's why in 2023, the Warriors was looking at Jordan Poole for taking a deep ass 3. He was wide open and took a deep 3.
Hey, for the Warriors, for the people talking about Steph Curry, y'all remember the year when the Warriors? I think it was 2022 when the Warriors won that last championship? Am I correct about that?
Yeah, 2022.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so that same year, there was a stretch of time that year when Draymond Green got hurt and he was out. And when Draymond Green was out, the Warriors' offense went into the garbage can. Now, they still had Steph Curry and this supposed gravity playmaking. Why did their offense and their ability to score the basketball go in the garbage can during that stretch when Draymond Green was out?
Because their best playmaker was out.
It's a pivotal part of the.
So say that one more time. Their best was out.
Playmaker was out.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know that.
Okay.
Okay. Hold on. When we talk about, hold on. We can go to a lot of different things, man. We go to a lot of different things. Hold on. Remember when Steve Nash got hurt with the Phoenix Suns?
Yep. Yeah.
Why did they look like dumpster juice when Steve Nash was out?
Because our best playmaker was out.
Yeah, Steve Nash is one of the best playmakers that there is.
Yes. Top 5 playmaker. Top 3 playmaker.
I got a better scenario for you. Here we go. This is the scenario, right? So you need a catch and shoot 3-pointer. We're gonna draw up a play for a 27 3-pointer, 27-footer
Yeah.
3-pointer, right? That's what you're gonna get off,
Yeah.
right? So you have somebody passing the ball in for the
Why
guy
we
who's gonna
talking
shoot,
about
right?
27-foot?
My best
Exactly.
playmaker is my
Hold
Hold on,
inbound.
let him
I
just
just
get
wanna
through the
finish.
scenario,
Hold on,
y'all.
I just wanna finish.
Trying to
No,
move the goalpost.
give me let me run down this scenario. Chill, ladies and gentlemen. Just let me run this down. So you got somebody who's gonna pass the ball in to the shooter so he can shoot it. You got the guy who's going to shoot it, which is the scoring gravity, right? And then you have a guy setting a screen for the shooter. So you have 3 different actions going into this play. If you were gonna grade which action in this play is the most important aspect of this play, is it the guy who's taking the shot, the guy who's making the pass, or the guy
It's
who's
the guy
setting
making the
screen?
inbound pass. The
Which-
guy making the inbound pass is super important in this
Okay.
situation. And Draymond.
Okay, and what would be the
all right,
second?
My bad.
What would be the second most important aspect of this
It's a
play?
toss up because if the screener fucks up, then that's a contested shot, and if my shooter's not good, that's probably not a make. But
No, you're gonna give it to a good shooter. You're giving it
Then
to a
my
good
screen
shooter. You're
is
giving it
coming
to somebody to
second.
get him an open shot.
yeah, then my then
How
my
good is the screen?
Okay,
yeah.
and then the score would be last.
Yeah.
correct?
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay. So by the definition of playmaker, the person who sets the pass up in reality is the playmaker, right? Because you said that's the number one important part. Then the secondary aspect would be the screener. So the scorer, which is the result of the play that you're drawing, is not your playmaker. So that's why we're telling you the passer, the screener, or the dribbler. Because if you're not doing a play from the out of bounds, you have to dribble to a certain spot. So if I want to get Shaq the ball on the left low block, somebody has to be able to dribble at least 70 feet to get Shaq the ball on the left low block.
Well,
So that is a part of
yeah.
playmaking. If I can't get the ball to Shaq at that time, that there is no play. So playmaking is not scoring gravity. or scoring-
Entirely. It's not entirely scoring.
Exactly, it's part of it.
It's who's responsible for creating the play.
Your
No, it's
scoring
who's
means
responsible
nothing
for creating the
if
shot.
you don't have a
Who's
playmaker.
responsible for creating the shot?
Your scoring
what it
means
is.
absolutely nothing if you
The
can't get him
screener.
the ball.
So can you answer this then? Because you haven't
creating?
answered this yet. The John Stockton, Steve Nash. To you, who's a better playmaker?
Bro, they're both elite playmakers. I don't measure them.
Both elite.
Okay.
Hold on. I'll put it to you like this.
Now we got to do rankings. Now we gotta-
Yeah, hold on.
It's
I'll
not
put it to you like
about-
this.
That's it. That's all they want to do.
Hold on. I'll put it to you like this.
When you have
John
two
Stockton,
playmakers and one of them-
John Stockton and Steve Nash are two of the greatest playmakers in NBA history. There's no measure stick to measure them because it's all preference from there. But I think everybody will agree that they're two
Yes.
of the best playmakers in NBA history.
Yeah.
No measuring.
Yes.
So who's better?
But hold on real quick. I'm not
Why?
asking. Hold on real quick because I'm not asking who's better. because I'm
Let's
trying
just
to get
give
rankings.
let's just give him an answer. Let's just give him an answer.
I'm
Since you
asking
don't-
me.
No,
I'm
wait,
asking
since you-
because
since-
Steve
wait,
Nash
Since you want
adds
to answer,
another element.
Okay, I'll
to his
take
playmaking.
John
You have to
Stockton.
defend
I'll
him
take John
further
but
from
since
the-
you want to answer,
Why-
I would
why
say
John
Steve
Stockton?
Nash.
Why?
Me too. I'm saying Steve Nash. He's a
And
better.
what-
No, I'm just
But
saying
since
Steve
you
Nash
wanna
because I want to
Go
see
with
where
his
you're
left
going.
hand.
That's
I mean,
what
I'll
I'm saying.
say
Since you
John
wanna-
Stockton just to see where you're going.
going.
Okay, so if you.
No, I got John Stockton. Honestly, I got John
I got
Stockton
Steve
as the better
Nash.
playmaker.
All right,
I got Steve Nash.
and I have
That's
Steve
it.
Nash. My reason for why I have Steve Nash though is because what he brings to the table as a shooter. It forces your defense to have to play in positions they're not.
Are you saying
comfortable
John
with.
Stockton wasn't a
Games.
50-40-90 guy himself?
Well,
I'm not
but he
saying.
wasn't as aggressive.
This is not. This
He
is not
wasn't
a
as
knock
aggressive
on
in
John
sport.
Stockton. This is why I'm
The
giving
whole
you the
point is that
preference
Lamont,
of
nobody
why.
draws up a play. Nobody draws up a play for John Stockton or Steve Nash to shoot off the dribble. So at the end of the day, they're still either one
Yes,
or two
they do.
things. They're
But
gonna
it's
need
not just
screeners.
about running a
No,
play.
listen.
It's not just about running a
Again,
play.
you either gonna need screeners, which is why they had Sean Marion and why they had Amari
Diallo.
Stoudemire. So, exactly, and the same thing with John Stockton. You're gonna get the Adam Keats, you're gonna get the Osa Tags, the Karl Malones, guys who can set screens because screeners are your playmakers, not somebody who's taking a shot. You have to understand that nobody detaches from a defender without.
I agree.
screens.
Screening is part of playmaking. but it's not
Okay.
everything.
Or elite dribbling skills.
What makes LeBron James a better playmaker than Magic
He
Johnson?
can make any play on the court. He makes it. What makes LeBron James a great playmaker is his processor. He knows how to process things on the fly faster than almost any player I've ever seen. And some of the adjustments he makes mid-play, some of the adjustments he makes, how he's able to bail on certain things, how he can pick up on what defense are doing early, and how he adjusts to them. I think is unbelievable. I mean,
Not only
I don't
that,
think I've seen any player like that. But at the
And-
end of the
and
day,
I wonder-
at the end of the day,
I'ma
you
turn-
can't. We know that. I don't care how much scoring gravity Shaquille O'Neal has. He's not going to be able to make the same decisions that LeBron James can. Right? I don't care how much scoring gravity some of these guys have. I don't like. Even like we can go to a Devin Booker, a guy who's actually a decent ball handler. Like his processor, his mentality is to score first. He's not thinking that my scoring gravity and this. No, he's thinking score. His processor is not going to be the same as a Rondo or some of the guys that are really thinking, okay, how do I get the best opportunity for the best person at the right time? Like they're not thinking like that.
Facts. And I 1000%.
Playmakers are thinking 10 steps ahead. It's a chess to them. Everybody else, a lot of these big men y'all talking about are playing checkers. Shaq played checkers. Shaq was not playing chess. Shaq wasn't thinking, oh, if this double team come, I'm going to make sure I dime him off. No, Shaq was thinking, I'm about to dunk on 2 people. They're not thinking about this stuff.
Yeah. Okay, so
Yeah, but Phil Jackson knew how to run a play off of Shaq's gravity.
When you're comparing 2 playmakers, though,
Bro, I don't think y'all understand. I don't think y'all understand that. Offenses don't dictate your gravity. The defense dictates your gravity. And you have, as an offense, you have to be prepared to, if they do react to my gravity, but what if they don't react to my gravity?
But
and
they
as a
will.
playmaker, you have to be able to
They will
adjust
have
to
to
both
react.
on the fly. Because like I said, you cannot expect just because Shaq is Shaq that every team is going to react to Shaq the same way. They're not. What do you do if they don't send 2 to Shaq?
Using Steve Nash and
what they do is determined by their personnel, though.
One of the greatest playmakers, also, bro.
Like what they do is determined by personnel. Like you're saying, not everyone's gonna cover Shaq like that. They have to if they don't have the personnel to keep one on him.
Bro, you don't have to do nothing. You don't know what a coach is going to do.
What they're gonna do is gonna be based on their personnel, though, 1000% every single time. And whether or not you could stop somebody's scoring gravity or their ability to score or their ability to create shots is also predicated on your personnel.
If any of y'all, hold on. If any of you guys, if any of you guys are in Arizona, right? I want you guys to tag along with me. I will allow you to sit on the bench next to me, and I will even allow you to call one play. And I want you to call a play. I want you to talk to my player. Scoring gravity. When we playing the number 1 JUCO in this country, Pima.
This isn't pro basketball.
No. I really want to see this stuff play out in real life because I've never seen this stuff play out. I wish it was as simple as you guys said.
Scoring gravity is it's not like it's
scoring
a
gravity.
made-up thing.
Let me help you out. Scoring
you don't
gravity
call a scoring
is
gravity.
fake.
Scoring gravity,
It is fake.
If you're on the court and
your gravity,
they have to play you differently based on your skill set. They don't have to say scoring gravity.
This is all based on. Hold on. This is all based. Hold on, both of y'all. Hold on. Gravity is not dictated by the offense. Gravity is dictated by the defense. If you have smart players and if you have a smart coach, you're going to teach them to do something called read and react. React to what the defense does. You cannot forecast or predict what the defense is going to do on any given play because the good defensive teams are always going to keep throwing monkey wrenches into what you're doing. They're going to keep changing stuff up. You always want to teach them, what do we do when they throw a monkey wrench in our plans? What if this so-called scoring gravity ain't there? You better know how to go to your other reads or progressions. You better know how to read and react because this scoring gravity ain't always going to be there. It just don't work like that, y'all. I'm sorry. I wish it did. It just don't work like that.
And you have a generational player like Steph or Bird or Shaq.
Don't matter
Magic or,
if the other coach
saying,
the other coach has something called a philosophy. Some
but
coaches.
What about you?
No, I'm saying.
Lamont. Lamont. No, hold on, wait, Lamont. What's the difference between Duncan Robinson's gravity and Stephen Curry's gravity?
One is infinitely more factor. That's why, because of his off-ball movement. Because of his off-ball
tell
movement.
me why. Explain to me. What's the difference?
Ball handling, the ability to get where you want to get on the court. Steph Curry can get where he wants to get on a basketball court far easier than Duncan.
Shooting,
shooting ability alone is not Steph's only scoring ability.
So let me stop you. Let me stop you right there. So now Stephen Curry's gravity is when he has the ball and he dribbles and creates a shot. That's his gravity?
No, that's not what I said. I said aggressiveness as a scorer.
No, I'm not talking to you,
Okay.
King. You guys be talking too much. You guys gotta let other people talk. I'm talking to Dream. Dream, what is the gravity that Stephen Curry has that's different from Duncan Robinson? So now it's his on ball dribbling. So now he's creating his own shot. Is playmaking.
Yeah, it's both.
That's not playmaking, sir. See, that's what we're trying to explain to you. That's not. There's no play that's drawn up for a guy to just create their own shot.
If I'm a threat to score, I'm a perimeter player.
You're not
that's
a
a
threat
threat to
score if
score.
you're being defended.
By
You're
default,
defended. I got
I'm
a
opening
defender
up
on you.
shots for other players on my team.
I'm defending you with a defender. I got my best defender on you. Now you gotta create your own shot, because that's what you're basically saying. He's creating his own shot. He's not getting no screens. Nobody's passing him the ball.
No.
He's dribbling.
No, what they're doing is they're conflating being a great scorer with being a great. Because you know what great scorers can do?
Exactly.
They get their own shot. That's called a great score.
Exactly. That's why you need. Exactly. Not a playmaker.
Yo,
You know what a great. Hold on. Let me ask y'all a question.
Creating shots for others. Creating shots for others is playmaking.
Hold on.
Thank you.
That's
Hold on.
it. That's
Hold
all.
on, y'all. You really think?
Okay, and
crazy.
Stephen Curry
It's not a
taking his own
crazy
shot.
metric.
It's
It's
not
not a
creating shots
crazy-
for
it's
others.
simple.
No, we're not saying creating your own shots. We're saying creating shots for your teammates on it.
Again, Stephen Curry shooting the ball. Again, I asked him what was the gravity between him and Duncan Robinson. He said dribbling the basketball. So that means Stephen Curry's passing the ball. That's what he's going to do, dribble to pass or dribble to shoot.
Hold on. Let's flip
they're
it.
gonna
Let's,
run a play
hold on,
around.
Dream. Let's flip it, right? So if Steph Curry has all of this playmaking by your definition, how would you stop him if you're a defense? And that's for Dream or King shot.
Hello?
Okay.
Wi-Fi
Let
messed
me
up.
explain. If you're a coach, right?
No, I'm asking you how you would stop him.
Oh, how I would stop Steph Curry?
Yeah.
What I would try to
How would
do
you stop
is
his
try to-
playmaking?
I would try to double team Steph. I would try to maybe go high on the. I'd go higher on the screens. I'd make sure to close the cutting lanes, stuff like that.
Okay, so let's just go with the first one you said. You want to double Steph. Okay, so
yes,
they're running their split action. Draymond Green has
Yeah.
the ball on the wing or the top of the, mostly on the wing if they're running split action.
Yeah.
Or the nail, not the nail, but okay, they're in the slot usually. So he's in the slot, and Draymond
Yeah.
Green's about to run split action, and you send two with Steph Curry.
Yes.
But then the split action happens. And then let's say you have Jimmy Butler splitting off to the rim, but you sent two to the ball with Steph. What is Draymond Green
No, but
supposed to do?
We're gonna keep one. We're gonna keep.
Hold
a
on.
big man at the rim.
Okay, you're the defense, right?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm the offense.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm putting Jimmy Butler and Steph Curry in split action. But because scoring gravity is making you put two on Steph off that split action, you send two with Steph. That means Jimmy Butler at the split action and splitting off mostly to the rim. So Butler's cut into the rim. You put Jimmy Butler's man and Steph's man on Steph. Draymond Green, I don't know if you guys want to call him the playmaker because you don't like the idea that he's the playmaker. What is he
No, I
supposed to
think
do
he's
with the
a
ball?
secondary playmaker. I think he's
What
a
does he do? What does he do? What decision does he make?
If we're doubling Steph,
Yeah, he's going to do what?
probably either.
He's going to
lob it
probably
up
hit
to
Jimmy
the-
Butler off the split action because you're sending two to
Yeah.
Steph, correct?
But the
So
thing is,
so
when I'm
hold
saying
on. Let's just stop right there. There's no buts because you already just gave me your defensive strategy. Your defensive strategy is to send two to Steph because his gravity is just I got to double Steph, but my split action gives Draymond Green the opportunity to do what I just said, read, and Draymond Green as a playmaker is going to react to what you're doing. And the playmakers a bad playmaker is going to say, I'm going to get Steph the ball anyway, even though he got two. But a good playmaker, Jimmy Butler, here's his dime, wide open, layup, let's go the other way. And I guarantee you the next time you come down, you're going to think twice about sending two to Steph. And then you might change it up the next time down. So the next time down, you know what? You might not put two on Steph. You might not. You might keep one in the gap to cover Jimmy Butler, and we might have to make a different decision. But that decision starts with Draymond Green.
And let's not forget the screen, Lamar. You just said split action. It's a screen. That's a certain screen you're running. Screens and passing and dribbling is playmaking. That's what they forget to realize.
Yeah, so I wouldn't double Steph because I know I would be leaving a shooter open. But that's
Bro, you can tell me whatever you're gonna do to Steph, and I guarantee you I can counter it. It's gonna force your playmaker to make a different decision. I'm always gonna give my playmaker an out. I don't care what you do to Steph. I don't care if you send two to Steph. I don't care how you cover it. My playmaker, I'm gonna find a way to get the highest quality shot. And my playmaker is responsible for making. It's called your playmaker is responsible for reading and reacting to whatever you do as a defense. If you want to be dumb enough to send two to Steph,
that's perfect. Now, what if your playmaker has the ability to shoot the ball? So his reaction could be 3 points in the net rather than passing the ball to somebody else. What if your playmaker?
You know what that means? That just means your playmaker, just like LeBron James. That means your playmaker is also an elite scorer. Two different roles.
I'll do you one more.
He's the only one that can do that.
We're gonna run a zone.
He's the only elite scorer that's a great playmaker.
We're gonna run a zone.
The only great
run a zone. You really think that's gonna stop
around
me?
Steph? No, we're gonna run a zone to stop Steph.
What kind of zone? Hold on. Realistically, what type of zone ever in the world ever existed that could stop Steph? Look, I want you to tell me this zone because if you give me Steph Curry and you run a zone, you going to get blown out by 50.
Yeah, you gotta have the personnel.
I don't care what type of zone you run.
What person?
I mean, it better be a boxing one zone.
I don't care because you gotta have.
He gonna find the zone that's open. Every zone has a weak spot. He's just gonna go to that weak spot.
They can do everything. Like the zone is not easy to play, bro. It's not effective, and then you can't play the whole game.
Well, hold on, no. If they're gonna run the zone, hold on. I got Steph Curry. You're running the zone defense on me, bro. Come on, y'all. Y'all gotta, bro, man, come on.
Yeah, even if you don't
give me Draymond Green and Steph, and I guarantee you, you're gonna get ran out the gym running some silly zone.
That's gonna be threes from Buddy and Steph all day. Back cut alley-oops to Kuminga. Come on.
Draymond Green gonna have 15 assists.
Yeah.
Steph gonna have about 8-9 threes.
15 assists in the first quarter.
Jimmy Butler gonna have about 6 layups.
Mm-hmm. They're gonna shoot 10 free throws.
We're gonna run a box in one zone.
Bro, don't run a box in one zone on Steph, bro. You get obliterated.
Lamar, all of this is predicated on the GOAT debate because LeBron is such a great playmaker that they have to find a way to make it so broad that you can just add anybody as a playmaker. Now, anybody's a playmaker. Anybody.
Nah, LeBron is a playmaker though.
LeBron is better than MJ. LeBron's a GOAT playmaker.
Yeah, because LeBron passes and sets screens. That's why.
Well, that's because he's a great scorer and he's a great playmaker. He's both. There's not a lot of players that are both.
And his scoring threat.
I don't do the LeBron hate. Jordan is still my GOAT, but LeBron.
There is nobody who's a great scorer that's a great playmaker. He's the only
one.
one.
There's no player in NBA history like LeBron. You've never seen a player be that elite of a playmaker and that elite of a scorer at the same time. We've never seen it.
Never.
So we're gonna just do.
Hold on. So that doesn't make sense to you that his elite scoring helped his playmaking. It doesn't click.
No,
to you.
what I'm saying is I don't conflate the two because even when LeBron James is not scoring, he's still being an elite playmaker.
Yeah, he's a quarterback.
Even early in his career, when his jumper wasn't as good, he was still always like when teams supposedly like this is why teams didn't really ever sag off of him because they understood that he's an elite playmaker. You have to stay pressed up on elite playmakers. You cannot allow elite playmakers to just see the whole floor.
Yeah,
exactly.
Draymond Green gave y'all the best example of when this happened, right? The Boston Celtics were dumb enough to do what? They kept sagging off Draymond Green in that NBA final.
They kept running a drop.
No, listen to what I'm saying. Y'all go watch this. There was a point in time in that series where they started sagging off Draymond. I said, why are y'all sagging off Draymond? Just because they thought, oh, he can't shoot. Open. The only thing you do when you sag off a great playmaker is you activate their superpower, which is playmaking.
Yeah, you give him space to see. You give him space to create.
How about
LeBron
this?
is
Why
just
don't we
harder to
try
guard
running
because you
a
don't know
switch defense?
you don't know what button he gonna press. He could press his elite scoring button. He can press his elite playmaking button. It's ultra hard. He's the hardest player in NBA history to game plan for. He's the hardest player to defend in NBA history. You don't know which button he's
Especially
gonna
when
press.
he's doing, and if he's doing both at the same time.
And then it's even
turn
more
into
confusing.
LeBron Glaze,
It's
man.
even more confusing when you put him on the court with another elite playmaker, like when he was playing with Rondo in 2020. Now we ultra confused.
Oh my God, terrorizing the league.
I mean, yeah.
And when he was with Wade too, because Wade was another playmaker too. Dwayne Wade out here just doing crazy stuff.
Like, bro, yeah,
that's what it's
Tell you
about.
something, man. That 2020.
Hey, hold on. So James Harden.
Why don't we just do a switch
Where
defense?
you have James Harden?
I said it's over for us, bro.
James Harden's a great playmaker.
Like
Yeah,
as the players that have elite scoring ability and elite playmaking ability, where's James Harden on that list? Because it's like he gotta be.
He's up there. He's one of the best in NBA history.
It doesn't have to be a list.
You know what? There's a lot of listen. There's a lot of guys. There's a lot of guys
My
in the
brother
last
does
10
that.
years that we can say that now because of guys like Harden, guys
Westbrook.
like Westbrook,
Think
guys like
about it. I think James Harden might be the best
Joker.
playmaking shooting guard to ever play basketball. On top of being one
I
of the most
disagree,
elite
but okay.
scorers. Damn.
Yeah, no, he's definitely up there.
Damn.
When you
James
talk about
Harden.
elite
James Harden might be the best playmaking shooting guard. Yes, that's true.
Jesus Christ, what are we doing here? What are we doing here?
Damn.
He's definitely better than Jordan
You don't
as his
think Michael
playmaker.
Jordan is a better playmaker because of his scoring gravity?
Jordan is not a better playmaker than James Harden. Where do y'all get this
No,
from?
I'm asking Dream. I'm asking Dream because of his.
But yeah, though Jordan's my GOAT, but I'm not gonna say he's a better playmaker than James Harden.
man.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
Yes, James Harden was a great scorer.
He's a great passer.
That's it.
Yeah.
No, I don't
Still,
think
he's still a
James
great
Harden
passer.
is arguably a top 10 scorer.
That's what, like, you don't you know what I'm saying? I'm trying to push the narrative, but I know it's too early. I don't want to sound crazy. So
That's not a narrative. That's just a fact.
no, well, I'm saying like I think James Harden is the second or third best shooting guard all time.
Not, absolutely not.
Nah,
We better have Kobe first. Then.
Absolutely not.
It's Jordan, Kobe. It's really Jordan, Kobe.
If you're just
Wade,
going off
Harden.
talent, Kobe's number one. Kobe's better than Jordan.
no, he's not.
Yeah, I gotta
Yes, you are.
go. I gotta
Kobe's
go.
not better.
If you're going off
Let's
career,
talk to
yeah,
y'all
it's Jordan.
tonight.
But if you're just going off sheer talent, it's Kobe's
No,
a better
Michael
basketball
Jordan
player
was
than
more
Jordan.
talented. Kobe
Going
was more
off sheer
skilled.
talent.
Kobe was
We're
more
saying that
skilled.
Kobe Bryant is better than Michael Jordan.
If you go off sheer, y'all got to realize that Kobe Bryant he's the upgraded model of Michael Jordan. He's a better version of Michael Jordan.
No, he's not. He's a worse.
That's
player
crazy.
than Michael Jordan.
He can go
He's
left.
a worse. What does that mean? He's still not
I'm
better.
not a
This
fan.
is-
I'm
this
not
is-
a
Means
this
that
is-
he's
I'm not
better.
a fan.
Kobe Bryant.
Extras.
Hey,
But I gotta-
And y'all talking to somebody, I don't even have
What
Kobe
are
Bryant in
we
my top
doing?
10. But if you're just using just skills and talent,
How? How do you not have Kobe in your top
if you're
10?
just using skills and talent, Kobe is a better
Same reason
basketball player
Hakeem's
than
not.
Michael Jordan.
yeah, I guess KD's better than LeBron.
And he
Yeah,
and he
that makes perfect
displayed it in a better defensive era where they could actually
Is
attack him
KD
with
better
zones.
than LeBron? Is KD better than LeBron?
we're saying anything, I guess. Like I don't know, bro. It's crazy.
No, hold on, because
Well,
when you
wait,
go to
see,
all
this is
around,
another thing
hold on,
y'all
when
do.
you go to
This is
all
another
around
thing y'all
talent, KD is not more talented than LeBron. Now, if you just want to strictly talk
Okay,
about
well, Kobe's
jump,
not more
hold on
talented
one
than
second. You got to hear what people are saying, because what you guys like to do is y'all like to confine talent to just mid-range jump shooting. That's what y'all think talent is. Yeah, what y'all like to do is you like to throw away the rebounding, you like to throw away the defense, you like to throw away the passing, you like to throw away the defense, you like to
All
throw
of
away
that.
the versatility, you like to throw away all that just to say, oh, he's
Okay,
more.
Mike
That's why.
Jordan
This
is
is why you
better.
guys say that Kyrie Irving is more skilled than LeBron, because y'all say, oh, he has a bigger
I don't
bag.
think so.
That's not basketball.
I don't think Kyrie's that. Is
No,
that skilled.
let's
But
not
you
get
know what
away
I'm
from-
talking about when I say that. So let's not.
You're
play
saying
dumb.
Kobe
Kyrie
Bryant
is
is
that
more
skilled.
more skilled, or he's better than Michael Jordan.
I'm saying if you just look at skills and not career results, if you remove the six, if we're just looking player versus player, Kobe Bryant is a better basketball player than Michael Jordan. His
Okay, what is
career
he better
only
at?
looks different
What is he
because he
better at?
played in a more difficult era.
What is he better at?
He played in the
What is he better at?
ugliest era of basketball. In
The only thing Jordan has over Kobe is athleticism. Period.
That's it. That is
What
it.
about-
efficiency
okay, what
as
about-
a scorer?
Efficiency is based on era.
That matters, right?
Okay, let me ask you
What
this.
about
Hold on, let me ask you this question about efficiency. Hold on, let me ask you this question. What
Relative
percentage
to
do you
NBA
think?
is better.
What percentage? Hold on. What percentage do you think Kobe Bryant would shoot
if they had to guard him in a legal defense era?
What?
47-48.
I ain't gonna lie, probably like 65%.
If you
Man,
Kobe Bryant, the
giving us like
ultimate 1v1 player.
points
In the
If you
short and
could
3-point
if you
line?
had to guard Kobe in a legal defense era where a lot of the rotations were late, right? You couldn't preload up help, you couldn't send zones, and then also you're sending guys out there like Muggsy Bogues. You're sending guys out there undersized shooting guards. Kobe's 6'7" at that. You sending these undersized guards out there
6'5", but okay.
trying to put a forearm in his back. Come on, man. Kobe would have lit them up. Come on. Y'all act like the defense was comparable. The defense from the 2000s is far superior to what we saw in the 90s.
No, it's not. It's not far.
Yes,
Yeah,
it
this
is.
is.
What are you?
I don't know. I think you're confusing bad
No, but here's
offensive
the thing.
basketball with
It's a
good
better.
defense. I think
I'm
that's
saying
what
it's
you're
better,
doing.
but I'm saying it's close. That's what I mean.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
You thought
You can't
Kobe
name
going
10
10 for
great
27. You thought Kobe
Name
going 10 for
10
27
great-
with a few fadeaways that looked good and gave
Okay,
you
hold on.
nostalgia.
What were the
you thought that shit was good?
Hold on.
Like, you thought that shit was nice?
What were the 5 best defenses of the 90s?
Knicks, Heat, Bulls,
Heat,
Pistons, Sonics.
yeah, Heat.
He said
What Heat?
Heat.
Hey,
97.
he said 97.
97.
He said 97.
97.
He said 97.
What?
Heat team was an elite historic defense.
Yes.
Hold on.
Yeah,
Give me the
I swear to God,
5
he
because
said
you know
that
what?
last
If we name the 5 top defenses of the 90s, it's all the Chicago Bulls.
No, it's not. Knicks,
Yep.
Heat.
96
Yes, it
Bulls,
is.
97 Bulls, 93 Bulls, 92 Bulls, 91 Bulls.
Okay, but let's just take away the Bulls.
No.
You know
No.
what I'm saying?
Why?
You gotta take them. You gotta take the Bulls away. I'm saying, take the Bulls away. I'm saying the Knicks, the Heat, the Sonics, the Rockets. Like,
The Sonics didn't have no great
The Sonics
defense,
was not
man.
great defensively. They were not.
Nobody from the West had great defense. Nobody in the West had great defense in the 90s.
It was a run and gun thing in the West. What you talking about?
Knicks.
You didn't even say the night. I
we
would give
agree
you the
on
98
Knicks, right?
Pacers. I would put them in number 2.
We agree on the Knicks, though, right?
No, I don't think the Knicks was a very good
No.
defense.
They were not a very good defense. You don't have
No.
to say they're historic, but you.
Hacking ain't defense, man. Hacking ain't defense, man.
No, but you don't think they were an elite defensive
disagree,
team?
boy.
No.
Knicks had a pretty good defense.
No, they didn't.
Yes, they did.
They had a
Yes,
pretty
they
good
did.
No, they didn't.
They did.
Yes, they did.
A lot of those defenses look good because they were playing against trash. They didn't have a good defense.
Okay, but we're talking about relative to era, relative to the 90s.
The Knicks were not good defense.
They were
So
good.
that means that no defense from the 90s was good then. By that
Yeah, for the most part. No, I wouldn't.
Historically,
well, okay, at least you're
No.
consistent.
I don't think any of them outclass. I don't think any of them, other than the '96 Bulls, I don't think any of them come close to the top defenses of the 2000s.
Okay, and what are those?
Spurs,
The Pistons,
the
the Celtics.
Celtics.
and who
Pistons,
else?
Spurs,
Pistons.
Celtics, Lakers. We go run to a whole bunch of them.
Yeah.
Lakers weren't an elite defense.
Bro.
Yes, they were.
Oh my God.
No, they
Yeah,
were
hold
not.
on. The
They were
Lakers.
not
Hold
as
on.
good
I'll
as
give you
the
this
Yes,
with the
they
Lakers.
were.
The only reason why I said the Lakers.
they were not.
The only reason why I say the Lakers is because the Lakers were a sometimey team. They would turn it on and turn it off. Like for example, when there was one year where they won the championship and they finished the regular season like the 15th best defense. As soon as the playoffs started, they was the number 1 defense in the playoffs. They just turned it
that
on
was
and off
01,
because Shaq
right?
was lazy.
That was 01, right?
I think it was 01.
Yeah.
As soon as the playoffs hit, them motherfuckers activated. Man, come on, man. Stop it. We ain't seen defense like
Yeah.
that.
And don't forget
And then
Kobe's
also
Lakers held the
you have to
Celtics
think about the
79
2000s
points.
defense. They didn't have handcuffs. Everybody in the 90s was handcuffed. Oh, we can't play zone. We can't load up. We just got to play. We got to do this scramble type late trap stuff trying to stop Jordan. Everybody had handcuffs in the 90s. How can you be an elite defense? You got handcuffs. Have you guys ever tried to play a zone and you looking over your shoulder making sure you don't get a tech half the game? Is you in a late game situation? Jordan got the ball on the ISO, and you debating: do I go help, risk getting a tech, or do I let this man just get barbecued late game? Y'all saw how Byron Scott was looking late game versus the Jazz, nervous than a motherfucker by himself, no help, nothing, just on islands, man. Stop it, man.
Yeah, you can't name 10 great perimeter defenders from the 90s.
There ain't no great defenses in the 90s other than the 96 Bulls, and I only say that because they was running a full court press on teams. That's the only reason why I give them that.
Yeah, because the ball.
and they were only able to do that because
you
teams
ain't
didn't
pro,
I
you
can
not
name
full
you. I
court
can name
pressing
you.
Kyrie. You're not doing that to Kyrie for 94 feet for a whole game. You're not doing that with Ja
Hell
Morant,
no.
Derrick Rose.
I
You're
can't
not
imagine.
doing that
I
with
can't
these
imagine the
guys.
'96 Bulls trying to run a full court press on Derrick Rose or John Wall.
You can't do that with LeBron. Try to run a full court press on Bron.
Jason Kidd.
Yeah.
You
Great
can't.
ball hand. That's the difference between the 90s
Gene
point guards
Nash,
and the
Andre
2000s
Miller.
point guards. Like Jason Kidd, those guys are way better ball handlers. Them guys didn't come down the
Not
court
just
with their
that.
back to their defenders.
Them cats were fast, bro.
Jason Kidd was fast as hell.
Bro.
And he was big.
I can name you 6 perimeter
Pause.
defenders from the '90s that were elite.
You give me
Hold
6,
on,
I'll
but
give you 10
perimeter
from the 2000s.
perimeter defenders
Okay,
don't
Gary
make great.
Payton.
Hold on. But just naming random great defenders don't make great defensive teams.
But that's what he said though.
It takes
That's what,
5 guys to be a great defense. I don't care.
Yeah,
I don't care how good Gary Payton was.
The
If you
Sonics
don't
suck.
got 4 other guys that's locked in, willing to play defense with him, all his defense ain't gonna mean nothing.
All
But
that
that's what
athleticism,
DeJuan said.
all that athleticism that Sean Kemp had. Did you think you'd put that in his defense?
Well, he wasn't a bad defender. I don't think he was a bad defender, but he wasn't an elite defender for sure.
You're athletic as hell, strong as hell. You're not a
Look.
top
We've been
rebounder.
live.
You're
We've been
not
live a long
shot-
time. Juan boy, I got to shut this one down. I know Go James Kingdom. We trying to get up out of here. We can keep going all night if we want to, man. We've been live 6 hours now. I wanted to shut it down around 3-4 hours, man, but we kept it going, man. And we ended up going a lot longer than I wanted to,
Man,
man.
good conversations. Yeah, man. They trust me. They listening, man. Y'all make sure to check us out again. We'll be back next Saturday, and then again, we are
Hey, look,
on
fellas, I
YouTube as
appreciate
well.
the invite, man. I like the conversation, man. Y'all take it
Yeah,
easy.
man. Make sure y'all pull up next week.
Yeah,
8 p.m.
later.
Yeah, I'm gonna pull up again, bro.
Yes, sir. 8 p.m. on every Saturday, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Make sure y'all come cook. We got one boy. Willie was up here. Willie fell asleep. We'll get Willie up out of here. Salute to King Shai Solomon. He came up here.
He said,
All right, see y'all later, man.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, man. Peace and blessings, man.
Juan boy, appreciate it, man. What you got? Juan boy, you got to let people know where to find you on TikTok, man.
All right, I'm just all right. Say no more, man.
So you gotta shout it out. What's the name of the channel?
Oh, I ain't got no. I ain't got. Oh,
yeah, you do.
The
You
one,
got a
the
TikTok?
one boy. My tag name.
Oh, the Juan boy. Yeah,
The
yeah.
one boy.
Make sure they know, man. Make sure they know. You've been putting out some heat lately too, man.
Yep. And make sure you catch tomorrow's show. We're going to talk about Michael Jordan, if he can score 45 points per game or not in the NBA season. In today's NBA.
Tune in to Go James Kingdom on YouTube. Make sure y'all make sure y'all type it in. I've dropped the link to his channel in the chat about 10 times tonight, but make sure y'all go type it in on YouTube. Search it so he gets better hits in the algorithm. Go James Kingdom. Go find him. There's only one channel like his, so it's not hard to find. And make sure you check him out tomorrow. It's live at 12 Eastern Standard Time tomorrow. Make sure y'all pull up, man. Go James Kingdom, man. And you said you talking about Jordan, if he could drop 45 a game?
Yeah, that's the big conversation now because Ty Lue said Jordan would average 45 if he played today. I would love to see how Jordan will average 45 points per game. These people just be bugging, but they be making stuff up all the time, man.
Bro, they just say stuff, man.
They just be making stuff up.
Bro, hold on. We got somebody new coming here in the last second, man. Well, hold on. Well, let's see what he talking about. Hold on. Donnie, man, what's good?
But they won't.
What's good, Donnie?
We kicked everybody off for you. Gonna be some wild TikToker. Oh, you had your chance. Peace and blessings. We gotta get up out of here. Get up out of here, man.
This is gonna be a good one when I upload it. This is actually gonna be a good one.
Yep, upload it. It'll upload it on Thursday again? Every Thursday?
I'm thinking Thursday might be the day. Yep. I think I might do it.
Yeah,
Thursday.
definitely. FYF Sports Debate, Goat James Kingdom, TikTok Takeover. We up out of here.
All right,
Peace and blessings, y'all.
Catch y'all on the next one, man. Salute.